Anyway. Anyway. All right. Anyway. God damn it. I hate that like Brandon says anyway so much that anytime I say anyway, you guys start saying, oh, it's just like Joe Biden. I say anyway a lot. Okay? I say anyway a lot. Anyway. 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 Here's the 3-minute average now. Anyway. 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 Anyways. Anyway. 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 Everybody, love you all. It's an honor to be able to serve you 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour. What's going on, everybody? For so many years. I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker in this Dawson. I'm broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. It's 67 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, folks. It's 420, April 20, 420. Blaze it. Also, look at how fucked up my fingy is. Look at that. It's like kind of peeling off. And in any case, it's a happy 420 blaze it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm, of course, not blazing it. I haven't 420 blazed it in years. But yeah, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. What the F happened to your finger? Terrible things happen. Terrible things happen. Yeah, today's martial law day according to LibQAnon, and that's what we're going to be on the lookout for. We're going to be on the lookout for whether or not it's martial law or not, you know? But folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the stop streaming button. And that's precisely what I'm going to do. Martial law. Martial law. It's Adolf Hitler's birthday. It's LibQAnon's martial law day. You were right. Sinners was dope as fuck. I told you. But yeah. As the entirety of Los Angeles is currently at Coachella, what am I doing? After yesterday's broadcast, giving you 7.5 hours, almost 8 hours of nonstop goodness. Oh my goodness. I went to hang out with the fam. I did not watch the latest Lazarus episode because I've been torturing my folks. I've been torturing them by watching my favorite TV show, The Pit. Torturing them. And also simultaneously, I don't know if you guys do this or not, but like when I really am invested in an actor because I think they're awesome, partially due to the character that they play, of course, like Mike Rabinowitz, the doctor, the good doctor, the handsome doctor, Mike Robbie, because I've been watching, as I've said to you already. Oh shit, hold on. I gotta make sure I put this freaking band on good. My biggest fear is accidentally putting the band-aid over the sticky part of the band-aid over the injury and then ripping off just everything. The delicate process here. Bro, who doesn't like Noah Weil? I got a crush back at the ER. I got a crush on him back in the ER. Yeah, I love him. He's amazing. And then like I saw a TikTok, because TikTok listens to everything you say. TikTok listens to everything you basically say that comes out of your mouth and then immediately gives you propaganda on that front. I saw Noah Weil on TikTok, like on the For You page, or I think it was on maybe Twitter, of a TikTok photo. But underneath it, immediately people were like, well, he's a Zionist. And he is Jewish, right? But it made me feel like everything I've known about him prior to this, I was like, there's no way. And they were like, he's a Zionist. And then it was because he signed that one letter that like everyone in Hollywood signed immediately after October 7th. That was like, we have to bring every hostage home, Mr. Biden, or whatever. He signed that letter. But he's been posting, he's been posting, liking, reposting on Instagram, like hella pro-Palestinian stuff since then. So I was like, nope. In my head canon, you were saying, I don't know if you guys do this, but with Dr. Rabbit, yeah, I'm saying like when I watch a show and I find myself invested in a character or the actor itself, I will sometimes look up, like, I will sometimes see if their politics are like interesting, because actors always have interesting politics. And it just took me down this rabbit hole where I found out that no, he is actually pro-Palestine. He's not even remotely pro-Israel. You know? So it's BS, dude. It's freaking BS, fam. But yeah, The Pit. I've been watching it. My dad literally stopped me. Like he came down and was like, enough. It's over. Because we were on episode 9, and there's a lot of crazy things that happen in The Pit, and my dad can't watch anyone get like hurt, but especially children, especially if like there's, you know, like a young child being lost or whatever. Like he just cannot deal with that mentally. It's not a spoiler, man. It's the fucking hospital. People die all the time in the hospital. Spoiler alert, it's an emergency room. People are constantly fucking dying. But my dad was like, you can't watch this anymore. I'm a 33-year-old man, about to be 34 this year. Okay? I'm a 33-year-old man, about to be 34 this year. And my father staying at my house, okay, my own home, is stopping me from watching TV shows that I want to watch like I'm a child, like I'm a baby. Anyway, here it is. This is me. Hashano Piker. I mean, Piker is like Irish coded as a last name, so I think that works. Dogan Piker. Dogan Piker. That is literally my name when you think about it. That could be Irish. What is that shirt you're wearing? I'm wearing a t-shirt that a friend got for me. It's a crop top Zorro One Piece t-shirt. I watched The Sinners and I really liked it. And I think now that it's out there, I'm sure that you guys have finally started seeing it. I told you, right? I told you. Great movie. Very cool movie. Very good movie. You can't claim, nope, you can't claim both white Chinese and white Irish. I'm not going to spoil it for you. I'm just saying it's very good. Piker is dangerously close to a slur for Irish travelers, though. No, I know. I know. In any case, Haley Stanfield was amazing. Oh my God. She was incredible. Everyone was incredible. Michael B. Jordan, incredible. It was just great, dude. It was great. It was great. She's a Zionist? Wait, really? I didn't know that. Is she? Damn. Is it one of those things where it's like she actually actively is like in defense of Israel, or she signed on to something that like every dumbass artist signed on to, and now it's like over? Is that what it is? But folks, the internet loves Haley Stanfield but never forgets. Wait, what happened here? Shout out to Haley Stanfield who came to visit the IDF today. Most girls are smart and strong and beautiful. Most girls work hard. Go far. We are unstoppable. Oh no. Ew. Ugh. Yeah, I saw Kneecaps getting attacked. Kneecaps getting attacked right now. We're gonna talk about that. Don't worry. That's a very funny. It's a very funny thing that it's a very funny angle of attack overall, I think. Apparently her visit was a part of Transformers movie promotion because of Michael Bay. The Draymond Green of white women for real. She's also actually 1/8 black, which comes up in the movie as well. But it like I guess she is IRL, like she actually is 1/8 black. No, I'm not even kidding. Yes, dude. Isn't that crazy? No, they literally, bro. They actually straight up. Yeah, it's not a spoiler, dude. It's not a spoiler. Her granddad. I want to see Sinners, but I have to hear what XQC thinks first before I waste my time. Oh, it's fucking awesome. It's great. It was great. Oh, hold on. I'm just responding. I'm Dante. Okay. Hey, Sonnet UMD, a divestment referendum was passed by a pretty wide margin. Lots of pro-Israel groups were campaigning against it from passing, but it went through regardless. Hell yeah. Have you watched Love on the Spectrum? Have you watched Love on the Spectrum? Bro, he's living Love on the Spectrum. True. I fucking hate that show is so infantilizing. Is it? I don't. My Love on the Spectrum is watching The Pit and watching the blonde lady navigate through the ER while also trying to develop relationships. The blonde chick who's Walter White's daughter in real life. That's my personal Love on the Spectrum. So The White Lotus is hard to watch. I agree. Will you be watching Nathan Fielder's rehearsal? Yes, I will. Where was I? Okay, yeah. I woke up this morning, went to the park, took Kaya out to Rome. Okay, and she is passed the fuck out right now. You guys can't see, unfortunately, because my main camera is busted. Look at this. Look how broken this main camera is now. It's like doesn't even freaking focus on my face. But yeah, look at that. She's sleepy. She's eepy, baby. She's so eepy. Why is did it work? Nope. Still off focus. Great. Kaya is in focus. I'm not in focus. That's so fun. Nope. It's not autofocus. And I can't fix the camera. There's no way to fix the camera. So we got to keep on with the guest shot with the second camera, the up close and personal one. Move your big ass, bro. We see you enough. All right, whatever. So yeah, I was cooking, chat. I need to get better at basketball like pronto, because I need to get better at basketball pronto because I have to, I'm going to be playing in DreamCon again. And after my horrible performance alongside Marlon and Jason the Ween, I have to make up for it. I have to be. Yeah, when DreamCon comes back, I'll be there too. Don't worry. You've been promising a trainer stream for how long? Oh, that's true. Yeah, in order to cook at DreamCon, I gotta get an NBA coach to teach me fundamentals, the solid fundamentals. Also, speaking of basketball, I will have a basketball stream next Saturday with my mortal enemy. Maya Higa. Not even a joke. Yeah. Me and my mortal enemy, Maya Higa, are going to duke it out in the marketplace of basketball. Yep. Next week. Be there or be square. So, yeah, that's it. I was cooking though. I was cooking today. Is this fake Adidas? Looks good. Yeah, it's fake. It's Abibus. But let's blast off and let's get it started. Let's get it twisted. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live. We're alive. It's Sunday. It's Sunday. Fun day. You know, light news, maybe a little bit of drama. Who knows? You know, it is what it is. But I do want to tackle some, like, if you guys have anything that like your friends are looking at, that your coworkers are looking at, that's popping off in like the right-wing ecosystem, because I feel like we haven't heard a lot about what is this? We haven't heard a lot about what's popping with the right, like the manosphere, all this shit. Yeah, I'll do the JCS video too for sure, but we'll do a little bit. This guy's interesting. I think you'll like this vid. What is this? Gen Z lives in luxury poverty. Sure, I'm down to take a look at it. Yeah. Amazing Sunday Funday React. All right. Please tell me you're living with Mela and Sean. What? I'm living with Mela and Sean? No, I didn't invite Mela and Sean to my house to live with me. What are you saying? What are chatters saying right now, bro? What? Viral misinfo on the right. SCOTUS drama reacts galore and more. Get in now. Door giveaway when? What is door giveaway? What does that mean? Korea War POW interview. It's 3 shorts that I found. Check out this vid. Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. China's risen to the special occasion of an arrogant nation demanding respect with no cards to play with. Happy Easter. America first. But our boss in the desert needs a little more effort. Keep the check blank as hell and don't question the experts. Happy Easter. Here's the plan. A generation too old to fight would take a great delight in the total annihilation of Iran. Happy Easter. Doge failed. Unless the plan was to tank it and get more dough in the bank for the man with the ugly trucks and send him a thanks. Happy Easter, but not from mice. There's a sale for you too with the El Salvador crew. Call up your barber, check in on the dude. Happy Easter, there ain't no God. Well, no God like the one that thinks we all need a gun. All gays go to hell.
In this video, I'll be discussing.
Happy Easter. prince's harem. There's a little at ease, cause there's a legion to breed. Turns out trouble in paradise ain't worth the fee. Happy Easter to Canada too. It ain't never too late.
Wait, I just found out one of my school board members is following Candace Owens and a pedo minister. You think that's newsworthy from my school paper? Hell yeah.
To be the 51st state. A neighbor ain't a neighbor if we can't make them great. Like,
I don't understand why this guy has a guitar and has the overall vibes of someone who's singing like a folk song and hasn't brought up the fact that big cities are actually very scary and how, black people are going to do crimes out the wazoo. It kind of feels like he's against this administration. And when I see someone with a guitar with that kind of voice, my expectation is not that they're going to be woke and critical of the Trump administration, but instead, talk about how awesome the Trump administration has been so far. Really messed up. He made War Isn't Murder. Okay, enough.
Hop on the bus to Happy Easter.
I'm kidding, by the way. This is what folk, for the record, folk initially was all this. Bluegrass, country music, folk music was all protest music written by dudes who were talking about killing their foreman. You know what I mean? What has happened to country music is very different. Like it was initially, it was like this, or not, way more aggressive than this even. Like, bold of you to think the Gen Z unemployed friend wasn't the Gen Z unemployed friend wasn't woke. I was joking, chatter. I know he's not woke. I know he is woke, sorry. Yeah, Pete Seeger, that kind of thing, races ranked meme. Okay, enough. Don't send me like random shit. Love to see the return of woke folk. Yeah. Being a Gen Z man with a well-paying job who didn't let the internet turn me into a misogynistic piece of shit is really paying dividends. Yeah. It is. Oh, this is an article that I wanted to talk about as well. Yeah. Jason's Riz is unstoppable.
Sure. It's 3,000 calories. So that means you...
I get stoked when I see nephew cooking, okay? Nephew's out there in Paris right now. Nephew's out there in Paris. Here's another folk. Okay, guys. Yeah, enough. You don't have to send me more Jesse Wells songs. I get it. It's good. One of the great left-wing songs. Okay, everybody chill. We're not doing folk music right now. It's not folk music hour. Anyway, we just blasted off. Dude. 420 blaze it. Okay, what happened? Where are my Lib Anon fans out there? Where are my Blue Anon fans out there? I need to know. Because, look, there's still time. There's still time. We could potentially still have martial law get implemented. You know what I mean? But I feel like it's not going to happen, but I don't know. Also, another point for dark woke, once again. Another point for dark woke was when the Saturday came and passed, and that one guy who was like, JD Vance is literally a pedophile, and I'm going to prove it to you. That guy didn't come out with any information as far as I know, right? Did he make a revelation? Do we all know JD Vance is a pedophile now? Is that what's going on? Or, where's the dark woke QAnon men? Where's the dark woke QAnon members at, or Blue Anon members at? Where they at? I need it. I need that shit. What do we do? Do we double down? Do we move on to something different? It's a triple holiday for me. Cultural, Christian, balled up, sunny and warm. Unk live, proper day. Howdy chat. Howdy Unk. What is this? MAGA trying to dunk on me for the protest not ending the administration is hilarious. Oh, okay, let's hear what he had to say. So this is Andrew, hashtag I am the resistance. Okay, I'm going to start off here. For those of you who don't know, Andrew, hashtag I am the resistance, came out with an insanely viral effort post that basically spelled out that JD Vance had 3 name changes and was a menace in his Ohio town, and known as a active pedophile, like a serial child molester, okay? A real Roy Moore type. I mean, it was a crazy post, right? I didn't, like, I like that it is, I like that the liberals have basically lost their minds, right? And are, fighting fire with fire. I said, it's cool that we have our own version of QAnon now. So that's a good thing. I don't think it's a bad thing in general. But, critical support for the boys, critical support for Midas Touch as always. This is the hashtag resistance. You already know what it is, right? And he said in this like massive post, it went super viral on Twitter, that he was going to reveal the information. He was going to reveal the information on Saturday. Now, of course, Saturday came and passed. This guy tweets so much. I can't even find the actual tweet, by the way. Holy fuck. I've been scrolling for hours, and I still haven't gotten to that. This is only like 11 hours ago. It's crazy. I feel like these guys there's no way. They have to have like a bot or something that just like constantly pumps stuff out, right? Does anyone have that tweet? I can show you the original tweet, maybe. I would like to. 300K tweets, bro. Look up top. Yeah, 304,000 tweets. Jesus Christ, he tweets so much. So, yeah, he's going hashtag beast mode. He's going hashtag blue MAGA. He's going hashtag resist. This was the initial post. You, JD Vance, you changed your name 3 times because you kept getting caught raping children in the Ohio Valley. And I have witnesses who can and will testify against you on this. I cannot wait to put you in prison for the rest of your life, you sick fuck. And then he posts my favorite, like unironically, my favorite blue hashtag resistance account, Midas Touch, and their hashtag GOP pedo ring post. This one is real, by the way. I mean, this is like, there are a lot of active pedophiles within the within the Republican Party. Like there's child molesters and stuff on the Democratic Party too, on the Democratic Party side too, for sure. But like, if this is a game like of who can molest more children, the Republicans are winning. Okay, they got their Olympic gold medalist pedophiles, right? So that's like, it's not even close. It's not even fucking close. Like they are basically like the Usain Bolt of child molestation, right? Like multiple times they've won awards at this point. Like Dennis Hastert comes to mind, right? Dennis Hastert comes to mind, where he's like a prolific pedophile who literally was the longest running Speaker of the House as a Republican, and throughout that entire tenure, he was doing so much child molestation. Like it was crazy amounts of child molestation that he was engaging in. Like it's crazy. Anyway, let's watch this.
Political scandal that is rocking Capitol Hill. Republican Congressman Mark Foley abruptly resigned Friday after questionable emails he sent to a teenage boy.
Dennis Hastert convicted of a financial crime.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a competition, but it's partially also not a competition because the Republicans are winning so hard. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it is. Like, it's both not a competition because, like, duh, obviously you can't make it a competition because that would be ruthless and gross. But it's also not a competition because, like, it's like a 5-year-old trying to play basketball against LeBron James. You know what I mean? It's a blowout. Like, it's not happening.
Of a scheme to mask something more egregious, his molestation of children.
Hush money used to pay a man who says Hastert sexually abused him when he was 14 years old.
There are now 5 former Ohio State wrestlers accusing Republican Congressman Jim Jordan of knowing about a team doctor's alleged sexual misconduct.
43 men who say they were sexually assaulted, abused, molested, or harassed by Dr. Richard Strauss.
George Nader. His criminal history included multiple convictions for child pornography and child molestation.
This morning, a judge sentenced Ralph Shorty to 15 years in prison. Police caught Shorty in a hotel room with a then 17-year-old boy.
Ralph Shorty was one of my favorite funny, horrible stories because he also actively pushed for a law change in the state, okay, in the state of Oklahoma as a state senator. I think he was a state senator or a state representative in Oklahoma that he actually ended up getting hit by. I think he pushed for like an obscenity law around in the proximity of churches. And then he did this in the proximity of a church. So that's one of my favorite stories of Republican pedophiles getting outed specifically for that purpose. Because like he literally got hit with his own fucking bill. It's like, if you're going to do this, you might as well not push for that bill. You know what I mean? You should have done a bill where it was like, it's actually, no, it's not obscene. And you can do obscenity around a church. That's what he should have actively pushed for. He just shot himself in the foot, you know?
17-year-old boy.
Roy Moore defiant as more accusers step forward, alleging sexual misconduct.
This is the shopping mall where some say it was common knowledge and not a big secret that Roy Moore would flirt with teenage girls when he was in his 30s.
One accuser says that Moore initiated a sexual encounter back in 1979 when she was just 4.
Yeah, Roy Moore was such a crazy one because, like, the cops in his local, the cops in his state, in this, like, particular area that he was, like, actively hunting, told him he is no longer allowed to go to the mall there because he was just such an active apex predator, literally and figuratively, if you know what I mean. Like, they banned him from the mall, dude. They were like, oh, you want to get fucking Auntie Annie's pretzels? Fuck you. You're not allowed, bitch. You can't get no pretzels no more, okay? Oh, no, you want to... Oh, listen, you don't understand, officer. I was not trying to actively go out and find 14-year-olds to engage in the act of molestation. I simply wanted to go to that store that has the massage chairs. And they're like, get the fuck out of here, okay? Yeah. No more Auntie Annie pretzel for you. No more fucking going to that store that sells like overpriced electronics. What was that store called? I'm forgetting. Yeah, Brookstone. Yeah, exactly. No, you don't get it. I love going to Zoomies. They should have known. They should have known at that point, okay? No, a Sharper Image and Brookstone is what I was thinking of, not FYE.
14 years old.
The new charges against Joel Greenberg.
Sex trafficking of a minor and stalking a political opponent.
Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz allegedly having a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl.
Investigators examining whether he, quote, violated federal sex trafficking laws.
Ghislaine Maxwell is accused of helping Epstein sexually abuse underage girls.
I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach, but I wish her well.
Why trust them with your country? Hashtag GOP pedo ring. So Midas Touch are my goats. Obviously, like this video in and of itself is packed to the is filled to the brim with like real shit. Okay, but Andrew hashtag I am the resistance. The reason why we're watching this is because he posted this video. Then said, "I'm so happy this blew up," which is not something I would be saying if I was making it up. These people are fucking gross and have been covering their tracks very well, but it's all the stack of cards that's about to fall. Please check out my most recent space where I talk about it. This is basically QAnon, but from a, liberal perspective. So when I see this, when I see Lebanon, I get excited, okay? I'm sorry. I am a man who likes to collect political curios. I'm a man who likes to see motion and agitation coming from the liberal side. I'm a man who is fascinated by politics, and when I see stuff like this, I get really excited. This is Blue Anon, right? It's cool. We have also our version, our legion of people experiencing a maybe psychotic episode, and and that's cool. That's fine. That's like, we need to fight fire with fire. So they posit that Democrats are a cabal of Satan-worshiping pedophiles who drink the blood of children. So that's what they are. I'm not sure about the blood drinking, but the rest checks out. They already worship the literal Antichrist, Trump. So we, new crazy guy unlocked, respect. But basically, Saturday came and passed and nothing came of it. Here it is yesterday. MAGA trying to dunk on me for the protest not ending the administration is hilarious. Here's what you don't get. I don't control the universe, and I don't give a fuck what you think or say. I can admit I was wrong, but you cannot make me ashamed of doing everything I possibly could to be right. Why would the protests have ended the admin directly? There's a large factor in ending MAGA influence eventually. I said they would because I wanted them to, but I certainly understood that it was possible that they couldn't. Oh, he thought the hands-off protest would end the Trump admin. That's cool. Anyway, he didn't really, I don't think he revealed anything about J.D. Vance, Jedediah being an active threat and a pedophile in Ohio, but but, much power to Andrew. Hashtag I am the resistance. Andrew, we are with you. Andrew, we are with you. Hashtag dark woke versus hashtag soy right. Okay? We are with you, Andrew. Godspeed, brave soldier. Are Bernie bros back? What is this?
Punk. What are you going to do? Go yourself. You got my campus with that hat on. Actually, get the out.
What is this? Wait. Dude, New York Post is so funny. God damn it. What a goddamn dish rag of a newspaper this is. Massachusetts student in Trump hat berated by mustachioed leftists. Mustachioed leftists. You wrote that, bro. No shame? You could have just said like Antifa punk or something. Like, why did you write mustachioed?
Yo, go yourself. You got my campus with that hat on. Actually, get the out of here. It's actually a public street. Get the out of here. I don't care, you Nazi. This is a public street. Off my campus. I'm gonna walk you all the way to this corner, you punk. You understand me? Go ahead. Who are you? You understand me? It doesn't matter.
Who are you? I love the masshole accent on both of them too. Who are you? It's a fucking public campus. Hey, dude. I'm walking. I'm going to keep fucking walking over here, right? All right?
You fucking Nazi punk. Get this fucking camera on my fucking face. Or what? Get this fucking camera on my face. Or what? Take your fucking fascist hat off. Would your union like that? Would your union?
Bro. You're getting pressed by a dude who has perfect nails. Okay? And his nails are white, and you're getting pressed by him. It's like, it's time to turn the camera off, honestly, for your own sake. You can't be out here getting pressed by a dude who's got the sickest nails. Like, as soon as I saw that, I was like, God damn, dude. I mean, this is like, look at this, perfectly manicured. Look at this.
Camera fucking face. Or what?
Look. That's beautiful. That's pretty as hell. I mean, he's just slaying. He's slaying right now.
Get this fucking camera on my face. Or what? Take your fucking fascist hat off. Would your union like that? Would your union like that? You see this? I know every union guy in this town. Get the out of here. You I know supports unions. You. I know every union.
You think Trump supports fucking unions? You fucking cocksucker. Hey, yo, this dude's a G. Place. Don't be naughty. Just because you saw mom come back in, don't mean okay. Down.
Put this on your fucking Snapchat. What are you, 35? You fucking cocksucker. I'm 35. Take that fucking hat off. You understand me? Take it off. Take it off, you Nazi fucking bootlicker. Oh, Nazi fucking bootlicker. Oh.
All right, which one of you is this? Be honest. Reveal yourself right now. Okay. Remember. Because when we look at like 75-year-olds that are at a town hall of a Republican, I'm like, that's a Hassan Abiy head as a joke. But this right here fits the profile. Union member from Massachusetts, got the nails painted. This straight up fits the profile, fits the build.
Don't be on my fucking campus with that Nazi fucking hat on. You fucking understand me, you sucker? I'm loving this. Look at this fucking Nazi. 47. This guy supports Trump. Has his fucking hat on. Look at this. I can't wait till your fucking sees this. Get the fuck out of here. I can't wait. You think they support you here? Get the fuck out of here, you sucker. You're a fucking Nazi punk. I'm Nazi fucking punk. Yeah, you're a fucking Nazi punk. Is what you are. Take your gay fucking white gold Trump hat off. He's a fucking loser and you're a fucking Nazi punk. You. Boo this sucker. Boo him. Boo. Boo. This guy's a Trump supporter. Boo.
Oh, that's funny. Wait till your foreman sees this shit. All right. Okay. This has 430,000 likes. I see nothing wrong with this interaction. Top comment, 140,000 likes. Are we supposed to feel bad for him, or what a true Massachusetts patriot? I'll never skip a Hope Corps video. Hell yeah, this is the vibe we need. MAGA advocates for free speech and get mad when people use it. The friendliest interaction in Boston, by the way. Every time anyone puts on a Trump hat, this is exactly what they're hoping for, that they inspire rage so they can be a victim. Dude, vibe shift unlocked. Ain't nobody is fucking with this. Okay? Ain't nobody thinks big boy over here is in the wrong with his perfectly manicured nails going, get the fuck out of here, you fucking cocksucker. Get out of here, you fucking Nazi. Nobody thinks he's in the wrong. Oh, dude. Oh, my God. The vibe shift is happening, okay? It's happening. All this administration needed was like literally the gentlest of fucking pushback. God damn. I'm like reluctantly, I have to say, like, even Harvard putting their foot on the ground and just being like, enough, you know? We already took action against the anti-Semitism. We already fired like a bunch of people ahead of time, and then you still wanted more. So yeah, like, it's not going to happen. It's good. Like, there needs to be a fight. What are we doing here? There needs to be a fight. It's not even a guarantee. It's not even a guarantee that we are going to completely stop this administration from its fascist takeover. But like, you can't just let it happen, you know? You can't just like sit idly by and be like, all right, it's fine. Brain dead ass crowd here, so sad. What? Chatter, are your feelings hurt? Oh no. You won the election. Your president is absolutely gutting the administrative apparatus, and people don't like you? Oh no. Mr. President, why won't you make it illegal to not like me? My feelings. My Fifi. My feelings. My feelings. I don't like it. Mr. President. Jenny would like to question tabling for the DSA yesterday, and an NPR reporter kept asking us to disavow communism and to tell them the difference between socialism and communism. What the fuck do you do in those situations? Wait, what? An NPR reporter kept asking you to disavow communism? Why? What? What do you do in those situations? I mean, I do what I always say when people are like, I literally, whenever people are like, oh, dude, or you're a communist, I'm like, sure, okay, whatever. Like, I don't care. Okay. It seems like a pretty solid evolution, you know? Like, that seems like a pretty good end state. Do you have an issue with a stateless, moneyless, borderless, classless society? It's like Star Trek. That seems good. You know? What do you mean disavow communism? What are you talking about? Disavow what? Something that doesn't exist? Yeah, okay. I'll disavow unicorns next. Okay. Why are you an NPR reporter being like, disavow communism? Are you going up to random people and demanding that they disavow unicorns? Like, what are we talking about? Disavow communism. We have a literal current fascist administrative state, and you're over here being like, but you know what's actually you need to disavow? Something that has not happened and has not existed as an end goal. So stupid. But isn't there a shoegaze album release NPR could be covering? No, there's plenty of great journalists at NPR. It's just like, I find it really stupid that they would make that a major point of contention. New Deal Democrat? What? Say what Richard Wolff says. Socialism is when the state does stuff. Communism is when the state does a lot of stuff. What do you want me to disavow exactly? Yeah. The more the state does, the more socialism happens. Anyway. Oh yeah, this is another one. This time Nancy Mace. In one of the lowest moments of American politics, Congresswoman Nancy Mace is caught on her own camera saying "fuck you" to a constituent who simply asked her if she's holding any more town halls. MAGA is a disease of the mind.
Every year. You want to keep going? Do you want to keep going and keep harassing me? You could have gone to a dozen town halls last year.
I asked if you're doing any more this year. It was one simple question.
Yeah.
Are you doing a town
I've already done one. I'll do plenty more.
Any more this year? Was a simple question.
You're always invited.
Okay, sweet. Well,
and by the way, I voted for gay marriage twice.
What? Hey, what is going on, dude? Short's too short, big dog. How dare you? That's the perfect length, okay? That is the perfect length of short. I'll have you know I voted for gay marriage twice. Sick. We also saw you on camera literally exchanging spittle with a MAGA lesbian. So we know that you like to swing, Nancy. That's not surprising to us. You know what I mean? Like,
what does that have to do with me?
So I'm just saying, it has everything to do with you.
Do you think everything about me has to do with gay marriage?
I do, absolutely.
That's funny too. Yeah, a butch lesbian MAGA supporter. Wait, really? It's always funny to me that people do not know that Nancy Mace is a straight up swinger. And during COVID, there was a video of her at one of her swinger parties. I'm not going to play it for you because it's fucking gross, okay? But it's like what I assume is happening in the Midwest all the time, where like people over the age of 50 get together and they just do like the grossest sexual acts of all time, okay? Stop using gay marriage as a talking point is literally bare minimum. Also, like, what do you mean? I voted for gay marriage. Oh, sick. That's cool. Okay. Like, what? I didn't know. Is there something I don't know that you know? Is there something happening here? It's only gross because it's them, to be fair. Yes. No, it's gross because it's a bunch of... Look, I don't want to yuck anybody's yum, okay? But if you watch this video, you will understand why I'm saying it's fucking gross. Now does anyone have the video? Now we're going to have to watch it, and you can make up your own mind on whether or not this is gross or appropriate or fine, you know? Yeah. Oh, here it is. GOP Congresswoman Nancy Mace is caught on video in gross act with 2 women and a man. I love her, by the way. That's my favorite. Like the butch lesbian MAGA supporter is my favorite because she straight up looks like what's his face? Fucking, I can't believe I'm forgetting his name now. Oh my god, the bodybuilder guy, Ziz. Straight up. Like, this is Ziz reincarnated. And then he throws up, by the way. He throws up. What the fuck is this? Hey, yo, Daily Mail is crazy. Yo, Daily Mail, you can't autoplay the next video all of a sudden. God damn. Anyway, luckily it was censored. Holy shit, that was crazy. I didn't even know that that was happening. That was some freaky nonsense right there. Okay, I lied. That's gross. Please yuck that yum. Yeah, that's Nancy Mace, dude. That's fucking Nancy Mace. And she's out here being like, she also used to be pro-trans. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, this is all completely just the 180 that she has had on all of these issues is directly because she's like, I am trying to make a name for myself in the Republican Party. It's all a grift. Now, it doesn't really matter. Obviously, you're a politician. It doesn't matter what your personal convictions are. What matters is what your legislative agenda is. What matters is what you're rallying around. And it's very clear that she is a grifter piece of shit. And doing all this because her district got more red.
Yep. Absolutely. If you want to get in my face about town halls, you should have shown up to one last year.
There's no other main thing you can talk about me just saying, oh, I support gay marriage.
Yeah, because you're getting in my face about a town hall. You could have gone last year. Would you like me?
If you have any plans to have more town halls this year?
I have town halls every year. I have over a dozen every year.
Great. That was my entire question. You didn't have to go into the spiel at all.
You could have come to any of them last year.
Okay. And
I had over a dozen.
Year, not 2024.
Where were you the year before that?
Okay.
Or the year before that?
It was a simple question.
Because you know what? Because you people on the left are crazy.
So
you're absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, you're a public servant. You're a public servant in public. This interaction is entirely too reasonable. The notion that this is, this was another one of my favorite Nancy Mace takes, where she goes to the Republican prayer breakfast and she's like, I'm getting my back blown out by my fiance. I will be having rough sex later. I love to have sex before I get married. Anyway, but that's another great Nancy Mace moment. But what I'm trying to say here is like Kyrsten Sinema is a great example of a politician who is a Democrat or was a Democrat, right? Like, she was getting fucking yelled at all the goddamn time by her constituents too. It's like Hassan defending the public harassment of a queer woman. True. Like, you're a public servant. This is one of your constituents. Them asking you in the gentlest ways possible when you're going to have another town hall. If this interaction is so damning for you and is so scary for you and is so unacceptable for you, like, you shouldn't be a politician. I'm sorry. What the fuck are we doing here? Like, what are you supposed to be? Are you a god? Are we supposed to just like get down on our hands and feet and just beg? Get down on our hands and knees, sorry, and just be like, oh my God, thank you so much, Nancy Mace, for doing whatever the fuck you want to do. Get out of here. Oh, this was really funny. This was one of Kyle's best tweets. Kids and their dad took me out for barbecue for my birthday. 47 never felt so good. That's a lot of beans, you nasty ass bitch. Oh God. It is though. That's so much beans, bro. Oh my God. She's eating the fucking maximum amount of beans. Yeah, I guess Kyle wasn't the only one who was hungry at that moment, you know? FYI, she is now saying that the guy who blew her back out before the prayer breakfast, one of the state's worst revenge prawner. Dude, you could not have written that worse if you tried. I have more questions now than I did before I read this statement. Please try again, okay? Go back. I know you got excited to explain something. and you know, that excitement caused you to type something out that is indecipherable. Do it again.
Absolutely fucking crazy.
I'm absolutely fucking crazy.
You are, and get out of my face.
You're insane.
Goodbye.
You're insane.
Fuck you.
Yeah, she said he raped her on the floor of the house. Shit was crazy. Wait,
I'm
what?
not. I'm not. I won by so much.
You're a disgrace to this state. That's what you are. You're a disgrace. I asked you a simple question.
By the way, it's so funny that Republican accounts looked at this interaction and between a constituent and their public servant and tried to make it seem, because I hadn't watched the full video, I thought, judging by what like End Wokeness and like Libs of TikTok was saying, that like I thought this was going to be a situation where this guy was just like laying into her. Like I was ready to defend my king here, okay? I was ready to defend him unconditionally, uncritically, okay? And it's not even that. He's just like, when are you going to do a town hall is all I asked you. You are my fucking public servant. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is the most normal interaction. Judging by End Wokeness and Libs of TikTok, that was your first mistake. No, it's not. I like to find impossible to defend situations like this and then try to defend it, you know? Is there a way to defend the indefensible?
And you just to go on this tirade and tell me fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
Disgusting.
Get out of my face.
Fuck you.
Get out of my face. Try it again.
Yo, if you can't take the heat, get the fuck out of the kitchen, Nancy. What the hell is this? What do you mean? You're a public servant. What do you mean, fuck you?
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name?
You say fuck me?
Yep, I sure did.
First thing you're gonna say to me is fuck
Absolutely.
me for asking you a question?
Get the fuck out of my face.
Fuck you.
Now.
Fuck you.
Fuck you. You couldn't take me on, baby. Say
Oh, you couldn't take me on, baby. Oh, she is so nasty.
the fuck away from me.
Oh my God, dude. Oh my God. Anyway, Nancy Mace, out of her dang mind, out of her dang rocker, off her rocker. So there's also this story that I want to cover, obviously being a Gen Z man. Gen Z women are choosing older men over guys their own age, and it's not because they're sugar daddies. This is a New York Post article. I have an interesting perspective on this. I think I have a critical analysis over this. I also have a, you know, this is necessary for Chad Vice. We'll talk about that in a second. But what is this?
All do you do in the shower? What's your routine?
A regular shower or a long shower or a super shower?
Well, I feel like I kind of want to run down of all of them.
Super short shower is your everyday. That's hop in the shower, keep your head leaned so you don't get your hair wet. Face wash, body wash, out. Easy peasy. That's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Then a regular shower includes hair wash. So that is get in shower. I usually start shampoo. I do conditioner. I let the conditioner sit in my hair while I do body wash, and then I'm out.
An everything shower?
No, after that is just a long shower.
Okay.
That's the same step, but while the conditioner's in your hair, you shave.
Yes. Okay.
Which is different than an everything shower. Everything shower starts before you even get in the shower.
Okay.
This is crazy. I do not have different types of showers. I just have shower. It's one type. I didn't even realize, like, for ladies, I didn't realize it was like that. Your unk is on my TV downstairs. Open mind, PBS. Nice. Dude, being a woman is so goddamn complicated. It's crazy to me. It's wild. It's hard. It's difficult as hell to be a lady. Don't get me started on an everything bath. It includes dinner. No, every time I go in the shower, I got a loofah or whatever it's called. I don't even know if it's a loofah, but it's like, it's just like a washcloth that I use full body. And once a week I do, or twice a week, I also shampoo and condition my hair. That's it. That's it. But like the shower is the same. Wait, you don't shave? No.
Everything shower for me starts with hair oil in my hair. Leave it 30 minutes while I play a league game or something. And a face mask. So then I get in there, like a mud mask, I get in there, I can wash it off. So I get the mud mask off. I get the hair. I do shampoo. And then I do a hair mask. And then I exfoliate. So then I go freaking sugar scrub everywhere. Sugar scrub, sugar scrub, sugar scrub. And that's when you get your, that's like coochie shave.
Yeah.
Because you're supposed to exfoliate before shaving your coochie because then you don't get bumps. No one talks about that, but we should. So you got to exfoliate coochie and then you shave. You got to go multiple directions. I still haven't figured out how some people have invisible pores besides laser. I don't understand that. But anyway, shave your legs, shave everything. Sometimes in an everything shower, because I just need that. That's when I'm using my most expensive hair mask. I'll clip my toenails. I know. It's crazy.
Okay.
Finally, I wash out the hair mask. I get out of the everything shower. Then you put your whole body in lotion or oil. And then you put on all of your serums and all your everything. And then you have a beautiful day.
That's so much. That's so much, dude. First of all, no man deserves that. Okay? But I guess she's doing it for herself. And certainly Ludwig is a man who definitely doesn't deserve all of that. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's why it's called an everything shower. No, men should do like half of this. I'm telling you, I would probably die if I had to work this much. It's just so much. It's so much stuff to do. So many things to do. Damn, a 15 and 5 would solve this? That's what I'm saying, dude. Face wash, exfoliate, 8-hour serum should be on everyone's routine. Add moisturizer if you need it. Everything showers are like once a week. I would just not shower if I had to do half of this shit. I don't know. I mean, that's so much. That's so much. I mean, I am also a dude who only recently got into face wash and also moisturizer. I bet Hasanabe doesn't wash his knees. No, I do. I wash below the knees. I also have a washcloth or like a loofah. I don't know what it's called. But it's like a stringy thing. It's pretty good. I exfoliate, but it's like the exfoliation process is happening at the same time that I'm getting the body wash on my body. You know what I mean? Like, do you use the same one for your body for your face? No, I don't put it on my face. I don't exfoliate my face. I just use what is it called? It's just like, is it Clearasil or something? CeraVe? I don't know. It's like fucking shit that you get at CVS. CeraVe, yeah, CeraVe. But I spent most of my life using all-in-one. You should really only use chemical exfoliants for your face, not mechanical ones. Yeah, I don't use any mechanical exfoliation on my face. But it's not because like I am knowledgeable on it or nothing. CeraVe is BDS? Wait, really? What the fuck? Wait, actually? Isn't there two that has the exact same name? There's two. Also, I didn't even know that. Aesop has nice body scrub. It's a green tube. Yeah, I have Aesop. I use Aesop for my body. You should use Korean face products. They are the best. Also, it's messed up that they have face cleansers. They have face cleansers that are literally the same name. In any case, I don't even know. what it is, but I didn't even know that it was BDS. My mistake. Boycott the witness.news targets CeraVe. Okay, first of all, that's the witness. That's not the official BDS list. So chill out, okay? But secondly, I don't really give a shit. All right, fuck them. Yeah, you know, I won't use it if it is on the official one. CeraVe is owned by L'Oreal. L'Oreal is a warm friend of Israel. After sending a letter to the Arab League with information helping the boycott, they paid $1.4 million fine and issued an apology before fostering a new relationship with Israel with heavy investment and even operating a factory in occupied Palestine. Oh, that makes sense. It might be on the list then if they did that, because that's like a classic targeted boycott thing when they open up a facility. But I don't think CeraVe is on the BDS list. CeraVe is an Israeli product, though. They're usually blue and white, if you noticed. No, the product I have is not blue and white. And also, what? That doesn't mean anything. What are you guys saying? You see blue... Anything that's blue and white is actually pro-Israel. Yeah, reaching. We're reaching. Anyway, yeah. Nivea is another one, right? Almond Joy. Argentina is boycotted now. So is Greece. Oh no. That's why the American flag is blue and white. CeraVe and Aesop are both on the list. Look it up. Dude, you already know what my official policy is, okay? I only care about the official list. You understand me? I only care about the official BDS movement list. And even then, there are also like internal drama that happens with even the official Palestinian BDS list, okay? Having said that, if it's not on here, then no. Don't give anybody grief over shit like this, okay? There's also a difference between like there's also a difference between like the actual targeted boycotts and the organic boycott targets, okay? Consumer boycott priority targets are different than organic boycott targets. I don't like having to relitigate this every single day, especially because people then come in and they say, well, my BDS list has it. And it's like, okay, but that's your BDS list. That's not the BDS list, okay? You and Frogan are both on the BDS list too. All of us chatters are complicit. Yeah. Yeah, why do you stream on Twitch? Is owned by Amazon and his BDS go to Kick. Exactly. That's like, you know, that's a pressure target. What's the difference in propriety and organic ones? Organic boycott targets are like McDonald's. McDonald's Israel, after October 7, came out with a statement to be like, we're giving free Big Macs to all the Israeli occupying force soldiers that are hungry after a long day of doing genocide. So then everyone obviously was very resentful towards that, got very mad. And that became like organically became like a boycott target. Same with like a lot of these other brands as well. Starbucks, I don't even think is on the organic boycott target list anymore, but it might be. The Starbucks one also came out because the Starbucks unionization efforts, during the Starbucks unionization efforts, there was I forget which branch it was, but there was a union organizer who wore a Palestinian pin, and they fired her for that pin, and then it turned into a major thing as well. I don't even think it's still officially on the list, but but like Coca-Cola was added onto it recently. That's why I stopped drinking Diet Coke. That's why I guzzle these bad boys now. Microsoft, I believe, was added onto the list recently for Minecraft. Was it Minecraft or some? Like Microsoft was added onto it, but like it's not. Like I can't fucking switch over to Linux. You know what I mean? Like there is within the bounds of reason. I think it's like Xbox was recently put on, and it turned into a priority target, but. Cancel your Xbox Game Pass subscription, boycott Candy Crush, Minecraft, Call of Duty, boycott all Microsoft gaming products, including Xbox branded consoles, headsets, accessories, all games published by Microsoft labels. Sorry, can't game anymore. This is why I don't game. That's it. Sorry. No, Microsoft was added on as a priority target on April 7th from the Palestinian BDS National Committee. Yeah, they fired workers for trying to speak out about them and even banned Palestinian Skype accounts for just trying to contact their families. Why did I think Dr. Pepper was a Coca-Cola product? I don't know. I mean, it's okay. A lot of different sodas are sometimes literally owned by competitive conglomerates in different markets. So it's understandable to get it confused. Just try your best, chat. That's it. Okay. Just try your best. That's my suggestion. Try your best. Do your best. Speaking of people that are very upset, I wanted to talk about Kneecap. As you guys know, I went and I live streamed the Kneecap Coachella, the Kneecap Coachella performance. And in that performance, they obviously had a bunch of slides, one of which said one of the slides said, fuck Israel, free Palestine. And everyone has now that it went viral on Twitter, all of the pro-Israel accounts have been freaking out over this in what I suspect is the funniest way to get mad about anything. While these guys are while Israel is straight up massacring Palestinians every fucking day, okay? Doing a genocide, continuing to do their genocide with unlimited support from the United States of America. These guys are now very, very mad. Stop Anti-Semitism is like, contact Golden Voice. It's too late. They already fucking live streamed it on my live stream, you know? I can't believe it. I can't believe that I can't believe that they said free Palestine and fuck Israel. How dare they? But the reason why I think it's like, additionally, the reason why I think it's like kind of funny, and I know they don't give a shit about this at all, and they welcome this kind of retaliation, not dissimilar to myself. Was people saying, people bringing up the Nova Festival. I said earlier the frontman of Disturbed was coming at you and Kneecap on IG. Yeah, the frontman of Disturbed is a massive Zionist. They've been losing their fucking minds at me, and I got them defending Bono, Lamau, Kneecap doing more for Ireland and standing up for something in a year than Bono has done his whole career. They got the same type of hate for when they came out with Brits Out. They don't mean the people, just the British government. Yeah, I know there was a line on that from the Kneecap movie as well. But sorry, you guys brought up Disturbed. That's how I clear my throat. Yeah, you can't even say fuck Israel anymore. Okay, you can't say fuck Israel anymore, but you certainly can't say fuck Israel in a festival setting. Why can't you say fuck Israel in a festival setting? Because October 7 happened and Nova Festival happened. So, in my opinion, it's one of the funniest ways to be like, how dare you criticize Israel in a festival setting when October 7 happened? Okay? That's insane. That is an insane way to frame this conversation and to try to personally victimize yourself. Here's Elon Levy, of course. This was my favorite one. Fuck Israel at a music festival after the Nova massacre is like fuck America at a World Trade Conference after 9/11. First of all, who would ever do such a thing? Who would ever say such a thing? I mean, that's crazy. You forgot the rest. Fuck Israel, free Palestine. The Disturbed lead singer's post on Instagram. I didn't know. What is this? Fixed it for you. At Kneecap, at Hassan D. Piker, at Coachella. Fuck Hamas. Free Palestine is a human rights scam being fed to you by radical Islamists who openly call for the death of all Jews and non-Muslims. I doubt you'd be applauding like sheep if this were the Noah Music Festival and you were slaughtered like sheep. Oh, I love this guy. He is so fucking insane. Soy right with leftist meme lengths. I know. They're even memeing like leftists now. So I like the idea that like the festival settings are now eliminated, okay? No more saying mean things about Israel in a festival setting, okay? Because October 7 happened. Like that's you can't do that. You just simply can't do that. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to say fuck Israel at any setting, as a matter of fact, okay? I'll have you know, October 7 happened. You are not allowed to say fuck Israel. What are you talking about? You are not allowed to say that Israel is doing a genocide because October 7 happened. It's just like, dog, Israel has done multiple October 7s every fucking week, okay? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Nobody, and I mean nobody, gives a fuck about this kind of crying, I think, especially at this stage. Yeah, America killed 1 million people right after 9/11, and none of them had anything to do with it. Yeah. I'm not typically a chatter in here, but I've been watching you for a while on YouTube. I wanted to say thank you. I used to be down the alt-right pipeline, and your videos and streams steadily helped me get out of a lot of alt-right spaces. Hell yeah, chatter. But anyway, they're big mad about this. And I always love when the Hosborough accounts get their notes from something. And I don't know if there's like a Telegram channel or something, but like they literally will all post the exact same shit at the exact same time and will start crying about it at the same exact time. And half the time it's something that just like most people agree with, that they're posting and freaking out over, which I always find to be really funny. I always find that really funny because everyone else looks at these guys like hysterically freaking out over someone saying fuck Israel and free Palestine. And you just kind of look like a loser. You look like a sweaty ass loser. Useless maggots. I'll be working to make sure that you are banned from the USA. You useless bleep. If I see you first, you'll get a ball peen hammer in the head for supporting Islam. Hello, Nazis. May you die in hell. Anti-Semitic scum. Your anti-Semitism will have consequences, dire ones. Mark my words. This is not a threat. It's a promise. Your career is all but over. Palestine. I'd love nothing more for you all to die in a house fire. Fuck Palestine, you Nazi cunts. Ay, ay, ay. What the fuck is this? These are the lads getting attacked mercilessly. These are the lads getting attacked mercilessly for saying correct things like fuck Israel and free Palestine. Yeah. I will say after a entire year and a half, after an entire year and a half of just like exhaustive live stream child murder, unlimited child murder, I don't think anybody gives a fuck about this. Like, you can cry about it all day, every day. I mean, keep crying, but your tears mean nothing because we see you cheering for unlimited child murder. So, boo-hoo, okay? Go take it up with the government that you choose to defend. They're supposed to come back to the U.S. for a tour in the fall. Think they're going to get denied entry for shit like this? There's a high likelihood. For sure. On the positive side, the church my parents attend acknowledged the genocide in Palestine during Easter service. Things are different now. Exactly. Toothpaste out of the tube, man. Cat's out of the box. You can't do shit. You can just cry all day. And as I've said, as I've warned over and over again, the more these guys lose their grip, the more people who want to be pro-Israel on the timeline lose control over the conversation, the more people are aware of the depraved ways in which they are defending Israel's genocide, the more aggressive they will get, but it's over. Oh, E. Fatlaw had a statement about kneecap. Oh, is E. Fatlaw? Oh no, what the hell?
I just want to say this about the Coachella situation.
Am I lying when I say that's what she sounds like? They're calling me Eve Shatlow on the timeline. Racism. We need to... I can't deal with the racism. Eve Fatlaw. The classic Middle Eastern accent, famously known in the Levant. You will recognize this as a classic Menoresian accent.
And leaders, especially Jewish leaders in the music industry, you know, I personally feel like I have been screaming fire inside a burning building for the last 6 years. I'm not going to sit here and ask today why, when I was publicly shamed and very publicly vilified for being a proud Jew and a Zionist 6 years ago, and very publicly
I'm the fucking victim here. I am. Why can I not say that I am the victim? Fatlo, me. I can't deal with it. A proud Jew and more importantly, a proud Zionist. Look at my regional accent.
Blacklisted, very publicly chased on social media. My hate name trended at number 2.
My hate name. She's talking about you, Fartlow. Dude, she said my hate name. She's talking about E. Fartlow. She calls it her hate name. Oh, it's so cool.
2 worldwide on the day I was cancelled from my profession after 15 years at the apex of music and film journalism as a very popular music and film journalist. I'm not going to ask today why nobody came out in defense of me, why nobody in a position of leadership and power said that this was wrong.
Yeah. Calling me E. Fatlow is a reminder it's just like a pogrom. Why the hell is this allowed? Why can't I go out and get every person fired for calling me E. Fatlow? It's night of the long knives, you say?
What I'm going to ask of you today, however, is to notice how it went from one female, Jewish, proud, truth-saying music journalist pointing out
Yeah, I remember when Seth Rogen, my latest fit, Tablet Mag, a social media pogrom. And then Seth Rogen replied with fart emoji. Oh, that was awesome. And then Dov Hicken, Seth, how pathetic are you? How desperate are you to be liked by Jew haters that you're trolling a Jew on their behalf? How shall I say this in words you'll comprehend? You're a shanda, but you can come pick on me if it'll keep your creepiness away from Jewish women. Seth Rogen is pro-Palestine? Yeah, you guys didn't know? Seth Rogen has like so many statements about how creepy the pro-Israel crowd is in general. Of course, the free speech advocate gave a platform to the anti-Semites, kneecap, who've also been accused of sexual assault prior to their fame. How fitting. Immediately also hitting the sexual assault button. Stereo Gum wrote about this. This is sick. I like it. Seth, is Seth Rogen a Hassan Abihed? No. And I can't reply. I can't reply with the fart emoji to her because unfortunately she blocked me a very long time ago. Fatlo blocked me a very long time ago. Hassan Piker helps Kneecap livestream Palestine amid message amid Coachella censorship. Kneecap have been vocal about their support for Palestine during the ongoing Israeli genocide to the point that they faced censorship several times. This included last Friday at Coachella when their Free Palestine Jumbotron message and chants were omitted from American live streams. Last night, April 18th, the Northern Irish rap trio Irish from the north of Ireland, not Northern Ireland. Leftist social media personality Hassan Piker was advocating for Palestine during the second performance of the festival. After offering his help on X last weekend, Piker joined the group on stage for Weekend 2 and live streamed the set via his Twitch channel. The screen behind the group read, Israel's committing a genocide against the Palestinian people. It is being enabled by the U.S. government who arm and fund Israel despite their war crimes. Fuck Israel, free Palestine. DJ Prove helped up a Palestinian flag. Watch Piker's live stream here and see the footage below. Hell yeah. Yeah, but for those of you who are wondering about Seth Rogen, yeah, here, this is an old article from 2020. Seth Rogen, I was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel. Actor says when he was younger, he wasn't told Palestinians lived on land that became the Jewish state. He has, this was on Mark Maron's podcast, actually. As a Jewish person, I was fed a huge amount of lies about Israel my entire life, Rogen told the comedian and actor Mark Maron in an episode of the WTF podcast. What the fuck, buddies? What the fucking ears? They never tell you that, oh, by the way, there were people there. They make it seem like it was just sitting there, like the fucking doors open. More than 700,000 Palestinians were driven out of their homes or fled in the fighting in the 1947-49 war, which also is the Nakba, known as the Nakba. It's not just the 1947-1949 war, but instead it is quite literally just ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, 700,000 of them from their ancestral lands, never to be allowed to return. Rogen and Maron, who is also Jewish, were speaking to promote Rogen's new comedy, An American Pickle, which tells the story of a Jewish immigrant from the 1920s who falls into a vat of brine and wakes up in modern-day Brooklyn. The pair talked and joked at length about Israel and also spoke about anti-Semitism, which Rogen said remains pervasive and prevalent. I remember my dad frankly telling me, people hate Jews, just be aware of that. They just do. And it's honestly something that I'm so glad was instilled in me in a young age, because if it wasn't, I would constantly be shocked at how much motherfuckers hate Jews. Zionists have pointed at the Holocaust for centuries of bloody anti-Semitism as evidence that the Jews will never be safe without a state. Rogen, however, argued, you don't keep something you're trying to preserve all in one place. Asked if he would ever go live in Israel, Rogen said no. Maron replied, I'm the same way, and we're going to piss off a bunch of Jews. By the way, in my conversation with Steiny, one of the funniest things he said that he actually omitted from it, which... Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say it. Steiny said something that I think organically, that I think is like kind of funny about Israel and Israelis. I'm not going to repeat it, but he he deleted that part of our back and forth where we talked extensively about Israel. But it just doesn't, it's not a gamer moment. It's more so, it doesn't do it justice. Like me repeating it doesn't do it justice, because in the moment when he said it, because it's kind of problematic, but not in the direction that you would think it is. He didn't say something like anti-Semitic. He said something that's like anti-Arab. But the reason why I'm not repeating it is because like, but it was funny in that moment when I heard it, from the perspective of like someone who is, from the perspective of someone who I suspected was like definitely, he called them brown Jews. Didn't he? No, he just said like, because when they went to Israel, he was like, I mean, it's not that. From the perspective of like someone who is an American Jew, it was kind of funny to hear that, where he was like, yeah, they're Arabs. That's what he said. Never gonna tell you any secrets. I mean, it's not. I don't think it was like a bad thing. I thought it was instructive about the perspective from the perspective of Israel from like a dude who doesn't really think about this stuff that much. You know what I mean? And also, he's right. It's just that Israelis would get very mad at that. Anyway, most recently, Peter Barnard, prominent Jewish American political commentator, was both derided and lauded for commentaries in which he questioned whether he could remain both a liberal and also support the Jewish state while millions of Palestinians continue to be denied basic rights. This was all the way back in 2020, by the way. But yeah, Seth Rogen has been on the fuck Israel tip for a minute. Let's get back to EFAT, Lo now.
Then creeping anti-Semitism in progressive and social justice movements. I'm asking you to recognize how it went from that to very shortly, in a few years later, having a band be accepted to play at Coachella, and by the way, this summer, all over Europe at mainstream festivals, including...
It's time to stop, Kneecap. It's time to stop. Why is it that there's just only one method? If someone is pro-Israel, they got one move, okay? Expert move. Call the fucking manager, get this person fired. It is so crazy. Deplatform. Fire this fucker. She has a Glasgow uni accent. They always think they're right. It is fucked up to be Irish and pro-Israel? I know. It makes no fucking sense.
Glastonbury, including Primavera, I'm asking you to consider your position of responsibility as a leader, either as a Jew or as a non-Jew who believes in protecting civilization against terrorism. I am asking you to use your...
No, I know she's Scottish. I'm responding to the... I would never. No. We know she's Scottish, chatters. What the fuck? No, that other chatter was talking about, like, isn't it fucked up to be pro... Like, in general. The chatter was making a general statement about Irish people and their support for... Irish people and their support for Palestine. She's Scottish. My 2-year-old just laughed at you doing that accent. Keep doing the accent. Oh, don't worry. You are the terrorist, you genocidal scum. I can't tell if the shadow's talking about me or Eve Shadlow.
Responsibility to stop being selfish, to stop being afraid, to use your position of power to say absolutely not. I will not accept promotion of messages that endorse terrorism, that endorse what happened to over 350 innocent civilians at the Nova Music Festival in the south of Israel on October 7th, where they were gang raped and butchered by terrorists. Absolutely not. We are performing arts festivals, we are music festivals, we are places of peace.
Oh, yeah, okay. Only fucking pro-Israeli messaging allowed at festivals. Only pro-Israel messages on festivals. Right? Talk about the genocide, but as a good thing. Say it's good that Palestinian children are being murdered.
And tolerance and unity and togetherness, and we do not condone violence.
What do you mean we? Does she even still have a career? Yeah. Are you okay? Music has never been used to send a message, ever. Never political. Yeah. I'll have you know, Israel invented the concept of a music festival. Another gift that Israel gave the world, alongside carne asada tacos and doner and punk rock. Israel invented Ireland too. How dare ye? And Hamas, I meant Hamas.
Violence, terrorism, sexual assault, and murder. I am asking you, I am demanding you to take a stand now and use your position of power.
Yeah, please take a stand now and fire everyone you can. After all, if we can't assassinate them with drone strikes, then we must assassinate their careers in the Western world for the crime of speaking out against a genocide.
Because this is what's happened in 6 years. You've gone from having a music journalist exiled from the industry to having Coachella, one of the biggest music festivals in the world, mainstream anti-Semitism and also mainstream terrorism. In this very short space of time.
Yeah. Yeah. Eve Fartlow is awesome because she's like, when I got fired, okay, which I don't even know if she got fired. I think people are just like, yeah, we don't want you writing for us anymore because your writing is mid and you suck. Okay. She is just like, if you have an opinion on live streamed child Holocaust, okay, which is what Israel is doing. If you have a negative opinion on that, you should literally be fired. You should never be able to have a job ever again. That's the main argument here, okay? Oh, I'm sorry. You don't appreciate that we are doing a Holocaust of children in real time, live streaming it, and you look at that and you think, wow, that's seemingly unconscionable. I think that's really fucked up. Fuck the country doing that. Then you should be fired. And it's crazy because, like, she's also talking about, like, people not wanting her to write for, I don't know, Stereo Gum as the first shot across the bow. This is, you know, this spelled real trouble. No, it's not. It's not like you being a annoying person to be around and people not wanting to read your dog shit writing does not spell anti-Semitism. Okay? It's ridiculous. There's anti-Semitism, and then there's people being like, yeah, I don't want to hear from you. Like, those are two separate things. How wonderful. How cool. How awesome. Yeah, how is this any different than Kevin Sorbo? Exactly. Kevin Sorbo claiming he can't get work because he's a Christian. No, or Michael Rappaport did this too. Michael Rappaport had the audacity to come out and be like, I can't get any jobs in Hollywood because I'm a Jew who's outspoken about Israel. Brother. Really? Really? That's what we're... Really? I mean, come on, dude. Come on. The joke's right for them. The jokes write themselves. Yeah. The day that Seth Rogen tweeted farts at me, it was my hate name that trended nationwide on Twitter, not his. I was the butt of the expertly constructed joke by a man with decades experience as a celebrated Hollywood asset. A fat emoji. I mean, fat law. And calling me by my hate name made me the shite of the butt. Don't use a hate name, Hassan, please. No, Hassan, please. Fuck shite. Joe Rogan is an ape who behaves like a primate in response to Douglas Murray, who has evolved by thousands of years. She also thinks Muslim Brotherhood controls every institution, every major institution, just anti-Semitism with a new coat of paint. Yeah. It is pretty funny where it is pretty funny that these guys are basically fucking doing the parasitic nature of the Islamic mind must be wiped out. Like literally just like dehumanization and propaganda that justified the Holocaust in the minds of many German people being relitigated, but this time instead of Jew, they substituted Jewish people and the false smears against Jewish people for Arabs and Muslims. Protocols of the Elders of Ramallah. And it's wild because like the more this shit happens, I'm telling you right now, the more this shit happens, the more people feel resentful towards Israel. And it doesn't just stay at resentment towards Israel. This does unironically have a negative effect because Israel constantly being like, we're the Jewish nation state. We're doing this for Judaism. If you hate our live stream baby murder, then you must hate all Jews across the board. The more you do that, the more people go, okay, well, I guess this is Jews doing this. Like, how is the expectation from some fucking random dude who already has like encountered or has like nascent underlying anti-Semitic tendencies, like, yeah, Jews are in Hollywood, I don't know, whatever. How is that guy going to watch TV and TikTok at the same time, see all the fucking baby murder happening, and then on television or on Twitter, the fucking White House is literally blackbagging people because they said mean words about Israel, words that they might even agree with, okay? And then the White House is posting, Shalom, Mahmoud, we're blackbagging you. How is that person not supposed to think Jews control the media and every fucking aspect of the federal government? Like, these people do not think complex thoughts. So the more you fucking associate Israel with Judaism and the more you fucking keep saying that you're doing this to combat anti-Semitism, the more anti-Semitism is going to happen. The more it becomes, in the minds of everyday Americans, the only way to protest Israel is by being anti-Semitic. It's wrong, of course. Just like the conflation of Judaism and Israel is wrong. There will come a day when a lot of people who are in your families, okay, for all the Jewish Hasanabi heads in here, all the anti-Zionist Hasanabi heads in here, you will see your parents will actively be speaking in the ways that I'm speaking right now about Israel and try to desperately stop people from associating Judaism with Israel. It will inevitably happen. And I fear that it will happen when it's far too late at that point. And I hope it doesn't get to that point. But you'll see. That's the point. They're trying to increase global anti-Semitism. I know, but it's so short-sighted and it's so fucking stupid. E. Fartlow's whole mindset that Israel and therefore all Jews are under attack by the powers that be makes no sense. Every Western power aligns with her views. Like, why does she feel like a victim? She has the military-industrial complex on her side. Why would they want to increase anti-Semitism? Why would Israel want to increase anti-Semitism? I don't know. Ask the Mossad why they fucking bombed synagogues in Iraq to create, to heighten the tensions in Iraq for the Iraqi Jews. Because when anti-Semitism increases in the West, Israel sees that as a complementary tool to its Zionist project, to its Zionist ambition of bringing either all Jews to Israel or at least make Jews in the Western world that are outside of Israel, Jews in diaspora, support Israel, because it gives additional credence to the argument. It gives additional credence to the argument that no Jew is ever safe if there is no Jewish state. That is the underpinning of the Zionist project in general. That's it. And while there is no historic, it's kind of like this, okay? Imagine if white Christian colonists constantly ran on the argument that they're always under attack, nonstop, from every angle, and they have to be violent, and they have to do a genocide on the indigenous population. There were arguments like that being presented at the time, but like there has never been a point throughout history where white Western nations have ever been, or especially on the basis of Christianity, they've ever been like truly under attack. So when you say something like that, most people laugh at you. Like when Kevin Sorbo says like, because I'm a white Christian man, I'm being oppressed in Hollywood or whatever, right? Like there is no real historic wrong you can attach to that kind of sentiment. That's why people desperately will try to grab on to like apartheid South Africa and how there's a white genocide happening in South Africa or whatever, right? Like, but there is a real historic wrong that has been committed over and over again against Jews, which is why this argument goes a much longer way. The argument of anti-Semitism goes a much longer way because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, as opposed to just like anti-white Christian men bigotry. That's not fucking real. That's not a real bigotry at all. That's what's so different about, and that's what's so different about the way to defend Israel in the Western world by talking about the way to defend Israel by talking about anti-Semitism in general, because anti-Semitism is a real bigotry, and it is associated with real historic wrongs and historic violence that Jews were subjected to. Speaking of repressed white men, did you see what happened to your favorite comedian? Yeah. Can you expand on that Iraq claim you made? Yes. Israeli Iraqi Jewish historian Avi Shlaim has detailed out Mossad operations around the Nakba, or in the aftermath of the Nakba, where Israel wanted more immigration from the MENA region into Israel, of Jews into Israel. And a part of that plan also featured creating an environment of instability and creating a environment of danger for Jews in places like Iraq. They did so by bombing synagogues in Iraq to be like, see, the Iraqis are so anti-Semitic, they want to kill you. You have to come to Israel. And it worked. Ironically enough, the Iraqi Jews and all of the Arab Jews that came into Israel initially were fucking brutalized by the Israeli state to begin with. That's the other side of the story. Here, this is Avi Shlaim.
Lebanon.
Here.
Before the emergence of the State of Israel in 1948, there was a large number of Jews living in the Arab world, something like 800,000, and there were Jews in...
One must ask the question, why? Part of that is also because, you know, Jews have historically lived in that region. The other reason why there was a lot of Jews living in that region was because plenty of them migrated, escaping pogroms under Christian rulership in Europe, and came under the protectorate of the Ottoman Empire. Because the Ottoman Empire was a safe haven for Jews.
Lebanon, in Syria, in Egypt, and Iraq. The Jewish community in Iraq was the most ancient, going back to 2.5 millennia ago. It was the most prosperous, the most successful, and the best integrated into local society. But before 48, there were Jews throughout the Arab world, and Muslim-Jewish coexistence was not a distant dream. It was everyday reality. The Jews and Arabs lived side by side.
Why do you hate Jews, bro? Come on. Try harder.
Until the arrival of Zionism, my family and I, we were Arab Jews. We spoke Arabic at home. We didn't speak any other language. Our culture was Arab culture. Our food was the most delicious, spicy, Middle East.
Yeah, this guy must hate Jews too, I assume.
It wasn't European food. So in every sense of the word, we were Arab Jews. We Arab Jews had much more in common, linguistically and culturally, with non-Jews around us. We had much more in common with them than we had with Jews in Eastern Europe. In March 1950, the Iraqi parliament passed a law which said any Jew who wants to leave the country is free to do so. They have a year to register to leave on a one-way visa. And not many Jews registered to leave. And in the next year, 5 bombs exploded in Jewish premises in Baghdad, and that created a panic, and that helped to precipitate the exodus to Israel. Yosef Basri, 28-year-old lawyer and an ardent Zionist, and he was responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs. The controller of Basri was an Israeli intelligence officer called Max Binet. He gave
420 blaze it, by the way. 420 on 420, blaze it.
In the orders, he gave him the TNT in 1950.
It's the marijuana time on the marijuana day. Oh my God, for East Coast.
There were 135,000 Jews in Iraq. By the end of 1952, there were only about 10,000 Jews left in Iraq, and 125,000 Jews ended up in Israel. We left Iraq as Jews, and we arrived in Israel as Iraqis. But the problem is that Israel claims to be the state of the Jews. Israel claims to speak on behalf of all Jews everywhere. Zionism is an Ashkenazi thing. It's nothing to do with us.
Yeah. My husband is a Sunni Muslim and I'm Ashkenazi Jew, and he was telling me about the Jewish synagogues in and around downtown Beirut, and I didn't understand why they would be there until I read From Beirut to Jerusalem by Thomas L. Friedman. Wait. Thomas Friedman? Well, Thomas Friedman is woke now, so it's fine. He's woke now. Anyway. My dad would tell me stories about how little conflicts there were with not only Jews and Muslims, but even the Shia and Sunnis in our country, to the point that they would even bury people of different religions together and everything. When now even Sunnis and Shias have different burial grounds and rituals. Who is this dude? This is a very famous Israeli new historian by the name of Avi Shlaim. He has written many books about Israeli history. The reason why he's known as a new historian, he's part of the new historians, is because him, Ilan Pappé, and Benny Morris, who is not as great, uncovered a bunch of hidden aspects of the inception of the Israeli state. The reason why I say Benny Morris is a little bit different is because while these guys all played a major role in showing how Israel had written its own history, Benny Morris recognizes the Nakba as a planned ethnic cleansing campaign, but thinks it's good and it had to happen, whereas Avi and Ilan Pappé think it's unconscionable. Avi Shlaim has written The Iron Wall, Israel and the Arab World, and numerous other books. Out of the new historians, Benny Morris is what happens when you uncover the truth about Israeli history and then say, and it's awesome, versus these two guys looked at that and were like, this is genocide. This is really fucked up. What did Norm say? Benny's historical facts are 100%, but his conclusions are insane. Yes, his conclusions are evil. That's not even true. Morris said he disliked Ben-Gurion because he did not go full on and finish the job. Yeah, new historians. They got access to documents from the founding of the state that were previously kept hidden. Yeah. Sit with this fact. There are more Arabs living in Tel Aviv than there are Jews in the entire Middle East. That's part of the reason why I was very mad at Ethan in the when he did the context puke, and in it made a ridiculous claim that more Jews were ethnically displaced during the Nakba, which he called a war, than Palestinians that were displaced from their ancestral homelands. 750,000 versus 1 million plus. The comparison is ridiculous. The comparison is ridiculous because one is a planned exterminationist ethnic displacement campaign. The other is voluntary migration, primarily. Sometimes egged on by the Israeli state, like in the case of Iraq. It's a very sneaky way to make this incredibly disingenuous claim that is akin to genocide revisionism, genocide denial. Benny's the author of the quotes, Ben-Gurion should have ethnically cleansed all Palestinians in 1948, not half of them. And if 10 million Iranians die when Israel nukes Iran, they would deserve it for having made the revolution of 1979. Yeah. Benny Morris signed a petition calling the situation in the West Bank apartheid and recently wrote in Haaretz that Israel's on the cusp of committing a genocide, but not yet. Oh my God, even Benny Morris is becoming woke? Wait, what the fuck? That's crazy. Here's another stat. There are about as many indigenous people in America as Jews, and yet indigenous issues do not get nearly the attention that Israel gets. That's how you know American support has little to do with actually caring about Judaism or fighting anti-Semitism and everything to do with colonialism. Yes.
We're often told
how Israel became a fascist state. Aaron Bastani meets Ilan Pappé. Oh, this just came out. Yeah, Ilan Pappé is the GOAT of this. His book 10 Myths is like great. I mean, 10 Myths is probably what I would point to as like a must read in terms of anti-Zionist thought, in terms of understanding the dynamic, in terms of understanding the propaganda and the lies being told at the behest of Israel. It is, I think, it's a fairly easy read. And I highly, highly recommend it. It's a great introduction. It's a great starting point. Have you finished the E Fat little clip yet? I think so. Yeah, I did. Oh, wow, I didn't.
That's where it's gone. Do you want to see how it's going to evolve further? Do you want to take that risk? Do you want your kids going to these music festivals and God forbid something like what happened to the kids at Nova happens to them? Where do you think this leads? Use your position of responsibility now. It's over to you.
Yeah. Kneecap.
Stop being selfish, self-invested cowards.
Yeah. If there's someone who is a selfish, self-invested coward, it is the person that said, the anti-Semitic pogrom started when they fired me from my job writing for Stereogum or whatever. That's when the pogrom started. Did she just threaten to kill people at a music festival? No, she's saying, I mean, that's funny. No, she's basically saying that every music festival will turn into a Nova festival if you allow people to say fuck Israel at festivals. That's the argument that she's trying to make here, which is so psychotic. Also, I can't see what this account said, which is weird. How the fuck? Wait, I thought blocked accounts I could still see, but I don't know what happened. New TikTok dropped. That was sick. She's ironically accelerated in very outcome she professes to fight against. Lol, I know. People who actively and desperately try to defend Israel by packaging this under any attack against Israel is an attack against all Jews, ironically enough, plays a role in calcifying anti-Semitic tendencies that people have. It's the word. If you care about anti-Semitism, as I do, okay, you should be using every waking moment to separate Israel from Judaism. Because not only is that the truth, okay, but it's also a weird false association. It's like if, and I've said this before, it's like saying Israel represents all Jews. If you hate Israel, you hate all Jews, you're anti-Semitic, is like if I and other Muslims living in the Western world were constantly talking about how ISIS represents Islam. It's true Islam. And if you hate ISIS and you say ISIS is doing horrible things, then you hate Muslims. You're Islamophobic. Like, it just doesn't make any fucking sense. It is wild to make this voluntary association. Hassan on stage at Coachella? Yeah. Ridiculous stuff. I don't understand the motivations for Zionism. Is there a profit incentive or something? Why go through all that trouble to create an ethno-state? What do you mean? It's like saying, what is the motivation for settler colonialism in the United States? Why do settler colonialism is funny from a materialist perspective? Read my logs about the numbers showing before and after the Nakba. My mom's family originally Tunisian Mizrahi Jews, but during the 40s, half of the tribe converted to Islam. But in the government documents, they were still assigned as Jews of religion for the simple fact that during French colonial time, the government was unreliable. So the before and after the Nakba numbers showing the number of Jews is also unreliable because not all went to Israel. Many were already Muslims, but the government still had the old religion assigned to them. Oh shit, I did not know that. That's crazy. Kind of reminds me of how bad faith people say supporting the people of Palestine makes you a Hamas supporter. I don't even think that's necessarily the bad faith association there is because of all of the baggage associated with Hamas in general. Like, of course, I support the Palestinian emancipation, the Palestinian emancipatory movement. Palestinians, and I've said this time and time again, like post October 7, Palestinians have a right to defend themselves under international law. So everything that Hamas or Al-Qassam or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, the things that they've done in the process of defending the Gaza Strip from an incursion by a belligerent occupier such as Israel is not only valid, but also moral. It's just, and it is perfectly legal. It is perfectly legal under international law. It is so shocking to me that people just refuse to reckon with this basic fact, just as the Jenin brigades and numerous other militancies that form in the West Bank are literally legal. Okay? They are legal. They are legally defending their own land, their own territory from the illegal occupation, the Israeli occupation. This is not a matter that is up for interpretation or debate. It's just the truth. It is not only moral, but it is also legal under international law. But it doesn't fucking matter because when America's ally is engaging in this erroneous and ultimately very violent engagement that completely destroys any semblance of international law, no one says anything. No one can say anything about it. You know, you just can't. Are you including October 7 in this statement? No, of course, October 7 is not. No, the actions taken on October 7 is a violation of international law. That's ridiculous. It is an understandable logical endpoint for a people that have been constantly dominated and destroyed by this belligerent occupier. But having said that, of course, it is not considered justifiable under international law. That's ridiculous. The dynamic there of a militancy group that is born out of the constant struggle and the constant pain and the constant violence that they're subjected to by the most powerful entity in the region that is backed by the most powerful entity on the planet, doing all of this and leading people to a sense of desperation where they do a final act of violence that is even a fraction of the violence that they've been subjected to over the course of 75 years of occupation and apartheid. Having said that, it's still, of course, not legal under international law. But that is the reason why I have said since October 7 that this violence that took place on October 7 is directly in the hands of Israel. Okay? It is directly in the hands of Israel. The fuck? Like, this chatter says, return the hostages. Ironically enough, I don't think this chatter is talking about the tens of thousands of Palestinians that are held hostage in Israeli facilities. Ripped away from their homes, ripped away at military checkpoints that are illegal, that shouldn't even be there, by Israeli occupying force soldiers that are illegally occupying the West Bank. You know what I mean? It's only one-sided because so much of this argument basically revolves around one fundamental principle. Arabs, Palestinians as a whole, are not human. Okay? Because if you recognize, see, you reap what you sow, Hassan. Yeah, okay, well, I'm not the one fucking constantly crying that people are being mean to my apartheid state that's doing a genocide, okay? Everyone around the world knows the depraved nature of Israel. Everyone. It's only a matter of time until people say enough is enough. Okay? True? What the fuck kind of take is this? What do you mean? That was the quickest conversion I've ever engaged in. Yeah. Israel didn't sign on to Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions, which says that international human law applies to spontaneous militia groups who resist against colonial occupation or racist regimes. Israel said Protocol 1 could be seen as promoting terrorism, which shows you that they just label anti-colonial resistance as terrorism, giving the rhetorical game away. And the only reason why we see it as such is because the American media also sees it that way. Because what America is doing is also identical to what Israel has done in this past year and continues to do. Yeah. You reap what you sow is really funny when 53% of Americans now have an unfavorable opinion of Israel. 53% of Americans, in spite of all of the promotion, in spite of all of the news coverage that rarely ever speaks the truth about what Israel is doing. There's never a mention of Palestinians that are being held hostage by the Israeli state as hostages. They're prisoners. The only people who are hostages, the only people who are human are Israeli citizens. Israeli citizens that were kept as hostages. Even going so far as to write articles about how, like, a poor Israeli boy was kidnapped from a Merkava tank. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Kidnapped from a tank? What do you mean? That's a soldier. That's a prisoner of war, dumbass. The fuck do you mean kidnapped from a tank? He was operating a goddamn tank. The fuck? This poor teenager, Rear Brigadier Admiral General, was kidnapped from a tank. So America was founded by terrorists? Got it? Yes. Yes. The fuck do you think the Revolutionary War was? What are you talking about? Yes. What, you think the fucking British monarchy at the time didn't consider the American Revolution an act of terror? Yeah, no shit, dumbass. Of course. The fuck? Yes, the Boston Tea Party and all the subsequent acts are definitionally considered by whatever a state enterprise looked like at the time, which would be the British monarchy, is yes, a fucking act of terror by terrorists. Yes. Anyway, what is this? Oh God, I don't care about E-Fat Law. I'm done with E-Fat Law. Jewish groups in the music space made the owners of Coachella Golden Voice aware the Irish band Kneecap was deeply anti-Semitic and promoted Hezbollah terrorists. What did Golden Voice do? Nothing. The result, the vilification of the world's only Jewish state last night as thousands cheered on. Emails, Paul Tollett, CEO and President, Jay Marciano, and ask, why did Melissa Armand, the COO of festivals at AEG Presents and COO of Golden Voice, allow this to happen? At 2024 concert, Kneecap waved Hezbollah flags on stage. Dude, I'm telling you, you know the boys are fucking loving this. I mean, I'm loving it too. This gets me super hype whenever Stop Anti-Semites or Stop Anti-Semitism fucking chirps up about me. It's awesome. Please, I cannot hear about another email campaign. I'm going to lose my mind, brother. Yeah, also, it's so fucking funny. I'm sorry, but it is straight up hilarious that you're like, I can't believe Kneecap, a band that does this all the time, did the thing that they are known to do. Wow, I'm shocked. What's next? Are you going to tell me they rapped in Irish? Wow. Anyway. Now, Trump administration asked Supreme Court to roll back order halting deportations. We're going to be talking about that. My mother-in-law brought up Coachella and asked us to explain Palestine and change their views of Radlib. Let's go.
Now to Washington and the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration and the new challenge to the Supreme Court following a temporary pause on some deportations. ABC senior White House correspondent Selena Wang joins us with the latest. Selena, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Whit. This is a showdown between the White House and the Supreme Court, with the justices making their decision at rapid speed after the ACLU argued that the administration was trying to rush migrants onto plane and send them to a notorious prison in El Salvador without sufficient due process. This morning, the Trump administration now asking the Supreme Court to roll back its decision to block the deportation of a group of Venezuelan migrants being held at a detention center in Texas under the Alien Enemies Act, a centuries-old wartime law that provides little or no due process. That extraordinary order coming from the highest court shortly after midnight Saturday, just hours after the ACLU raced to file an emergency appeal. The ACLU's lead attorney telling me that migrants received this notice and were told they'd be removed in 12 to 24 hours. The notice says, under the Alien Enemies Act, you have been determined to be an alien enemy subject to apprehension, restraint, and removal from the United States.
We're talking about the administration hurrying people to the plane to send them to this Salvadoran prison without any due process whatsoever.
Among the migrants at that Texas detention center, Jose Gregorio Caldera Perez, seen in this video shared with ABC News, speaking to his girlfriend from the facility on Thursday before the court's ruling. He says there are a lot of us, and every minute more and more Venezuelans keep coming. The majority are Venezuelans. Another man in a jumpsuit seen holding up a piece of paper he says they allegedly have to sign and that they do not know where they might be going. ABC News has reached out to DHS for comment. The paper says Venezuela, but others say it's to El Salvador, so please help us. Caldera Perez's girlfriend telling us he said the paper is only in English and hard to understand, adding that he claims he and a group of detainees were taken to an airport near the facility on Friday and told they were about to be deported. Then he told her once they arrived, an officer informed the group they were being sent back to the center and would not board the plane. Overnight, Justices Samuel Alito and Clarence Thomas releasing their dissent, calling the midnight order unprecedented and legally questionable relief. The Trump administration also arguing that the Supreme Court's block was premature and asking the justices to clarify that its order only stops them from deporting migrants under the Alien Enemies Act and not under other authorities. That's the same act invoked back in March to deport hundreds of Venezuelan migrants to the prison in El Salvador. Among them, Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a father living in Maryland who was mistakenly sent back to his home country despite a court order barring the move.
He was traumatized by being at CCOT and fearful of many of the prisoners in other cell blocks.
The White House says they're confident they'll ultimately prevail against what they're calling meritless litigation. And it's also another busy week ahead for the Trump administration in the courts, with multiple hearings scheduled focused on the administration's use of the Alien Enemies Act. So in all of these legal cases, Janae, this legal battle is only beginning.
Certainly is. Selena Wang, thank you so much.
President Trump, who met with El Salvador's president this week, made it clear he does not intend to seek the return of Abrego Garcia to the United States. Deportation without due process is at the center of the Abrego Garcia case. The administration claims he is an MS-13 gang member, something his family and his attorneys deny. Maryland Senator Chris Van Hollen flew to El Salvador himself to try to get a meeting with the man whose family, including his wife, an American citizen, is still in Maryland, pushing for his return. First, authorities refused, but late Thursday, Senator Van Hollen was able to sit down with Abrego Garcia, who was not in his jail garb and not in the hellish CCOT prison, but instead in plain clothes at a nearby hotel. While President Trump accused Van Hollen of defending a violent gang member, the senator says the issue goes far beyond the case of Abrego Garcia.
If you deny the constitutional rights of one man, you threaten the constitutional rights and due process for everyone else in America.
Yes. And Senator Van Hollen joins me now. So you had this extraordinary trip to El Salvador. When you got there, you demanded or you asked to see Abrego Garcia. You were flatly denied, and then suddenly they brought him to see you. Explain what happened.
Well, you're right. I was denied by the vice president. I then, the next day, tried to drive to CCOT prison, which is this notorious prison.
Yeah.
Soldiers waved me to the side of the road about 3 kilometers out. I said, "What are you doing?" They said they were gotten orders not to allow me to proceed.
Not even to get within miles of the...
Yeah, 3 kilometers. I asked them if they knew anything about the health of Abrego Garcia. They said they knew nothing about it. We had a number of press conferences in El Salvador pointing out that they were complicit in this illegal scheme with the Trump administration and pointing out that it's illegal under international law to prevent any communication with a prisoner.
Because his family hadn't heard from him, nobody had any contact for weeks.
That's right. This is a guy who was just abducted off the streets of Maryland, put in a couple airplanes, didn't know he was going to El Salvador, and ends up in the most notorious prison.
So how'd you end up meeting with him then? What happened?
I think at some point, the president of El Salvador realized it was looking really bad to have this person who'd been...
I'm telling you, dude, this only happened because Van Hollen pressed hard and because you guys protested against this. Now, imagine if more Congress members would also demonstrate the same moral courage against the false deportation proceedings for people who have done nothing wrong, but simply said mean things about Israel, like simply wrote an article in the student newspaper about how Israel's doing a genocide, something that we all know is true, by the way. Like conservatives that kept crying over and over and over again about free speech in 1984 and how libtards want to ban the truth or whatever the fuck are straight up watching this unfold.
Just a few days ago on...
What is this? The Palestinian Buddhist arrested by ICE? Oh, about Mosin? Someone said he talked to his Israeli student or something as well. Is this the video? I think that I truly think that the next stage in this is for bold leadership from Bernie Sanders. His own constituent was kidnapped in a similar scheme, the one that Hank Green is talking about here. Like, this has to happen. Similar things to what Van Hollen is doing has to take place with Rumeysa Öztürk, with Mosin, with Mahmoud, with all of the people that are being detained right now, because they participated in student protests against Israel's genocide. It's completely unacceptable. And seeing that this kind of action actually has, this kind of action still at this stage has a reaction from other parties involved where people do actually back down a little bit and concede a little bit. All it takes is for some politicians to demonstrate bravery. It's right there for the taking.
Absconded from America, from the streets of Maryland, in one of their prisons and not able to communicate. So I ended up getting a call saying, we will bring him to your hotel. And that's how we met.
So did you walk into a trap, though? I mean, they bring him to your hotel. He's in the civilian clothes. And you met with him. We saw the images. You put out the picture of meeting with him, the beginning of the meeting. You're sitting there. You're drinking water and talking to the guy in the hotel lobby, I assume. And then at some point, they bring in these, glasses that look like margarita glasses?
No, it wasn't a trap. My goal was to meet with him, and make sure I could tell his wife and family he was okay. That was my goal, and I achieved that goal. You're absolutely right that the Salvadorian authorities tried to deceive people. They tried to make it look like he was in paradise. They actually wanted to have the meeting by the hotel pool originally.
Really?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We had to negotiate that. They wanted to put me right overlooking the pool. In fact, if you had a different angle on the camera shot, you would see the pool.
Because they did write, Bukele put out a statement saying, miraculously risen from the death camps and torture and sipping margaritas with you. Yeah. I mean, they were really trying to make you look like you were hanging out with somebody that they say is a gang member.
Look, this is a person who the United States courts have determined was illegally taken from the United States. And my whole purpose here is to make sure that we observe the rule of law, the Constitution, and due process rights. Bukele, yes, he tried to make it look like somehow this was, Abrego Garcia was enjoying himself. All of that was a setup, right? He had the waiters there. People ordered the waiters to bring these things that look like margaritas. Yeah. It just goes to show the lengths that Bukele and Trump will go to try to deceive people about what this case is all about. What this case is all about is simply complying with the Supreme Court order to facilitate his return and make sure he gets due process.
So what did Abrego Garcia tell you?
He told me about the trauma he had been experiencing, both in terms of the abduction and the fact that he was originally sent to CICOT, which is this notorious prison.
Yeah, we've seen the
images. He told me how much he missed his wife and his kids. He specifically mentioned his 5-year-old boy who has autism because that boy had been in the car with him when U.S. agents had stopped them and handcuffed him and then taken him away. So he described all that, and he told me that he had moved recently to a new prison facility. So those are some of the highlights.
I want you to listen to something that Gavin Newsom had to say about all the attention this case has gotten.
This is the distraction of the day, the art of distraction. This is the debate they want. This is their 80-20 issue as they've described it.
Is he right about the politics of this? I mean, the Republicans have taken great joy in portraying you as somebody who is defending somebody who's in this country illegally, they say as a gang member, and, you know, and they say that they're trying to just enforce the laws.
John, I don't think it's ever wrong to protect the Constitution and protect due process rights. I think conservative and libertarians, when they think about this case, the idea of somebody being deprived of their liberty and actually in a foreign prison without due process of law, that's something we should all fight for. I think what Americans are tired of is people who want to put their finger to the wind to see what's going on. And I would say that anyone that's not prepared to defend the constitutional rights of one man when they threaten the constitutional rights of all doesn't deserve the lead.
As you know, the president himself has been attacking you by pointing out some of the aspects of Abrego Garcia's record, including the fact that his wife had an order of protection against him in 2021 and alleged some pretty serious allegations of abuse, and even that they—
Oh my God. This, by the way, this is straight up. This is just like lending credence to the lines of attack created by the administration.
that he had detained her. Are you concerned about your defense of somebody? Obviously.
Sorry, what's the deal with them bringing Garcia and the senator wine glasses? Is that what you talked about regarding Republicans' messaging grasping at straws right now? Or am I dumb because I really don't understand the supposed problem they're trying to manufacture? Yeah, it is. That they put like fake margarita glasses in front of them, which I don't even think had margarita in them, to make it seem like they were having a fun little outing, basically. It's something so simple and so stupid. It doesn't even change the dynamic at all, but it's because Republicans are so goddamn desperate that they're basically holding on to anything and everything they can. You only do this when you are when you've lost the argument, when you've lost control over the message, and you're worried, and you're doing anything and everything you can to basically fucking say, no, please don't look in this direction. They're bad. I promise you, they're bad.
Everybody in this country, even those undocumented immigrants, have rights, but are you concerned about standing so forcefully with somebody that has, you know, at least a questionable record?
I am not defending the man. I'm defending the rights of this man.
Wait, oh God, come on, Van Hollen. You should know by now that this is fucking bullshit, okay? It's bullshit. Just ask the easiest response to this is his wife called my office. His wife is my constituent. She's the one who wants his return. That's it. It's that simple. This is nothing but a distraction to try to post hoc rationalize this false deportation that should not have happened to begin with by this administration, led by wife abusers and drunk rapists. What are we talking about? It's so crazy.
To due process. And the Trump administration has admitted in court that he was wrongfully detained and wrongfully deported.
it's such a, this answer right here is kind of lame, I'll be honest. And I really like what Van Hollen has done so far, but there's still obviously like a limit to how hard he can go. But I think there's no reason to entertain it. There's not even any reason to entertain this whatsoever. You know what I mean? I think that his staffers should arm him better with better talking points on this issue. So now Hasanabi are completely ignoring the fact that his own wife got a protective order on him. Oh my God, this Native American lady is back. If this was a good man, I would get it. But why is there such a defense of non-Americans? I do not get it. Because the idea, first of all, you're in the fucking community of a person who came here when they were 18 years old, okay? You tune in live to a person who luckily has birthright citizenship as a consequence of being an anchor baby. But having said that, don't you think that I would have a different perspective, a different framework that I'm operating off of, and the notion that like anyone that comes here is automatically a bad person or automatically should not be on U.S. soil is a ridiculous statement to present to a person who very clearly wants and has no issue with migrants coming into this country? That's number one. Number two, I ask you this question, and I hope you can understand it. Okay, he came here legally. I'm from legal migration. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. First of all, he was legally present in the United States of America. He was literally a fucking union member as well. He had gainful employment. So you're wrong. He has a wife that is an American citizen. He has children that are American citizens. He was de facto legally on U.S. soil, especially after he got a court, an immigration court, to stop him from being deported to El Salvador, his nation of origin. Okay? That's number one. Number two, if you think, aside from the fact that he came here illegally, which is what you keep repeating. By the way, chatters, this is the lady from yesterday that we thought was a Fed, who's like, I'm a Native American who wants land back, but also will entertain the stupidest fucking white nativist anti-immigration arguments that the racist Republicans present. Okay? Very cool. Anyway, actually, it said that he crossed the border at 16. Wait, what? This person, first of all, let me just explain something to you, okay? You know how natives will say no one is illegal on stolen land? I don't know if you've heard this statement before. I don't know if you've ever internalized it or if you ever thought about it, but I think it's a pretty valid assessment to make. Not only that, but also, this is only an issue if people that are coming in to the United States of America are actually causing issues, okay? Like real issues. If I'll hand it to you, okay? I'll help you understand this. If what Donald Trump said about undocumented migrants was true, the fact that undocumented migrants seemingly from all around the world are coming into the United States of America with one goal in mind, which is to undermine America and do rapes and mass murders, and they're killing 100,000 Americans every year, then yes, mass deportation would be valid. Okay? That would be an invasion. Except that's not what's going on. That is completely fucking made up. Okay? That's it. This is the problem. At the heart of the problem lies a fucking severe sequence of lies that dumb fucks like you believe in. It has nothing to do with things the right way. Come on now. You are too stupid to understand that asylum applications are a legal and valid form. And in order to process an asylum application, you need to be inside of U.S. borders to begin with. Many of the people that you think are undocumented migrants or illegal aliens are simply applying for asylum. That's number one. Number two, this person already had a withholding of removal, which means that he was legally on U.S. soil at that point, okay? I am for legal migration. No, you're not. You're a fucking idiot because you're literally talking about someone who had a right to be here at this point. He had a right to be here. It's dangerous to cross illegally. That's my stance. Why has he not gotten legal citizenship? Stop calling me stupid. What the fuck, whatever. Because you are stupid and you need to hear it over and over again. Do not call me names, dude. You are tripping. The very fact that I didn't ban you yesterday after you ate up an hour and a half of my time and everyone else's time in here because I tried to walk you personally through the steps piece by piece by also bringing it back to your own like personal association with your own identity, with your own culture as well, hoping that that would trigger something in you to recognize how silly you're being about this issue. And it seemingly didn't work. Means that I should be doing way more than just fucking calling your names. I should be banning you and moving on because I do not want to break the law, okay? I'm going to take two different steps here to explain something to you. One, there are a sequence of unjustifiable laws, okay? Completely ridiculous laws. For example, being Jewish was illegal in Nazi Germany. Would you say, don't break the law, don't be Jewish? No, you wouldn't. For example, freeing slaves was illegal at a certain point in this country. Would you say, don't fucking free slaves? What do you mean? The law's the law. That is an idiotic argument. Legality and morality are two separate concepts. You should be an adult and be able to figure out that there is a difference between the two, okay? And that one trumps over the other. That's number one. Number two, in this circumstance, and in many cases when people are talking about someone being an illegal alien, those people already have the proper documentation and the proper clearance from the government to be here, to work here. They're just simply saying that they're illegal aliens, okay? A withdrawal, a withholding of removal to where your nation of origin is a higher standard to fucking clear than even an asylum application. It is a de facto legal allowance to be on U.S. soil unless you do something that is completely fucking heinous. Okay? That's it.
My mission and my purpose is to make sure that we uphold the rule of law, because if we take it away from him, we do jeopardize it for everybody else. And I do want to point out, Carl, yes, the Trump administration is trying to change the story. They're trying to detract attention. Here's where they should put their facts. They should put it before the court. They should put up or shut up in court. Because Judge Zinnes, who's the district court judge in this case, said, and I quote, they put no evidence linking Abrego Garcia to MS-13 or to any other terrorist activity, unquote. She says that a couple times in her decision. So, Mr. President,
you're being wildly disrespectful of Chowder's opinion that people should be thrown into foreign concentration camps. I know.
And Republicans and anybody involved with this, take your facts to court. Don't put everything out on social media. As to his wife is the one who is asking us all to bring him home so his rights can be respected.
Okay, he came back around to that point, so I'm happy that he did.
And in fact, even if he is a gang member, that doesn't mean you don't have rights, due process rights.
Well, exactly. But again, the place to litigate that.
This is also good as well. This statement in and of itself is also one that should be repeated too. Like, even having gang associations is not automatically illegal. We're so far removed from that part of the conversation because the needle has so firmly planted in the fucking most reactionary position at this point where everyone is trying to fight any battle they can at the edge, at the tip of the fucking spear at this point. Like, people are like, hey, can we get due process again, please? Meanwhile, we've forgotten like that there are 11 other steps even before this point that are also completely unconscionable and completely ridiculous.
Is in the courts, and they've not put the evidence before the judge in the case. So again, put up or shut up in court.
Let me ask you also, we heard from Tom Homan, which we'll be playing shortly. He was very critical of you, not surprisingly, and said, that he was alarmed that you would go to El Salvador to meet with an alleged gang member. He didn't say alleged, but a gang member. And when you have not taken a single visit to the border over the past 4 years or shown concerns about what was happening at the
Why?
border.
What is this? Dude, what the fuck is going on? Is this on Fox News or ABC, man? This is like... Yeah, he's been living in Maryland with his U.S.-born wife and son after being provided protected legal status and legal work authorization in 2019. The protected status was granted after an immigration judge agreed with Abrego Garcia that his life was in danger if he was sent back to El Salvador. But this person still fucking does not get it. Whatever, have a nice day. I still think you're cute, but wow. Whenever people say there's a legal way to come into the country, they, one, completely refuse to recognize that his status in this country was legal, de facto, okay? He was de facto legally in the country. He had a work authorization. And number two, the legal pathways of entry into the country in terms of getting immigration status are shut off to people like this. Okay? Nobody is fucking trekking 2,000 miles across treacherous terrain, braving the fucking elements, and coming in here for fun. Okay? They're not taking the hard route because they're all a bunch of fucking YouTubers and TikTokers who wanted to do the crossing the border challenge. Okay? They're doing this because the legal pathways are deliberately shut off to them. These are incredibly desperate people who don't want to do crimes, and that also is demonstrated by the criminality and the crime statistics of undocumented migrants in comparison to natural-born U.S. citizens. Undocumented migrants are responsible for lower crime per capita than U.S.-born citizens are by a wide margin. If legal pathways of citizenship or legal pathways of entry was allowed, was easily accessible, they would do it. Many of you have no idea how long it takes. Many of you have no idea how expensive it is. That is by design. That is specifically designed that way so that this country's capital owners can have a steady crop of expendable, disposable, permanent, underclass, non-legally protected migrant workers. That's it. That is the only reason. The currency exchange alone would already create an unfair dynamic without any sort of wage parity legislation for migrant workers as opposed to domestic U.S. workers. So even without that, there would already be a depressive factor in play here for people if they came in legally because of the fact that their material conditions are very different in their home countries. And they would come here and work for much lower prices than the U.S.-born domestic labor would work for. But we don't even want to do that. We want slavery with extra steps, pennies on the dollar, disposable people that we can work in our agriculture, the disposable people that we can work in our construction. It's completely fucking ridiculous. It is one of the most inhumane things that we do on a regular basis. It is by design. The cruelty is baked into the system. It's that simple. But perhaps it's not that simple for some of you to comprehend. Yeah. Also, I saw this on my timeline. I'm going to show you a sequence of steps. Mike from PA apparently reposted this and said, Ethan Klein is afraid to leave his house for a haircut. And then this person reposted Mike from PA and said, Palestine still isn't free and in fact are in a worse position since Hassan put the spotlight on them. This person literally thinks that I am responsible for Israel's genocide of Palestinians because of my advocacy. What a fucking insane way to live your life, okay? Please. You have horse blinders on and you have no way of analyzing world events outside of this narrow scope of influencer fucking drama. To which one of you guys reposted and said, it's embarrassing when people admit to having a childlike understanding about the Palestinian plight that you insinuate that you, one, know more about who should be in the movement than actual Palestinians and people that have welcomed him. Two, think he can free Palestine already. Very funny. Fucking pathetic. Anyway, how do you keep getting away with it? What do you mean? Getting away with what? Yeah, I saw the second signal chat thing. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to get to it. Don't worry. Let's get back to the El Salvador trip that Chris Van Hollen engaged in, and also this fucking ridiculous, this completely ridiculous line of questioning coming from ABC.
So I read
Your
that
response.
I read that transcript. I don't have time to go through it all. He is lying through his teeth on many places in that record. And I have been actually fighting MS-13 probably longer than Donald Trump ever uttered the name MS-13 for 20 years in this region. I helped stand up the anti-gang task force. But the idea that you can't defend people's rights under the Constitution and fight MS-13 and gang violence is a very dangerous idea. That's the idea the president wants to put out. That's why they're spreading all these lies. Take your information to the court, because you clearly have not done that, and respect this person's constitutional rights and follow the order of the Supreme Court, which they're defying as we speak.
All right, Senator Van Hollen, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, John.
And joining me now is Republican Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana. Senator Kennedy, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Let's start off with this case of Mr. Abrego Garcia. You heard my conversation with Senator Van Hollen. The Justice Department called the deportation of Mr. Abrego Garcia a, quote, administrative error. The Supreme Court has ordered the government to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return. Should Mr. Abrego Garcia be returned to the United States, Senator?
Well, Chris is my friend, and I respect him, and he's certainly entitled to his opinion, but in my judgment, he is utterly and gloriously wrong. I mean, most of this gauzy rhetoric is just rage bait. Unless you're next level obtuse, you know that Mr. Garcia is never coming back to the United States, ever. And that's not because of President Trump. That's because of Mr. President Bukele. He said up front in the Oval Office that he was not going to return Mr. Garcia. No federal judge, even Jay Wilkinson, has authority over a sovereign country. Besides that, it should not go unnoticed that...
Oh, yeah? The American government has no power to tell the country that we are using as a fucking slave labor colony to return people that have been deported there falsely. That's an interesting statement from a Rhodes Scholar, by the way. All this fucking foghorn, leghorn bullshit is simply an act, for those of you who don't know. Okay? President Bukele, Rhodes Scholar, chat. These senators think Americans are dumb idiots. I mean, a lot of Americans are dumb idiots. Let's be real. But yeah, the notion that we cannot demand the return of people that we have falsely deported to a country is ridiculous. We have done so. We've done it successfully in the past, as a matter of fact. So when he says this, he's just hoping that you don't know that that is the case. I wonder if the journalist in question here will actually, will turn around and repeat. I mean, will turn around and say that's not true.
Mr. Bukele is much closer to President Xi in China than he is to President Trump. Xi is spending billions of dollars to build infrastructure in El Salvador, and I wouldn't be surprised if they've discussed this case. The final point I would make, whether you agree with it or not, is Bukele hates MS-13, and Mr. Garcia allegedly is a member of MS-13. The other point I would make is that Chris says Mr. Garcia's had no due process. He's been in front of 17 judges, some of them twice. Probably $5 million worth of legal fees, and he hadn't had to pay a dime. Final point I'd make, look, this was a screw-up, in my opinion. The administration won't admit it, but this was a screw-up. Mr. Garcia was not supposed to be sent to El Salvador. He was sent to El Salvador. The Democrats saying, look, you know, we told you Trump is a threat to democracy. This is going to happen every other Thursday afternoon. I don't see any pattern here. I mean, you know, someday
90% of people that were sent to the Seacoff facility thus far have no criminal background. None whatsoever. And have been shipped there to the slave labor colony exclusively because some fucking dipshit ICE agent knew that they were easy pickings. In order to make it seem like there is a mass mobilization happening against all migrants, they're going after the ones that have basically told the government exactly where they're at. That's why they're going after fucking student visa recipients and demanding that college campuses reveal any kind of misconduct that their foreign students have engaged in. Because they want to pad the fucking stats. Because lo and behold, and this might come as a surprise, the previous administration, regardless of what Trump said, and every administration, as a matter of fact, has, of course, criminally prosecuted migrants when they do crimes. Contrary to what the Trump administration was claiming before the election. That's the reason why they can't find these rugged, crazy criminals and are simply trying to deport whoever the fuck they can. Make no mistake. They're deporting motherfuckers for jaywalking and shit. And there's a reason for that.
Pigs may fly, but I doubt it.
Senator, this is notable because you are saying.
Yeah, in Trump's first term, ICE returned a man to the U.S. after deporting him to Iraq in a contravention of U.S. federal court order. They did it before, they can do it again. But this is just one instance. Trump is also, Previous administrations have also demanded the return from El Salvador, too. The idea that this is impossible is fucking ridiculous.
In your words, this is a screw up. I mean, are you concerned that more mistakes could happen?
Well, sure. None of us want mistakes. Mistakes bad. Doing it right, good.
Yeah.
But it was a screw up, and I understand why the administration is bowed up and said we won't admit it's a mistake, because if they do, they'll have their throats torn out. But it was a screw up. I don't see any pattern here. I've been listening to my Democratic friends say for, I don't know, since God was a child, that Trump is a threat to democracy. I don't see any pattern here. I see a screw up.
Well, and the concern for
the very fact that even John Kennedy has to concede that this is a mistake, but it's not a pattern, is a concession. It means that the pressure point, the pressure is working. Okay? I'm telling you right now, there is finally a little bit of a fucking vibe shift that's taking place. For the record, he's still lying. He's just trying to hold on to the rest of the deportations. He's like, well, this one was a mistake, but the other ones are valid. They're not. 90% of the people that were 90% of the people that were shipped off were not, they didn't have a criminal record, dude. Abrego Garcia is simply the tip of the fucking iceberg. And the only reason why we're talking about Abrego Garcia is because the government admitted to making this mistake. That's it.
For some people is that if there's one screw up, it does become a slippery slope. It is worth noting Mr. Abrego Garcia has not ever been charged with a crime. And in terms of what the courts are saying, they're not saying this is under the jurisdiction of the president of El Salvador. They're saying this is the responsibility of the U.S. government, the Supreme Court ordering the Trump administration.
Like, are you using 90% of the hyperbole or fact? It's a fact. This is why I think the media is still bad and still needs to be fucking pushed on this. Make no mistake. Right here, this anchor is supposed to turn around and say, ProPublica reporting on the matter showed that 75% have no criminal record whatsoever and 90% have, beyond the 75%, 15% of them have like jaywalking tickets and shit like that, parking tickets. Like, she should say that. She should turn around and be like, the only reason why this is the news right now, the only reason why you're on the news and saying this and admitting to the wrongdoing by the government here is because the government actually admitted to the mistake. To say that this is not a pattern of behavior, this doesn't show a pattern of behavior, is completely ridiculous.
To facilitate his return. And in a ruling this week, a 3-judge panel on the U.S. Court of Appeals wrote, quote, the government is asserting a right to stash away residents of this country in foreign prisons without the semblance of due process that is the foundation of our constitutional order. Do you believe Mr. Abrego Garcia is due to have due process?
Well, I think number one, he's had due process. But if your question is, should he have been given a hearing before he was sent to El Salvador, I think the answer is yes. But let me say something about the Fourth Circuit opinion written by Jay Wilkinson. Judge Wilkinson is a very clever, self-confident guy. But he left out one part in his opinion. What does he expect Trump to do? Declare war and go get Bukele? I mean, he brought Bukele to America. President Bukele sat in the Oval Office in front of God and country and said,
This is bad. It's bad propaganda. They're desperate. And weirdly enough, I think they did not expect there to be this much pushback. No one believes this. Republicans are not going to, even Republicans are not going to be like, oh, we can't fucking get this guy back. Get out of here. Oh, Nayib Bukele is the big bad guy that we are having a real hard time forcing the fucking play ball here. How can you make this argument when Donald Trump is like, we're going to destroy global trade single-handedly? Every one of the foreign leaders are coming in to kiss my asshole to do new trade relationships. And you're over here being like, well, we can't control Bukele. We can't control him. He's a scary guy. No one believes this shit.
I'm not sending this guy back. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what Judge Wilkinson expects Trump to do.
Well, the president could simply have asked for it back, and he may have brought him. But let me ask you about something you said just a couple of months ago.
How do you know he hasn't? But Kristen, how do you know he hasn't?
Well, he has said he's...
Because he said he hasn't. And he said he doesn't want this person to be brought back. She said it, by the way.
Doesn't plan to. I'm just basing this off of his public comments. The president said he doesn't plan to, but let me just play something that you said. This is a couple months ago during a confirmation hearing for some of the president's DOJ officials. Take a listen. I'll get your reaction on the other side.
Don't ever take the position that you're not going to follow the order of a federal court. Now, all our judiciary has, an equal branch of government, has its legitimacy. It doesn't have an army. Don't ever say you're not going to follow the order of a court.
Do you believe that President Trump is following the orders of the courts right now?
Yes. And I don't believe that President Trump will defy a federal judge's order. If he does, I'll call him out on it. I believe what I said in the clip. I love the rule of law. I love it like the devil loves sin. I think if we start not following federal judicial orders, we undermine the system entirely. Now, that doesn't mean you can't criticize them. You can criticize them, you can appeal them, but you can't choose to not follow them. And I haven't seen President Trump do that. And if he does, I'll say very loudly and clearly that I think he's wrong.
Okay. Let me ask you about something else President Trump said this week. He said he would like to send what he called, and I'm quoting him, homegrown criminals, meaning U.S. citizens, to foreign prisons like the one in El Salvador. Senator, do you think the law allows the president of the United States to send U.S. citizens to a foreign prison?
Like the devil loves saying. What do you mean?
No, ma'am. Nor should it be considered appropriate or moral. We have our own laws. We have the 8th Amendment to the Constitution. We shouldn't send prisoners to foreign countries, in my judgment.
Yeah, until Trump does it, in which case he absolutely... You're surprised he said that? Chat. Everything that you're watching on screen is a carefully crafted persona. He is a monstrous piece of shit. Just like many other politicians are. John Kennedy is uniquely bad. He's just saying not what he's actually going to do. He's just saying what you want to hear. Wake up. if you think that once Trump starts that process, that John Kennedy will stand firmly against it, you are wrong.
Okay, let me switch gears here a little bit, ask you about President Trump's agenda, because I know y'all are going to be very focused on that. Senate Republicans split right now, Senator, over whether to allow tax hikes on wealthy Americans as a part of that budget bill that you're trying to pass. Bloomberg News is reporting that the House proposal would set the rate at 40% for taxpayers earning $1 million or more per year. That's up from the current top tax rate of 37%. Senator, would you support increase?
God, I love these guys, man. Maybe he is a MAGA communist, bro. Maybe he is. I don't know. Maybe Trump is a fucking MAGA communist. Who knows, dude? JD Pondon, dude. My face when I hear that Trump wants to raise the tax rate for some of the most productive Americans. Are you telling me Trump wants to punish jobs providers?
Increasing the tax rate on wealthy Americans?
I'm not sure yet. I'd like to see the language. Here are my thoughts, Kristen, generally. I don't believe in making tax policy on the basis of class warfare. Mm-hmm. And I think the people who are raising this issue, they're entitled to, of course, but they're asking the wrong question. I listened under President Biden.
Dog, all tax policy is on the basis of class warfare, dipshit. I mean, you know that already, though. I like that he's saying, you know, the Trump administration entertaining this is like a woke campus radical, you know? They're being quite extremist about this, let me tell you. I'll have you know. I would love for Trump to do that. That would be amazing. I don't think it's going to happen.
Biden, my Democratic colleagues for 4 years asked, who needs to pay more in taxes? That, to me, is the wrong question. The right question is, what the hell happened to the money? And I hope that's the question that we address fundamentally in the reconciliation.
But, Senator, it sounds like you're leaving the door open to the possibility that you could ultimately, at some point, support an increase in taxes if you thought it was the best way to get that budget bill over the finish line?
Well, we're in the process of putting the bill together. And here's what will probably happen. The House and the Senate will spend about, I don't know, hopefully no more than 60 days trying to reach a consensus. Everything's on the table. Mm-hmm. We won't reach a consensus. And then we'll have to go to the White House and meet with the president. And after a few hugs and a cup of hot cocoa, the president will arbitrate here and say this is in and this is out. And then he's going to have to put his muscle behind it to pass it. But this bill is important. It's our way of lowering prices. You lower prices by cutting spending, by deregulating the economy, and by designing a tax code that looks like somebody designed it on purpose in a way that stimulates growth so wages go up.
Senator,
and that's my objective in all this.
Senator, we are almost out of time, but as you know, tensions have been mounting between the president and the Fed chair. Would you support President Trump removing Jerome Powell as Fed chair?
I don't think any president has the right to remove the Federal Reserve chairman. I think the Federal Reserve ought to be independent. I think that Jay Powell and President Trump need to sit down and once again have a hug and a cup of hot cocoa and work it out. My experience with Jay Powell
Using
is
the
that he's
same
got
one again.
tiger blood. He's going to do what he thinks is right. And he's not going to go down in history as the Federal Reserve chairman that allowed inflation to become wild as a March hare. And he's going to do what he thinks he's got to do.
All right, Senator Kennedy, thank you so much. I want to wish you and your family a very happy Easter. Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories.
Just hours.
Why hasn't Trump fired Jerome Powell? What do you think? Couple reasons. Because it will collapse the economy even further. Ya tamam baba git, önemli değil. Hayır değil. I think that it would be unwise.
Hours before the Supreme Court stopped the administration from deporting a group of Venezuelans using the centuries-old Alien Enemies Act, the president's border czar was fiercely defending the law's use. I spoke with Tom Homan Friday and began by asking him about Senator Van Hollen's meeting with Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Senator Van Hollen has obviously got a chance to meet with him, but he had to travel to El Salvador to get any information. Does that concern you at all? I mean, these are people sent by the United, I mean, in his case, sent by the United States, and not even a U.S. senator could get any information about his whereabouts or the condition of his incarceration without actually going down and making the trip to El Salvador himself?
Well, he obviously knew his whereabouts because he went there to see him. But you know what bothers me more than that is a U.S. senator traveled to El Salvador on taxpayer dime to meet with an MS-13 gang member, public safety threat, terrorist. I mean, in the meantime, the day before he traveled, an illegal alien was arrested.
You're a terrorist. You're the actual public safety threat and a terrorist. And also so ugly that I think we should just deport you on the basis of that. Tom Homan. Tom Homan should be jailed simply for the crime of looking the way he does. And before people say, Hassan, Tom Homan might not hear what you have to say, but my friend that looks like Tom Homan will. No one else looks like Tom Homan. Okay? This is a very unique look. Is your friend Baron Harkonnen? No? Then shut the fuck up. Okay? Bro said Tectone does. Okay, well, Tectone can hear it too. I don't care.
For murder were released to the streets rather than honoring an ICE detainer in his very own state. What concerns me is Van Hollen never went to the border the last 4 years on Joe Biden when he had a 600% increase in sex trafficking in women and children. You have a record number of no-inspected terrorists crossing that border. You had 250,000 Americans die from fentanyl overdose because of the open border. You had over 4,000 illegal aliens died making that journey, which is an historic record. What shocks me is he's remained silent on the travesty that happened on our southern border. Many people died. Thousands of people died. I've met with hundreds of angel moms and dads who buried their children that were murdered by an illegal alien. How many angel moms and dads has he met in the state of Maryland? That's what concerns me.
He says that he has done this because it's the issue here is due process, and it's following a court order. The Supreme Court has said that the administration needs to facilitate his return so he could get through, have his chance at due process.
I think, and I understand to facilitate, but he's also in the custody. He's a citizen and national of the country of El Salvador. El Salvador would certainly have to cooperate in that. But again, I'm on the loop on that. I'm not an attorney. I'm not litigating this case. We'll do whatever the law says we have to do. But I think I stand by the fact I think we did the right thing here. We removed a public safety threat, a national security threat, a violent gang member from the United States. ICE intelligence says he's an MS-13 gang member. A confidential informant says he's an MS-13 gang member. The country of El Salvador says he's an MS-13 gang member. I think he's exactly where he should be.
But you said that the El Salvador would have to cooperate. You have no doubt that if President Trump wanted him returned, that he could ask President Bukele to return him, right? I mean, President Trump could make this happen.
I can't comment on something I don't know. I can't
but
comment.
What do you think? I mean, you know President.
I'm not involved in.
I mean, you know President Trump. You've talked about how, he can get things done. I mean, if he wanted the guy returned, he could get him returned, right?
I do. I'm not going to comment on conversations I'm not a part of. I don't know what conversations they're having, who's having what conversation, what officials. I'm not in the loop on that.
So more broadly, let me ask you. I know you're a law guy. You've sworn.
Amazing. This is amazing. I love that this is the argument now. You've fucking lost it. If your argument is, the all-powerful American government simply has no motion to fucking demand the return of someone who has been shipped away to El Salvador, in spite of the fact that we have done it time and time again throughout American history. Like, false deportations take place, even with due process. And we have brought back people that we falsely deported. I like that the argument from this administration, especially of all administrations, is, nah, we just have no motion. We have no power over the nation of El Salvador.
An oath to uphold the Constitution. You did that through your entire career. The general principle I want to ask you is, do you agree that the Constitution extends, those constitutional rights that we all have, extend to every person in the United States? Every person, no matter what crime they're accused of or no matter their legal status?
And we have followed the Constitution. We have followed the law. I am confident that everything we've done is follow the law and is within the constitutional constructs. Absolutely.
And so that right of due process is something, the Fifth Amendment right of due process extends to everybody who would be deported. Well, they have a chance to have a hearing on this.
The length of due process is not the same under the Alien Enemies Act. That's why the Alien Enemies Act was created. President Trump invoked the authorities he had of the Alien Enemies Act, an act written and passed by Congress and signed by a president. We're using the laws on the books, the statutes on the books, to secure the border and remove significant public safety threats and national security threats to this country.
But let me get more specific on this. The Supreme Court has long held that constitutional rights extend to every person in the United States. Justice Scalia, a majority opinion that he wrote back in 1993, wrote, "It is well established that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to due process of law in deportation proceedings." Are you saying that by invoking the Alien Enemies Act that undocumented immigrants are not entitled to those due process rights under the Fifth Amendment?
Well, I'm saying the procedure under the Alien Enemies Act is less than it is during a Title VIII removal proceeding, and we're following the rules of the Alien Enemies Act. Again, I think this administration has followed the law. They're using statutes enacted by Congress, signed by a president, to remove the terrorists from this country. I'm not saying, I'm not arguing here that nobody should get due process. I'm just saying there's a different process under the Alien Enemies Act, less of a process than you see through Title VIII.
Let me ask you, do you have any qualms about sending people to that notorious prison in El Salvador with no assurance that they will ever have a chance to get out? People that have no record, have not been convicted of any violent crimes. Do you have any qualms about that?
I believe we're removing public safety threats and terrorists, designated terrorists, to that prison in El Salvador. Tren de Agua MS-30 has been designated a terrorist organization. What you don't know, what most readers don't know, they haven't seen the experience what I've seen in my 40 years. I started in Boulderton in 1984. I've talked to young girls, young as 9, that were raped by members of these gang cartels. I've held dead bodies throughout my career. I've talked to 100 angel moms and dads whose children were killed and brutally murdered by members of MS-13 who just didn't kill them. They mutilated them, they tortured them. So if people wore my shoes for the last 40 years and seen the travesties I've seen, they would understand that the worst of the worst need to be sent to a prison like that, because we got to protect American citizens, we got to protect this country.
And you're saying there's no mistakes? No mistakes, that everybody's sent to this prison, again, with no guarantee of any right to have a chance to challenge their imprisonment, any prospect of release. And they didn't go through a full, and none of these people, as you've acknowledged, have gone through a full trial.
You need to read the Alien Enemies Act. We follow the Alien Enemies Act, and you're talking like it's a Title VIII removal. It isn't a Title VIII removal. That's a different procedure.
Yeah, so you're acknowledging without
Congress,
without
Alien Enemies Act.
So no extended proceedings, no chance to prove their innocence. Somebody's got a bad tattoo.
I'm telling
somebody's
you, we can go.
Been accused. I mean, you acknowledge tattoos are part of the calculation here. I mean, you might have a tattoo.
There's one factor out of many factors. I worked. Have you been an alien gang squad? Because I have. Tattoos are one of many factors that's going to determine someone's gang. It's not the only one. You can't say, okay, tattoo gang member. No, there's other indicia that's added to that tattoo. Tattoo is one factor that adds to other factors that make that determination. What I'm saying is you can't ignore a tattoo. That's one more factor that leads you to believe maybe he's a gang member. It's just not based on tattoos. It's based on a lot of other things, but tattoo's one of many. But no one's removed just because of a tattoo.
In other words, the Alien Enemies Act means you can grab somebody and you can deport them without an extended hearing because you have labeled them a terrorist. Because you've said you've determined that somebody is a member of the gang, and therefore they don't have to go through the extended process of the opportunity to have a full hearing. That's what you're saying. And let's just be clear.
I'm saying we're following the laws of this country, and there's a different procedure for each one. We're doing things within the frame of the law. We're doing things legally.
Okay.
I stand by that. Now, again, I'm not a constitutional scholar. I'm not going to argue this in court. That's what the Department of Justice does. But I'm sitting here today thinking we've done the right thing for this nation, following the laws and the Constitution of this country.
All right, Tom Homan, the Trump administration's border czar, thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you.
The White House responded to the Supreme Court's temporary hold on the use of the Alien Enemies Act in a statement from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, saying in part, "We are confident in the lawfulness of the administration's actions and in ultimately prevailing against an onslaught of meritless litigation brought by radical activists who care more about the rights of terrorist aliens
so the
than
Supreme
those
Court.
of the American people."
Technology, online culture, journalists.
So the Supreme Court that came down with this decision is actually a bunch of radical activist judges, I guess, now. Who isn't a fucking radical activist judge, bro? Is there anyone that's not a radical activist judge? By the way, the Vietnamese bot channel, did it again. They wrote, Texas high school violence case exposed, how somebody reacts. In the thumbnail, they said, clearly self-defense. 56-minute video. If you watched my actual commentary on this issue, you would know that I did not say it's clearly self-defense. As a matter of fact, I said it's unclear if it is self-defense. That was my point. Having said that, I don't have all of the information or all of the details. It could very well be self-defense. Now, 56 minutes long because we don't know if it is actually considered self-defense or not. Having said that, because it actually fucking pissed off all of the worst Nazis, it's awesome, and I'll allow it. You know what I mean? I watched a few analysis videos from self-defense lawyers on YouTube. They all used the Texas legal code to show that it was clearly murder. There were multiple clear-cut instances of provocation which automatically rule out self-defense. Hey, Hassan the Hun, timer started. It has to be done. Yes, dude. This guy, OX Burnt, is going to fucking come and kill me. Like, dude whose fucking account has this PFP is going to murder me. Yeah, it is the bot account. Yeah, that would be the weakest way to go out. I'm not gonna lie. Getting clapped by a pedophile lolly enjoyer would be truly a bad way to go. I'm gonna be honest. At least they can't hurt anyone while they're busy arguing with a picture of a thumbnail on Twitter. Yeah. Ugh. I'm gonna get to the Pete League in a second. What is the deal with that wrestler clip? It's not a wrestler. He is a pedophile Nazi, ironically enough, by the name of Sam Hyde, who lost his comedy career before it could take off, really, because of his love for doing both pedophilia and defending Nazis. And he was doing for the laws for like a year and a half, talking about how he's gonna kill me, how he's gonna murder me. He was interviewed after his boxing fight, and was like, Hassan Piker, I'm gonna kill you. And the Nazi fans that he has always love bringing that up, because it's not like they're gonna go outside, but they sit around and hope that maybe one day someone who does go outside will come and kill me or something. I don't fucking know. Very weird stuff. Yeah, he should be worried about heart disease instead. That's what he should be really worried about. Who said this? The pedophile neo-Nazi Sam Hyde. Check out the top comment on your kneecap IG post. I don't see it. It's just Palestine related stuff. What is the comment that you're referencing? The Cumboys used to be cool with Sam. It's weird how you can still be friends with them when they were friends with Sam. I wonder if the content cop said anything about this in regards to a certain content creator. What do you mean? Content cop said anything about this in regards to a certain content creator. Adam is still friends too. I don't think so. I don't know where you guys get this from. I'd be shocked. I saw him on a pod recently. I did not know that. Have you ever noticed how each member of Cumtown represents id ego and super ego? I have taken to calling them the brothers Kumazov. Adam was on his podcast like a year and a half to 2 years ago. Yeah, I don't think that he was recently on his podcast or anything like that. Ethan cut off Ian over his friendship with Denims and others. In the content cop, Ian brings up this with Steiny and Ethan said and Tate. Yeah. I think that there was, I mean, this is before I met the boys, but I think that there was a point where they were homies, but I don't think they are anymore. Well, I have no idea. And it would shock me if they still were. You covered how Ethan discussed the Nazi pedophile, right? Yeah, I heard that he was like defending him.
A joke in the video or not?
You know what's funny? I genuinely think that
Bathrobe Bowling, thank you for the 25 good subs.
Sam Hyde broke Ian. And when he told me, he was like, he came and he
That was
like,
such a bizarre chapter.
He says, I'm doing a documentary on Sam Hyde. I told him, and Anissa was here. I said, that's a huge mistake. Do not do it. You guys, I don't know who, I said, do not do it. Like, trust me. Because Sam's the type of guy who's going to get the best of you, really, no matter what. And it turns out he did. And he's even crazier than Ian anticipated.
Right.
He absolutely, I think it just broke him. And I mean, Sam Hyde's like super ultra right. So maybe he's just, I don't know. I'm like Sam Hyde now, apparently.
What do you mean he's super ultra right? He is just straight up a fucking prominent neo-Nazi and a pedophile. He's not just ultra right.
I was talking about it in the...
I don't think Sam thinks very highly of Jewish people either, so I don't know.
I was talking about it in the office the other day, but I didn't know who Sam Hyde was until iDubbbz brought him back in the spotlight.
That's it.
I think a lot of people didn't know who he was, and he kind of brought him back into the limelight, and kind of now he's like popular again.
Yeah, he's popping. And that's all thanks to Ian. Now, I'll say Sam is an extraordinarily funny guy that inspired me a lot when I was coming up. But he's also like, he's just a little crazy. That's, and also like extremely right wing.
Bro. I feel like he's beating a dead horse at this point, but like Ethan Klein does not care about anti-Semitism even a little bit. He said, yeah, he's just an extremely right-wing guy. Dude, he's a fucking Nazi. What do you mean? Like, for Ethan Klein, the CEO of Twitch is a Nazi, but Sam Hyde is just an extremely right-wing guy. I am a vicious anti-Semite. I'm a vicious anti-Semite. And he has more charitability for fucking Sam Hyde What the fuck? He used to hate Sam Hyde. This is like, ironically enough, one of the things that, like, all of the people, all of the neo-Nazis that despised Ethan for being Jewish for years and years and years, you know, many of them are Sam Hyde fans, as a matter of fact, hated me too. We had the same fucking doxers and swatters. How the fuck did this happen? Defending Holocaust deniers that attack anti-Semites, yeah.
And potentially a Nazi as well. Potentially a Nazi. I mean, he had when he did the world.
Potentially, brother. What do you mean potentially a fucking Nazi? Wait, someone sent me. Okay. I just want to look at something because someone said that Ethan was claiming that I was a Nazi because of the bleach sword that I have that apparently has the reverse the reverse swastika, which is not a swastika, but that's besides the point. Like the fucking famous bleach, the bleach katana that I have. They were lasering in on it. I want to hear what he had to say. I want to hear what his statement was about that.
Peace show. There was a sketch where it was just a bunch of kids going.
Yes, Zach and Dan called you out. That's so Dan.
Jews. We love Jewish people. And I was like, this makes me very uncomfortable. But that's that. Sam Hyde, congratulations. You did break Ian's brain. So. That looked like a swastika in the video. I know it's an anime thing, but maybe we'll be a little more careful.
I said that this morning too.
Let me pull that up. I know that the chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them, but like just be a little more aware.
Dan said you're vile. What the fuck?
Next time.
Why would they have that though? Like I feel like you buy that, you take one look at it, you go, maybe not.
I got no clue.
Well, it's not actually a swastika. It just looks like a swastika.
Pretty damn
right?
close.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's from
it's from an
Bleach.
anime.
Can you send it?
Oh, it's from Bleach. Okay.
Oh.
Like to bleach my mind of this video.
I'm not gonna say that they're most genocide.
Probably should have picked a different katana for the
like
photo.
Ian posted this to Twitter, okay, with a katana. Not racist guy, not racist.
Listen, he's just embracing his new audience.
With the least anti-Semitic people on Twitch.
Yeah.
Zoom in on the.
There's a clip of you they show where you say you don't watch the show. I don't. I've read the mangas, but I've never watched the actual anime. And I stopped reading the mangas a long ass time ago.
The hilt. That is a fucking uncomfortable similarity to a swastika.
It's a warm welcome to his new audience, Ethan.
Wait, how is that not a swastika? That's almost like it's doing the whole motion.
It totally is.
I guess it is a swastika. It's not like a Nazi swastika. It's swastika's originally from Asia.
So
like
wait,
it was.
What's the name of the sword? So I want to see what it looks like in the cartoon.
Okay.
Oh, I don't.
It looks this. I could never. I bought this on stream, dude. What are we talking about? I bought this at Anime Expo on stream. Here's the VOD. You bought him on stream? Yeah.
That's okay. Have fun, y'all.
Have a good one. Fuck, I don't even fuck with Bleach like that, but it's sick.
It is a cool sword. Let's see it. He's even holding it.
I literally say right here, I don't even fuck with Bleach like that, but the sword is sick.
The right way.
It's hard to take out though because it's got like the. No, I'm not holding it here. This is how you're supposed to hold it. Remember?
Come on, chat. Remember.
And this way, you can't even do this. You can't do this because it gets stuck. Yeah, this sword is the Chicago Bulls hat of being anti-Israel. This is longer than a regular katana. It's sick. I want to get this out. I want to get the Chicago long. Just can you give a watchful eye over my? Can you give a watchful eye over my manga?
Those would never get stolen in Japan.
Okay, I'm gonna. Dan got clips sent to him. Dug up moments of you saying you don't even like Bleach. Where they got these convenience clips so quickly? Who could say? Yeah, this is. I mean, here's another clip of me literally purchasing it because I think it looks cool because it's a longsword and it has like a little dangly thing. I have it prominently placed on my wall, but it's not in the streaming room. Like, I don't know why so many of my fucking naysayers will just like look at something that I have volunteered and then try to make it into like a controversy. It's whenever people are like, Hassan, you have an affluent beginning and you're privileged and your uncle is Cenk Uygur. You are a nepotism recipient. And then they'll be like, and here, he admits it. And it's just me talking about all of those things. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, dude, why would I be fucking embarrassed by this? I'm not. This is my life. This is something that I have volunteered myself. Why do you think this is like some hidden secret? You're the only dumbass who thinks this is a hidden secret. Same with like me purchasing this Bleach katana, knowing well that it's a katana from Bleach that I am not that interested in terms of the anime itself, but I think the fucking katana is cool. It looks dope. Why would I be fucking ashamed of any of this? It's funny thinking you are sneakily anti-Semitic when you could make $1 trillion by being really anti-Semitic, like all the other dudes. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's the other side of this, where it's like, at this point, there is no more fucking safeguards on unlimited anti-Semitism. If I was fucking anti-Semitic, I would just say it. Get a fucking larger audience, as a matter of fact, constantly noticing things. You know what I mean? Why would I trap myself in a fucking bind where people are like desperate to hear anti-Semitism from me? I'd just fucking cave into it if that's something I personally believed in. It's such a stupid... Yeah, the reason why I brought this up, by the way, is because I wanted to see what he had to say about this, as opposed to Sam Hyde, who he was like, he's a really far-right kind of guy.
Never get into Bleach.
I just want to see it
honest.
for reference.
Same,
Fake weeb over here.
Bleach, I'll say Bleach Nazi sword.
Katana.
Bleach Nazi sword.
Whose sword is this? Is it Hassan's?
Yeah,
that's Hassan's.
So. Yeah, Hassan's
the thing
a
is, like,
weeb,
you can't own this and have it and like have it out without being like, this looks like a swastika.
Yeah, totally.
Or do you think that now that it's been pointed out that he should remove the photo at least? Take it down?
No.
Bro. I like that immediately. The first thing is like, let's remove this photo, please. Like, it's always policing content, okay? For Defenders of Israel, it's just one note, one speed. Can we get this taken down, please? Eve Fatlaw. Like, there's never been, I'm serious, there's never been a moment in my life where I'm like, this bothers me. I'm going to call the manager and demand that this person is removed. Like, how ridiculous. How is that the first? How is that always the first speed here? Jesus Christ.
He's not going to.
It's just, I don't
That's a fucking
I'm harassing
Come
him.
on, dude.
It's very close.
I mean, I guess objectively it is the shape of a swastika, but I think the intent has nothing to do with Nazi Germany.
The Nazis have ruined that symbol. You can't just be like, oh, well, you know.
Let me ask you this. Is Hassan a huge fan of Bleach? Does he have a reason to have this
Probably, right? I mean,
I've
that's
never
a
heard him
popular
talk about it in my entire life.
Well, how much you watching, you know?
Well, hold on. Let's see. Let's see. Let's look.
He watches a lot, and that is a very popular one. I could never get into it. I don't know.
I tried it too. I didn't like it.
I'm with.
Why is it that in their they do these investigations, but they couldn't figure out where I bought this katana? The policing of people to talk to and the content to consume, they're like a toxic ex. No, it's just like this is something that happens with supporters of Israel. They think that they run shit no matter what. Literally. Straight up. Do you think that if you were a huge Bleach fan that Ethan would be charitable towards your sword ownership? No. I did this fucking on 2023 2 years ago. I did this because I wanted to leave anti-Semitic breadcrumbs for my podcast co-host at the time. Eventually, to find years later on a fucking multiple month extended crash out. This is one of the many breadcrumbs, dude. It's because I own the media. It's me. I own it. It's clue time. Oh, I can't believe we figured it out. I wanted to maintain plausible deniability. But yeah. That's the face you make when you're like, ooh, my plan.
Go buy a bunch of swords. I got you, King.
Oh, guts.
You don't know what that is. That's
Berserk.
Berserk. That's. I can't believe you've never watched Berserk.
Let's say we entertain this insane theory they have. This would still be one of the dumbest way to do subtle anti-Semitism. Yeah. Yeah.
With you, Dan, it sucks.
Find,
It sucks, right?
Find
Yeah, it's
one.
boring.
Find one instance of him talking about the show Bleach.
Okay.
Is there any mention of the Jewish people in that
I
show?
just don't know that you can.
I don't think
In
so.
this, in the context of these people that talk about Israel and Palestine,
Somebody should have looked at the photo and been
come
like,
come on, dude. Come on. Like, no, first of all, these people are very cognizant of what can even be considered anti-Semitic and used against them. Like, yeah, they very clearly didn't think it through. They weren't like, they didn't look at it and go, this looks like a swastika. You know? It's fucking ridiculous.
okay, maybe that.
This is really perverse. They are retroactively trying to prove anti-Semitism. No, that's what's funny about this is that like the entire process here is done to scratch the surface of my secret anti-Semitic tendencies. And it's pretty funny to do that. Like, it's pretty funny to dedicate any amount of time to something like this. When in fact, Ethan also says I'm literally a vile anti-Semite all the time. Why is it? Why is it that like this is the one moment where you finally found convincing evidence? You know what I mean? You've already been calling me a vicious anti-Semite over and over again. Makes no sense. You already got it, man. You got me. You said I'm a vicious anti-Semite for fucking months before this, so I don't think he likes you, to be honest. Yeah.
is probably a bad call.
Well, he's goofed around with the sword, right? He's goofed around the sword. He's seen he's seen it.
It's still up.
YouTube Ads is made for your business. Bring your brand to life with targeted video ads and connect with the perfect audience. Grow your business and reach your people with YouTube Ads.
Final destination, Bloodlines. May 16th.
Oh, I went to the wrong. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Look who it is. Look who it is. Face reveal. Chat, I don't know what happened. My internet just fucking mysteriously pooped, tanked, got cooked. I am going to work on fixing it. I mean, I am working on fixing it right now. Ugh. It's so funny because, like, immediately people will be like, "Oh, you got doxxed or DDoS'd or whatever," and then I'll get like an hour later or whatever, I'll get like a fucking I get like a notification from Spectrum where it's like, sorry about the sorry that you had an area-wide outage. You know what I mean? Yeah. But for all intents and purposes, this was definitely a attack. I got hit with the CIA gun. The CIA shut off my internet. Oh, it's so fucking annoying. I don't know why. I don't know why this happened, but of course, the last point I was making is, if I was this rabid, vicious anti-Semite in the way that Ethan Klein suggests I am, then he wouldn't need to do like this forensic evidence, this deep dive into my fucking sword, the shape of the hilt of the katana that I purchased. That is a beloved franchise that is incredibly popular. So popular that I knew where the katana was from, and despite the fact that I haven't. This is my favorite stream. Kaya looks so tired. It's because she is. Flirt, move the cam so we can see you. What do you mean? I'm showing you the real celebrity of this fucking stream. It's Kaya Ya time. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck's going on. It's just my internet is completely fucking pooped. Pooped, I tell you. So here's what we can do. I can either A, wait it out with the hopes that the internet magically comes back. Okay? Or no, I'm not going to do an IRL stream. Okay, calm down. Oops. Here. Oh, God, this camera is so fucking heavy. And literally, it can't hold up the weight. Okay, oops. Hold on. There we go. Fixing the lens. Boom. Okay, so we got a couple options. Well, we don't need another option. We actually have internet again. Well, that worked out quickly. As I was about to describe the two different options I have in front of me to either A, reconfigure the backpack to give me internet access and use it off of the internet, use the internet of the backpack to basically stream off of that, or to wait out my ISP with the hopes that it returns, with the hopes that my internet returns, except my internet has returned from my ISP. So swapping that now, swapping it back to my regular ingest at the moment. Hold on. Just like Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, I have risen. I am delivered. And on the third day, he rose. Type beat, you know? It was actually Allah telling you to move on from Ethan Reacts to the new JCS. Yeah, no. I know. Okay, so we're back. No, we can't have class outside. Do we not have a kayak cam because of weird weird backseat dog experts? No. Only because my regular my main camera that normally also features Kaya is kind of busted. And as you can see, it's completely out of focus and only focuses on Kaya. And I don't know how to fix it. But we will fix it tonight. She is the main character. She is queen. Okay. Where's the Fareed Zekaria post? There is like something. We're gonna talk about the second Pete Hegseth drama that fucking hit the timeline. Another Signal Gate moment from our defense chief. Whoa, where the hell did what the heck? What the helly? Defense Chief Hegseth shared war plans in second Signal chat, New York Times reports. A second Signal Gate has hit the timeline. Ladies and gentlemen, this man absolutely loves sending state secrets to people over Signal, to people that he should not be sharing these secrets with, people that do not have the proper clearance. Now, I personally don't care. I think it's quite funny, as a matter of fact, that these guys keep leaking details of their horrible plans. I care more about the fact that they have these horrible plans to begin with. That's what I care about. But once again, it is pretty funny that this administration keeps getting in its own way. Like, they keep getting in their own fucking way, dude. Amazing. Breaking from the New York Times, Pete Hegseth shared detailed information about forthcoming strikes in Yemen on March 15th in a private Signal group chat that included his wife, his brother, and personal lawyer. The info included the flight schedules for the FA-18 Hornets targeting the Houthis in Yemen. Now, it's hilarious because, like, if you know someone with any kind of security clearance, you know that this is a big time no-no situation, okay? It is very, very unacceptable to do this, and this would immediately revoke your security clearance. Like, this is something that would normally get you fired and possibly even criminal prosecution. But of course, we live in different times now. Relationship goals. All right, yeah, here it is. Hegseth said to have shared attack details in the second Signal chat. The defense secretary sent sensitive information about strikes in Yemen to an encrypted group chat that included his wife, brother, and people familiar with the matter, said. Mr. President, a second Signal group chat controversy has hit the towers. Nothing Pete loves more than slamming 5 to 10 beers for breakfast, driving to work, and then texting war plans to his brothers over a few fingers of whiskey. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth shared detailed information about forthcoming strikes in Yemen on March 15 in a private Signal group chat that included his wife, brother, and personal lawyer, according to 4 people with knowledge over the chat. Some of those people said that the information Mr. Hegseth shared on the Signal chat included the flight schedules for the FA-18 Hornets targeting the Houthis in Yemen, essentially the same attack plans he shared on a separate Signal chat the same day that mistakenly included the editor of The Atlantic. Mr. Hegseth's wife, Jennifer, a former Fox News producer, is not a Defense Department employee, but neither should be Mr. Hegseth. So, to be fair, like, I'm not defending this administration, but, like, it's not like Pete Hegseth is qualified for this job anyway. Might as well share it with everybody, you know? And I don't think that this will cause Donald Trump to fire him, considering the first one didn't cause Donald Trump to fire him, even though this actually increases the stakes a little bit higher than the previous one, because now, at least in the first one, they did not know, according to their defense at least, that there was a person that did not have any security clearance whatsoever in that group chat. In this one, Pete Hegseth knowingly is sending classified information to members of his family and friends. Who else has he sent this to? The fucking intern that he wants to have sex with? Like, who else has Pete Hegseth sent the Yemen bombing detailed information to? It seems like everybody fucking knew about it except for us and the Houthis. Just leak it next time in a more appropriate avenue, you know? I matched with him on Hinge and he sent it to me. Kid Rock knew about it. Mr. Hegseth's brother Phil and Tim Parlatore, who continues to serve as personal lawyer, both have jobs in the Pentagon, but it is not clear why either would need to know about the upcoming military strikes aimed at Houthis in Yemen. The previously unreported existence of a second Signal chat in which Mr. Hegseth shared highly sensitive military information is the latest in a series of developments that have put his management and judgment under scrutiny. Dog, what do you mean? Unlike the chat in which The Atlantic was mistakenly included, the newly revealed one was created by Mr. Hegseth. It included his wife and about a dozen other people from his personal and professional inner circle in January before his confirmation as defense secretary, and that was named Defense Team Huddle, the people familiar with the chat said. He used his private phone rather than his government one to access the Signal chat. I don't know if I'm against it at this point. We may need this guy to give us more insight on how they're killing civilians in Yemen. Oh, I am unconditionally in support of Pete Hegseth doing this, okay? I cannot stress this enough. Chatters, and I've made this clear since the first time this became a controversy. I think that we are missing the forest for the trees. Now, I think it's deliberate that the media is missing the forest for the trees. They're deliberately refusing to reckon with the actual issue here, which is, why are we bombing Yemen to begin with? That is the real point of contention for me. We should not be bombing Yemen. As a matter of fact, we should be listening to the very reasonable, very moral demands that the Ansar Allah admin is doing, is engaging in. We should be listening to Yemen and saying, yeah, maybe Israel should cut it out. And this is a consistent position that I've long maintained. I said, I like leaks. I don't care if it's because you saw massive harm being done to civilians at the hands of our military and wanted to blow the whistle, or because your Groyper Discord kittens were acting out of line and you needed to teach them a lesson. So, to me, I love this shit. I love these leaks. More leaks, please. Leaky faucet. I don't care. To me, there is a higher order of priority here, which is, number one, why the fuck are we bombing Yemen? Number two, why are we bombing Yemen without congressional approval? Okay. Number three, it's a foreign nation, by the way. Like, there was a time and place when you had to get congressional approval for these things. Not that it fucking matters, because, like, I don't think we should bomb Yemen at all. Number three, also significant. Why are administration officials using encrypted chat rooms to have these conversations? This is supposed to be done in front of some kind of accountability. Like, this is supposed to be done in front of people that are logging these conversations taking place, so that there's a record of it. You can't have these private conversations on fucking encrypted chat rooms. What are you, crazy? That's not allowed. That part is ridiculous. And also, by the way, illegal. That part is illegal. Now, it doesn't matter because the administration is never going to prosecute that sort of thing, but it is still very much not allowed. What the fuck? Oh. But this kind of stuff, Leaky Pete, Whiskey Dick Pete over here, engaging in personalized leaks of state secrets, I will say this much. This is good. This is like when Chris Murphy famously came out and was like, we tried to do a light coup in Venezuela, but the Trump administration was too incompetent to deal with it. And I was like, what do you mean? We tried to do a soft coup in Venezuela, Chris Murphy. Why is that good? Are you trying to make Trump look good? And that's kind of how I feel about this administration as well. Like, their incompetence sometimes gets in the way of their violent desires. And I like that. This is ironically what I mentioned. This is ironically what I mentioned before when we were talking about Pete Hegseth. I said, it's not the worst thing that you have an incompetent drunkard moron that is in charge of the Defense Department, because the Defense Department's output is overall very bad. And even the fact that he is a virulent racist and an Islamophobe isn't necessarily all that different from previous administrators of the Defense Department. I think that it's worse that RFK Jr., an anti-vaxxer who is anti-medicine in general, is in charge of the HHS than Pete Hegseth is in charge of the DOD, because this kind of shit will happen over and over again because of his incompetence. And I like that. I want the people in charge of the Defense Department to be incompetent, and I want the people in charge of the HHS to be competent. So, if you want to understand, though, aside from like the incompetence of this administration and their Defense Department, there's of course more that we must discuss on the matter. perhaps more importantly, aside from this kind of shit, is what the American government has been doing. The American government is doing what Israel's been doing in Gaza, but this time to Yemen. I'm going to briefly bring this up. I wasn't going to bring this up today. I was going to save it for Monday, but I guess it bears repeating. Ryan from Dropsite, Ryan Grimm, friend of the show from Dropsite, actually covered this. The American government two-tapped a place that they had bombed in Yemen. This is a direct, clear-cut, definitional war crime. Make no mistake. What that means is they blew up a site. They waited for first responders to reach the site, only to explode it once again. Let me see if I can find because he did it on TikTok, but I think, no, I'm not going to show the videos. I'm not going to show the videos. Of course I'm not going to show the videos. Don't be crazy. The videos are gruesome, however. Where is it? I'm sure that there's the Ryan Grimm TikTok is posted on their Dropsite account, right? No? You showed the Nancy Mace thing? What? On Instagram too. Is Twitter the only place where they didn't post this video? Does anyone have it? Sub count pocket watching? Yeah. He is pocket watching. Look at this guy. Not the thermal imaging one. No, Ryan Grimm basically described it on his personal TikTok. Thank you. Kiss me with your best shot.
There's a major event in Yemen yesterday that isn't getting enough attention. And that is that the United States claimed credit for the bombing of a major fuel depot. And the U.S.
So this right here is not allowed, okay, by international standards. Like Israel has, I think, warped our perspective a little bit because they do whatever the fuck they want. And America also does whatever the fuck it wants. But under normal circumstances, this is not supposed to be allowed. You can't just like strike a fucking fuel depot. What do you mean? That's crazy. You can't hit civilian infrastructure on a foreign country that you're not at war with, that you talked about hitting on Signal group chats. Like every part of this is ridiculous, right? Russia does this all the time in Ukraine. Yeah, of course they do. They're fucking doing war crimes, chatter. That's my point. Hello? Yeah, I know. When Russia does it, it is also a war crime. And you know, when Russia does it, you know it's a war crime because the American government can't shut the fuck up about it.
U.S. acknowledged in its...
About to be number 6 in subs. The Hassan Abi broadcast is falling off. Bring back ad breaks. Yeah, I need to keep reminding you guys to subscribe to support the show. It is definitely something that I forget. You're right. We're dropping off the map, chat. We're dropping off the goddamn map. Please subscribe, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs. If you want to support the show, you don't really need to. You can use emotes and whatnot. If you subscribe, you can also send me links if you subscribe. But having said that, it's not to avoid ad breaks. But maybe in the future, I might actually run ads again. And if I do, then you'll be able to avoid those ads too. You can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime. That is, if you have an Amazon Prime account from your own Amazon Prime or from your family account or whatever, from your mom's Amazon Prime account, you can connect that to your Twitch account and you can subscribe for free. You have one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Otherwise, you're just wasting it. That is right. You're just wasting it. Ladybug Mary, Jay Gribbs, thank you for the 5. Time Consumer 06, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. What is this? Is there any way to tie Fear and Twitch subs together? Fear and access off a Twitch sub would go nuts. No, because then no one would fucking pay for Fear and they would subscribe to me here. And then how the fuck is March going to get paid? You know what I mean? Or anyone else. But also there's like no logistical way of doing that anyway. Anyway, baba şunu sana verebilir miyim? Okay. Kai Bale. Thank you for the 10 gifted. You could just not be a greedy rich socialist. That's true, but I am. Aman dur. Eyvallah peki. Evet bitti çöp o. Burada da var. Şu da var da onları daha sonra getireceğim dur. My dad just came in to the stream. You got a very rare, unique Baba moment on the stream. Also known as my, I'm not even going to joke about that in this administration, actually. Never mind. I was going to say my maid. But anyway.
Statement from CENTCOM that the reason they attacked this civilian infrastructure is to deprive Yemen of the oil needed to run its economy and ultimately to make its economy suffer. Now, they also did what's called a double tap strike.
Yeah, by the way, I did get a Spectrum Business Service alert. It's so funny.
This is where, and this was invented first by terror groups. Israel uses it quite frequently. The U.S. Has condemned it when other countries and other terror groups have done it. But a double tap is when you first strike a piece of civilian infrastructure and then you wait for the rescue workers to come save those who are burning to death, who are crushed underneath the rubble, and then you attack again, timed to kill those rescue workers. As a result, at least 15 paramedics have been killed in Yemen, and the images of people burning to death coming out of this U.S. terror attack are absolutely shocking to the conscience. Now, the U.S. on and off through 3 administrations has been alternately attacking or starving Yemen to no effect. The same government is in control now in Sana'a that has been for almost 10 years at this point. But this is not just an escalation, but also an admission that the entire purpose of this strike was to hit the civilian infrastructure in order to crush the economy. That is an international war crime of the highest order.
Yep. They've been targeting civilian infrastructure, but hold on, where is this? Trump has lost the plot. Below are the scenes from the aftermath of the violent U.S. airstrikes that targeted the Majel al-Dama cemetery in Sana'a earlier today. Not only this, but this was a cemetery previously targeted by the Saudi coalition in 2015. Strong evidence from this and other attacks that the U.S. is reusing the target banks of the Saudis to attack Yemeni civil infrastructure, no matter what comprises it. Yeah, but to be fair, as Sanaa Saeed correctly points out, it was most likely American targeting that gave Saudi Arabia those infrastructure targets anyway. So it's just, instead of outsourcing this violence to Saudi Arabia, we're doing it personally this time around. Instead of having Saudi fighter pilots fly our fighter jets with our guidance systems, with our target priorities, we're doing it ourselves. Bringing the jobs back home, baby. No more offshoring, only onshoring now. Anti-war Trump, by the way. Reminder, Trump is supposed to be anti-war, by the way. Now, the real question, once again, is why they are doing this? Why are we doing this? And also, this is a really important thing that I must show you that I found on my timeline yesterday, and it's a very important revelation, but that's a joking one. Now, one must ask why we're doing this, and that is because the Ansar Allah movement has correctly exercised its moral responsibility in the Red Sea by implementing a blockade on the Red Sea as long as Israel continues its genocide in Gaza. It is the correct thing that they are doing, and they are being endlessly punished for it. I also will listen to this Hank Green interview. Apparently, this was unique and interesting, but some people were some people said that they were annoyed by it. So let's
Columbia
listen to this
School
here.
of International and Public Affairs. He co-founded the Palestinian Student Union at Columbia and was known for organizing peaceful protests. He was also known on campus as a person who was building systems for Palestinians and Israeli students to come together and actually talk with each other. Mohsen Madawi has not been accused of a crime. Instead, his status has been revoked because of his speech. And when I read about this, there was a quote in the article from one of the Israelis that Mohsen had reached out to have these dialogues. His name is Mikey Baratz, a recent graduate of Columbia with a master's in international affairs, and I thought it might be interesting to talk to Mikey Baratz, so I asked on Blue Sky if anybody could put me in touch with him, and amazingly, I got an email from his old improv.
I see why people are annoyed by this already. I don't know what he's gonna say, but regardless, it's a little
teacher introducing us. So here we are, Mikey, on short notice. On your vacation. Hi.
Hi. Good to talk to you.
Where do we find you?
I am I'm in Vietnam at the moment. I decided to treat myself for 4 months of travel in Asia. Some could say an escape after graduating in December. And, things follow you.
Things follow you. So how are you? How are you doing?
It's strange times, from what I've heard through the grapevine, through his lawyer, is that he's in good spirits. He's doing all right. This isn't, one could say this isn't ideal. But when he and I spoke a few weeks ago, he, was taking precautions. He knew this was a possibility. I think he was emotionally preparing himself. Yeah, I did see he had done that interview with CBS where, he knew this was a possibility. The one thing I will say about Mohsen is that he's... I don't know how much you know about his backstory, but he's been through hell in his life, and he's one of the most resilient human beings I've ever met. This is far from the worst thing that's happened to him. He has survived much worse. He's super resilient. He's a long-time practicing Buddhist, so I am finding comfort in knowing that he's in his strength.
Did you know who Mohsen was before you became friends?
No, not at all. So a little bit of background on me. So I'm originally from Israel, moved to the States when I was 12. I'm a dual citizen. And I went to Columbia to do a master's in international affairs and international security policy and conflict resolution. After October 7th, like all Israelis, was in a lot of pain. But I found that the level of dialogue on Columbia's campus and the country at large was lacking. On both sides. And so I, out of curiosity, went into the encampment and was talking to people in the camp, talking to other Palestinians or also non-Palestinians just about their experience, trying to share my experience. And, as many things do at the moment, it felt kind of fruitless. And then...
I mean, did it feel... I don't know that I would have had the courage to do that personally.
I grew up during the Intifada in Israel. I grew up kind of in a war zone, if you will. So some people yelling things and holding up signs doesn't really. Sure. That's not danger to me. I think we've kind of corrupted the use of the word in many elements. Kind of corrupted the use of the words like uncomfortable to mean unsafe, and I think the two things are different. So no, at no point I didn't feel scared. I mean, it was weird.
I don't know about you, avoid situations where I even feel uncomfortable. But I guess you are in international affairs in conflict resolution, so maybe.
I think I might have a bit of an addiction to being uncomfortable.
Okay, that's good. We need people like you.
I'm glad. I'm glad it has some use. But long story short, basically months later, people who I talked to during those months contacted me hey.
So you had gone in and had these conversations.
I'd gone and had these conversations. I felt like I had learned. I felt like I had, stretched my dialogue muscles, but
you hadn't saved the world. You hadn't.
Definitely not. Yeah. No, not yet. We're working on it. But we are working on it because in September, two of those people text me and they're like, "Hey, there's someone who was a leader in the movement who is looking to talk to Israelis."
I can't speak for this guy, but I have heard from people that are in the Palestinian youth movement in Colombia that many of the Zionist and Israeli or just like pro-Israel campus protesters. I'm not saying this guy is one of them, by the way. He's just Israeli. He seems like a liberal Zionist in general. But many of the people that Mosen had met with and other student organizers that met with literally were shocked when not only, even if those meetings themselves were somewhat fruitful and it came across as though like there was some mutual understanding or mutual respect, people like Shai Davide, who Mosen also met with, turned around and fucking lied about those meetings to further the agenda of like getting these students kicked off of campus. I'm not saying that this guy did that for the record. I'm simply telling you what attempts the Palestinian youth movement made to talk directly to a lot of people who are pro-Israel on campus in an effort to be like, hey, we're not being anti-Semitic. We have no, we're not anti-Semitic at all. We have Jewish organizers here as well. Like, you're being ridiculous, whatever. Let's talk. And they were met with... Actually, Mosen changed his mind. Oh, okay. So he seemingly had a more fruitful conversation, but Shai Davide, for example, did not, clearly.
Specifically, he wants to find someone who is like studied international affairs and security and who are interested in dialogue. And we thought of you, like, would you be interested in me? So to me, obviously, the answer was no.
It is just presented in a kind of tone-deaf way without self-awareness, given the dichotomy of their situations. Nice vacation. He's one for 4 months. And he's the one who grew up in a war zone. It would feel better if he acknowledged a stark contract as it was brought up. Yeah, exactly. But that is, I think, the limitation of human conviction in general. That literally is like, in his mind, he's like, yeah, isn't it all really strange and really fucked up how we're living through these troublesome times, is like the extent of his experience with this. And who knows? I mean, a year from now, he might have a dramatically more radical perspective on this matter. You don't know. So that's why I always try to maintain charitability regardless of what people's output is, and immediately don't try to like fucking shove shit down their throat. That's important. That's important to recognize. Remember, many of your many beloved friends of the show came from similar backgrounds, similar perspectives. Noah Colwyn, Simone Zimmerman. There are plenty of people who grew up with unlimited amounts of Zionist propaganda and had to work their way through that and became invaluable allies in the process. So it's something that you always have to remember when you analyze these situations. The very fact that this person had a conversation with Mosen and then he was able to alter his perspective on the matter, even though he's literally Israeli, is a good first step. Now, I can't help but, of course, still point to how tone deaf this comes across, because Mosen's in a fucking prison somewhere. He was honeypotted by the federal government with a citizenship hearing with the express purpose of subsequent deportation and the revocation of his green card. Like, I'm almost more disappointed in Hank for having this conversation with this framework, instead of like also, I don't know, talking to like even Grant Minor, right? Who is a Jewish American student who was the student leader of the Columbia Student Union, who was fucking fired from the university for also being a fucking protest leader at Columbia University. Like, that's like, you don't even have to go to an Arab if you are afraid of them. You know, you don't have to go to an Arab, scary brown Muslim student. You can go to a scary Jewish student who is a firmly committed anti-Zionist as well. Because, I mean, look, even in war, there usually isn't a both sides are equally responsible type situation like Russia versus Ukraine. It's not a genocide. It's a war. It's an illegal invasion and occupation. And yet, there is no both sides. You don't go, I don't know. Maybe Ukraine is a part of Russia. Let's hear them out. Like, you don't say that, right? So it is doubly inappropriate to have both sides have done a lot of stuff and said a lot of stuff when it comes to the issue of genocide.
And, it's funny because, I had a lot of these conversations, but
okay, exactly. You guys saying, Trump thinks that is proving my fucking point. If Trump is your moral compass on any issue, you've already lost the conversation. You've lost the plot. You know what I mean? The only thing I care about in terms of the only time I will ever let Trump guide me on any opinion is Andrew Lloyd Webber, okay? Is Phantom of the Opera, does Broadway hit in the same way that it once did? Like, that's the only issue where I'll be like, okay, you have a position of authority, Ukraine is the enemy, bro, what? No, they're memeing, dude. Ukraine is the enemy of mankind, as Tim Pool once famously said.
It had never been like a date, if you will, and we scheduled a coffee meeting and
I'm not even saying there is no value in talking to this guy who was convinced by Mosin. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not like, oh, why did he talk to this guy? Fuck this guy. I'm not saying that. I'm saying it comes across very tone deaf when you don't also feature someone from the Palestinian encampment side in this regard.
Waiting at the grad student coffee set cafe and waiting for him, and
are you nervous? Yeah,
I'm more nervous than I was going in the camp. I was really nervous just because you don't know, and this is an actual person from Palestine. I didn't even know his background. I just knew this is a actual Palestinian. How's he gonna see me? We get a coffee, and obviously we do the whole I'll pay. Oh no, I'll pay thing. Like a date. It's a weird man platonic.
Weird man platonic international relations date.
Yeah, exactly. And I have to say, within 50
later in the video, he says basically, if we as liberal American Jews can't meet Mosin halfway, who is everything we say we want in a Palestinian partner for peace, then our entire position is false. What he doesn't realize is that's exactly right, but not in the way he wants to be. But maybe this will be the watershed moment. That's also partially why I said this guy is Israeli, and he was convinced by a Palestinian person and he literally just said, as an Israeli, remember, Palestine and Palestinian. These are not words in the Israeli lexicon, chatters, which is part of the reason why I think this person is simply a victim of propaganda. Now, you might say it's too little too late for that. There's a fucking genocide going on. But you live in the Western world. And if you live in the United States of America, these are exactly the type of guys who you're supposed to talk to and convince. That's the reason why I showed you. Yeah, that was what Simone Zimmerman's starting point was as well. This guy's 3 fucking documentaries away from talking about dismantling the Zionist entity, okay?
15 minutes, it was we were best friends. The guy's amazing.
What was your first impression?
His demeanor. He is unbelievably, here's how I'll put it. A lot of people, use the lingo of, empathy nowadays.
Sure.
I think it's for good reason. It's a buzzword. People talk about being empathy, and now I'm he's a practicing Buddhist, and people kind of talk about these ideas. The guy lives it. The guy really, really inhabits it. And his first kind of questions to me were so is your family in Israel? How are they doing? Mm-hmm. That to me, that says everything. And I asked him, how is your family doing? And that was this moment of all right, there's going to be something here. I'm not sure how many people have seen his interviews with 60 Minutes or whatnot, and he talks about love and this, and he means it.
I want to get into where that led to, but I imagine that there's there's times where there's tension, there's disagreement, there like rhetorical tension, or even just like facts on the ground tension. How do you?
Every single time with Mohsen where I have been nervous to bring something up, I have, and his response has been incredible. So like, I mean, within the first time we met, we had a conversation about like this idea of something he wanted to start, which we'll get to, and the question of BDS, which is boycott, divestment, and sanctions. And this is a kind of, for a lot of Jews and Israelis, it's seen as a kind of something like, if you support it, it's a non-starter. I don't necessarily view it with such, I think there's more space and nuance to talk about that. But, you know, when we're meeting and it was the first time and we're getting to know each other, and he brings up BDS as his, like, that's the first goal. And I was like, I don't know, man. Like, like if you do that, you're going to, like, you want to build something, you make that your cornerstone, you're going to lose people. And what was amazing to me is we like talked probably like 15 minutes about it and really go in and explain the dynamics and the politics. And he's like,
but also, aside from this, also showing that it's never asked to a Palestinian, but the very idea of how you speak to those people and it matters also show the significance it has on them. Yeah. I think, and I'm being very sincere when I say this, if I didn't present the issue in the way that I did, I would not be able to convince many Americans who are completely blind to the realities. Okay? If I didn't approach this from a position of empathy, even to those who are on the wrong side of this argument in the midst of a fucking genocide, I would not be able to convince Americans, dude. I recognize the sheer cruelty and the sheer ignorance of many people living in the Western world. I recognize the ignorance and the cruelty of many people living in Israel. My goal is to try and change their minds as well. This conversation isn't, and it's interesting because like, it's something that I say all the time. Like, when I'm talking about trans issues, I'm not talking to trans people. I'm talking to transphobes. When I talk about Israel-Palestine, I'm not talking to Palestinians. I'm talking to people who are either A, oblivious, or B, already have convictions on the matter. Wouldn't it be better to post still angry YouTube videos from Argentina, though? Okay, it's fine. Everyone plays a different role in this process, okay? Everyone plays a different role in this process. But that's my goal. My goal always is to try to reach people where they're at and to convince them that the way they see certain issues is just wrong. And I understand those who stress. Sorry, Kaya is like crawling towards the door. Has there ever been a time where the Israeli-Palestinian conflict hasn't been as bad? Does there need to be a whole leadership change before any real change can happen regarding this conflict? I mean, it's gotten worse over the years.
Okay. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean he like immediately changed his mind and doesn't agree, and he agrees with me. But he really wanted to hear it. He's really interested.
So, so you meet in this this coffee shop situation. Who somebody pays for the coffees?
I paid for the first one. I insisted.
And what's from there? So you didn't know about this guy. You didn't know that he was part of the organizing of the.
And also, by the way, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe I'll change my mind on him. Maybe he is a fucking asshole. I don't know. Like, I'm not saying that he's not, for the record. But I'm not saying he's evil across the board. That's my point.
Like some stuff before.
I had kind of heard like he had been a leader in the movement. I didn't know the full story.
Sure.
What's next? So the next one is, so the idea was how we want to build a community of Israelis and Palestinians, and specifically Israelis and Palestinians, not like Jewish supporters, not like other supporters of the movement, like really like the people who have the first-hand experience of the stakes in this conflict, bring them together to I think first and foremost, to show that in this time where people are just screaming past each other, like there are those of us who want to solve this, and to the idea was start small and grow and grow and grow until we could have like a broader movement and create a different narrative, pressure, decision makers. And it's funny because I'm not an activist type.
What do you say?
I mean, so I was just never. I was always. I was very like idealistic when I was young. I studied environmental studies in undergrad, and I had kind of given up on the dream of making big change, and I really, I always, and I'm not one to like be a part of a movement. The irony is like, here I am now, like this week with everything that's happened, like I feel like I'm taking on an activist role, and it's this weird like, oh, Mohsen, you bastard, you got me in activism now, and it just took you getting arrested.
All it took was you doing, from what I can tell,
nothing.
Usually to get arrested, you do have to break the law, but in this case, apparently that is not the case. So I think that that there was the period where Mohsen was organizing protests, but then there was sort of like, it seemed like he stepped back from that some.
And this is the irony of it all, is like Mohsen stepped back, in many ways, I think because he believed that the movement needed to put a little more emphasis on like policing certain voices or moderating certain things. There's the famous
Mohsen is about to get deported, man, biblically unable to read the room. Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like there's an element of intensity here. Like there's a element of immediacy that is lost in this conversation. Like that is not presenting itself in this conversation at all. I want chat to remember that though we may hate this framing, this will appeal to a lot of Hank's audience. Nah, I'm gonna keep it $1.50, dude. I think you're wrong. I think libs, even like regular ass libs, have kind of moved beyond this. Like, let's fucking sing Kumbaya in the situation. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like a lot of the people that are like, this isn't even an accusation, is not proof. They didn't even bother to accuse him of anything illegal. We've corrupted the use of the word uncomfortable to mean unsafe. I feel like this is spot on for the time we're living in. I knew Mohsen briefly in college. I never met more eloquent or passionate advocate for justice. I'm utterly infuriated, so thank you for talking about this. Like, most people are just dialed in on the like, they're not going to criticize Hank for this, but most people are focusing on the more important part of this conversation. What's like ironically not really mentioned in this conversation thus far, which is the unjustifiable deportation of Mohsen. Their support for Palestinians is conditional, requires them to be perfect, and even if they are, they don't actually support it. If he's against BDS, a passive action, he won't be for anything else because he that actually frees Palestine. No, BDS is a really interesting one because like even fucking Ofer Kasif, who is like as aggressively an anti-Zionist as you can get, with his background, but even he was like a little worried when I brought up BDS. There are plenty of people who are people that as firmly committed pro-Palestinian voices and academics that have also had this kind of attitude towards BDS as well. Norm Finkelstein was against BDS, chatters, back in the day. So, I mean, I never used that against him. I never thought that was like, a bridge too far from me. I'll never support Norm Finkelstein. Like, I don't give a shit. Okay. Ironically enough, what is this? Pamphlets tweeted about you. Oh yeah. I mean, I saw this already. This is, look at that. 36,000 likes. Speaking of which, by the way, I didn't see this one from fucking my number one troll, Ismail. Okay, Ismail. Maybe y'all aren't hearing what words are coming out of his mouth. He literally said he was creeped out by Diddy parties and then broke up with his girlfriend for going to one. 102,000 likes. Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking 4K likes on this versus holy moly, dude. What? Holy Toledo. This is crazy. They're wrong, but being critical of tactics ain't really the same as what this guy's doing. He's saying it if you're for BDS, you've lost me. That's conditioning opposition to genocide. No, I'm. Oh my God, you're misunderstanding my point. I'm saying that is an unconditionally wrong position to have. You have to explain why. It's mainly a cultural boycott that they have an issue with. Yeah. A lot of Israelis especially freak out about BDS because they think it's like across the board anything Israel related, which is ironic because Israel's actions is already creating an organic BDS against Israel anyway. So they're missing the fucking forest for the trees. But this was what happened with the South African apartheid as well. This literally happened with the South African apartheid. Like, it became impossible to avoid and so immoral. It became so unimaginably immoral that, you know, organically people were saying the things that they should be saying against Israel right now, but against apartheid South Africa back then. You have Joe Biden talking about how unconscionable South Africa's practices were.
Let's tell
this clip of him kind of like, you know, subduing, like suppressing like someone who's screaming anti-Semitic stuff, and him saying like, this doesn't represent us. And I think my understanding is he felt that the movement had become a little bit, or always, I don't know, like was too lax in that, which is funny, right? That was my biggest critique of the movement. Like, as an Israeli who does want to find peace, I would talk to people in the movement and say, like, I would love to join your cause of like a ceasefire. I would love to join your cause of, you know, an end to the occupation. But I can't, because there are people within your movement who are actively justifying my potential.
I'm sorry, but I don't think Hank Green is equipped enough to have this conversation. I can't believe I'm saying this. I don't want to be the friend who's too fucking woke here, but it is, you know, like that right there is you got to put some pushback on that. You got to put that message right there has some seasoning to it, you know? Like, that's crazy. It's like if two white guys were having a convo about Black Lives Matter. It's exactly the same, actually. Like that right there is always going to have a point where your blind your privileged blind spot is going to get in the way of you making a fair assessment. You know, he needs to fight back for sure. Sometimes science makes us too neutral. No, I don't think this has anything to do with him trying to maintain a veneer of objectivity. I think he just doesn't know any better. He doesn't know any better. Like, eyes on the prize, guys. A question that I used to ask people all the time, which I don't really ask anymore because people have already made up their minds on what is and what isn't happening in Gaza. But like, what was the first entry point that made you really reconsider your stance on this issue? It most likely was in the aftermath of October 7, when I kept asking people the question, do you agree with the assessment made by numerous human rights organizations, including the Israeli Human Rights Organization of B'Tselem, that Israel is an apartheid state? This was before the genocide application was before the genocide court case had come out as well. I mean, I still maintain the position that it was a genocide then as well. But the question I kept asking people was, do you believe that Israel's an apartheid state? Because if you believe Israel's an apartheid state, a lot of the counter arguments kind of fall apart. If you recognize Israel as an apartheid state, which it is, and you recognize that Israel is doing a genocide, which it is, then so much of the other side is making me feel uncomfortable, or the protests against this is making me feel bad, they ring hollow. They're utterly irrelevant. What do you mean you fucking feel bad about the situation? Like, look at the larger subject matter. It's crazy. And that is part of the reason why I think the pro-Israeli voices in general never want to address that point of contention. And they find ways of avoiding that issue by just being like, well, all these institutions are anti-Semitic. The UN is Hamas. Everyone is Hamas. You know? It's just, I don't know. Because it's a thing that's happening over there, a lot of Americans are just like kind of out of touch with how to talk about these sorts of issues. I think a more productive conversation to be had here is not only to talk to this person, because I think there's value in talking to a person like this, but also to talk to someone on the other side of this issue as well and hear them out too. A guy like Mosen would be perfect, except he's in fucking prison right now, you know?
Death. And I think Mohsen felt similarly that like the movement wasn't doing a good job policing its self-resistance. So he then, I think,
I don't agree with that. I've been in this game for quite a while, and let me fucking tell you, okay? As someone who has gone to liberal protests, radical leftist protests, someone who has participated in demonstrations, someone who's spoken at protests, let me fucking tell you something, okay? The student encampments were some of the most airtight, some of the most perfect protests I have ever seen in my entire fucking life. I doubt that Mosen was like, oh yeah, it's too lax. I doubt that. 100%. And this is before we have a hard conversation, which is that, of course, there are going to be fucking people who are not even there to like make the protest look bad, but truly have views that you might consider to be unconscionable. Okay? That still doesn't stray away from the overarching message here. Hyper focusing on an outlier to present the entire student encampments as anti-Semitic is completely unacceptable. Okay? And that kind of, don't you think there is no redeeming Zionism now that it's been used for genocide? Isn't that the conclusion humanity will eventually arrive at? That, or it's going to be like America. But yeah, I don't think that there is a redeeming of Zionism. I think Zionism is irredeemable. It is a fascist ideology, of course. But you have to remember, one thing that I always repeat here over and over again is that half of the fucking suburbs are comprised of Hitlerites. Are we supposed to not talk to them and change their minds as well? Here in America, KKK, I'm not a fucking Maoist third worldist, all right? I live here. And my goal is to try to convince as many people as I possibly can to not have these sorts of reactionary opinions. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah. In your suburb, maybe? Okay, big dog. He's like, nah, me and the Maoist collective in my suburb, we're saying glory to the martyrs. Oh, man.
Transitioned and took some time to think, all right, what's next? And so he decided that he wanted to start this middle path. And so he did spend a lot of time talking to Jewish people, Jewish like leaders and academics, talking to Israelis. And I think also like,
I have the $1 million question. Do you meet people where they are and get them to your position on Israel? I don't know, chatter. Look alive. You are quite literally surrounded by tens of thousands of people that probably did not have my position on Israel before coming here. So yes, the answer is yes. I do it all the time. I do it on a daily basis. And it's not just for Israel either. This process of de-radicalization takes place for every issue that I care about, every issue that I speak on, whether it be unwinding the white nativist arguments that people present when talking about immigrants, or whether it be the transphobic arguments that people make about trans people, This is all I do. This is all I do. And it's the same shit with Israel too.
Spent a lot of time like trying to learn more. He had already done a lot of work, but like continuing to learn about the Israeli and Jewish experience. Currently, you know,
Has Blood talked of Diddy yet? Yeah, Blood has talked of Diddy. Did you watch the fucking clips that you watched to arrive at some kind of random conclusion because you were too stupid to listen to the words that were coming out of my fucking mouth? Blood. Here's a fucking Omega viral tweet. Maybe y'all aren't hearing what words are coming out of his mouth. He literally said he was creeped out by Diddy parties and then broke up with his girlfriend for going to one. What random conclusion are you accusing me of, Lamau? My friend died on 10/7, and your commentary is a huge part of my awakening on the subject, despite the anger and sadness I felt and still feel over what happened. I mean, this is what I mean, dude. You got dudes in here like this. What are you supposed to do? What more can I do? This is why motherfuckers want me banned and deplatformed. I'm not Clandis Owens, okay? Just an FYI, I came back to you like right after October 7th to get some direction. I know many people left, but I came back into the fold. Thank you for giving me direction and redoubling my efforts. I was one of those lib left types that was hesitant to worry too much about Israel in a problem state because pre-October 7, that was too linked into right-wing public anti-Semitism in public discourse with the genocide that lost that veil of protection. Yeah, that's the other thing. For many people in progressive circles, like progressive except for Israel, okay, was the common position. That's why there's a term for it, you know? Pass the car, bro. I'm finna get geeked. Have a singular fun day on this broadcast. Fucking impossible challenge. Isn't supporting Candace pragmatic to stop Israel even if you don't support her anti-Semitic stance? No. The fuck? She doesn't give a fuck about Palestinians, dude. What are you talking about? She's just using Palestinians as a talking point to advance her nefarious agenda of anti-Semitism. So no, it don't work that way. The reality of the matter is these people that don't give a shit about Palestinian emancipation will drop that act the moment that enough people are anti-Semitic. They'll just be like, yeah, fuck them. Fuck the Palestinians too. It's not a pragmatic stance that you're taking in this regard. It is actually a very dangerous thing that is taking place. Ironic because you know who else thinks that it is pragmatic to allow Candace Owens to continue doing what she's doing? Fucking Israel. If the only voices in the United States of America that get a lot of mileage on the issue of Palestine are Dan Bilzerian, Candace Owens, Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, like guys and ladies who are overtly anti-Semitic, then that plays a major role in the Hasbara efforts for Jews living in the Western world, for the record. It also happens to be, ironically enough, a short-term gamble that will blow up in the face of many people who are pro-Israel, both of Jewish background and not. You know, the people on the left are using Palestine as a way to make more money. It's just funny to... Why do you label any conservative who's pro-Palestine anti-Semitic? I don't think Dave Smith is anti-Semitic. I don't think every conservative that is pro-Palestinian across the board is anti-Semitic. I think Dan Bilzerian is. That's different. And it's not because of the fact that they're conservative and pro-Palestine. It's because of what they've said. I care about what they say. Like the example I will use is the shit that they say about like the Talmud or whatever. You know what I mean? Like the moment that someone talks about like a Talmudic thought or whatever, Dave Smith is barely conservative, to be honest, but yeah, what the fuck do he's a libertarian. What? My immediate inclination for a conservative person who's pro-Palestine is maybe jokingly, I'm like, that's a little weird, right? But my immediate assumption is not always going to be that they are definitely anti-Semitic. It's after I hear what they have to say that that I make up my mind on it. That Khan dude is pretty conservative, pro-Palestine, and not a complete monster. Man. Anyway, I'm done with the convo with. I got to talk about this woman that dated only far right men for a year because I think it's crazy, and I also think it like dovetails nicely into the Gen Z women are choosing older men over the guys their own age. And it's not because they are sugar daddies from the New York Post. So let's move on to some more fun a more fun space now.
Tony O'Sullivan got in the cage with former UFC star turned podcaster Jake Shields to explore the manosphere and why exactly it's so popular.
They speak liberal, they have liberal friends, and then they go online and they are a white supremacist.
This is Vera Papasova. She spent the last year dating far-right men in New York City for a story for Cosmopolitan magazine.
They're the most insecure men I've ever sat down with.
Yeah, no shit.
It was really difficult to have some of these dates because they were so insecure, because they don't really know who they are and they don't know how to figure that out.
She said the men she dated got all their news and information from the so-called manosphere.
They did not listen to anything else. They're only listening to independent.
Bro, I'm going to be honest. This is also a part of the vibe shift that I've been talking about. Okay. This is also a part of the vibe shift that I've been signaling, that I've been talking about as well. I see a lot of fucking TikTok posts nowadays absolutely fucking ripping apart these ugly ass manosphere podcasters that get their rocks off being horrible to women in general. They're like, you just gotta be fucking ruthless. You gotta tell a hoe she's a whore. Yeah, like that kind of shit. Scaring the hoes.
Media, and they're only listening to men talking to men.
The manosphere is made up of macho podcasters and influencers.
There's no such thing as an independent female. Most women have zero concept of like money.
Females don't have independent thought.
It's a space where UFC fighters are among those who reign supreme.
They love the UFC guys. They love the MMA guys because those guys do what they can. They're modern gladiators. They're badass.
Badass like Jake Shields, a former UFC star turned podcaster.
Sorry. Now I'm starting to feel nervous. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course.
Who I met at an MMA gym in Las Vegas.
Like all great MMA pros. I've never hit anyone in my life.
I'm not punching back. Hit me.
No, I sit right here. KO. This is CNN. Do you miss being full-time pro, like in terms of?
Yeah, you know, of course I miss it. To go from professional athlete, which is the highest of highs, to retirement.
And I guess the
podcast has helped. You could fall into depression if you just go from the most amazing career where you're famous and spotlights to all of a sudden you're a nobody.
Sure.
Like other podcasters in the manosphere,
Jake Shield, by the way, is 100% an anti-Semite. Like, this is another one of these guys that I'm talking about. Just so you know.
regularly host controversial guests.
And I named the podcast Fighting Back. I feel like we have to fight back what we're told we're allowed to do. I just don't like to be told you're not allowed to talk to this person. Like, why can't I talk to him? I'm not saying I agree with his ideology, but I should hear what he has to say.
He's hosted the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Today I have a very, very special guest, Dr. David Duke. I knew you're controversial, but I had no idea.
Yo, what the fuck? Oh my God. Oh, that's awesome. That's so funny. He's like, oh yeah, controversial guy, Jake Shields. Very special guest today, Adolf Hitler. That's right. What's up, guys? I have a very special guest today, Dr. Mengele.
Ideology, but I should hear what he has to say.
He's hosted the former Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan.
Today I have a very, very special guest, Dr. David Duke. I knew you're controversial, but I had no idea how controversial.
And Tom.
Yeah, you're telling me this guy is anti-Semitic? Stop.
Thomas Russo, the leader of the white supremacist group Patriot Front.
Let's go where we disagree a little bit.
Yes, sure.
Let's hit race, because you're a white-only group?
So the organization only allows people of American ethnicity, and all Americans, I believe, come from Europe, so they're white.
The true heirs of the American state!
God, these guys are so fucking pathetic, dude. Oh my God. Americans only come from Europe. Oh, shut up, bitch.
Yeah, no, I understand and talk to these guys, but I've also not brought anyone hateful. If I do,
like, think, dude, think it thoroughly, okay? Think through your statement. In my estimation, Americans only come from Europe. Okay, it's weird.
I'm gonna be really, really on top of them.
But so you saying that you haven't brought someone hateful on, right? People say, well, you brought on a Grand Wizard of the KKK, you brought on Patriot Front.
Yeah.
They're hateful.
No, I think those are excellent questions, but if people go and watch the actual interviews, I think they would be like, oh, this guy's not near as hateful. So if
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hassan, you've said there's journalistic integrity in interviewing literally anybody. Yeah, dude. You think the Grand Wizard of the KKK is going to be interviewed in the same vein? Yes, I think that there is value. There's journalistic value in talking to someone even like David Duke. Okay? Under very unique circumstances, for the record. He's literally like, yeah, this guy's, he's just nowhere near as hateful as you think. He's talking about the Grand Wizard of the KKK. Now, that's one thing. The other thing is, you might also say, Hassan, you say this, but then you also don't fucking talk to Nick Fuentes or people like that. There's a reason for that. Because I live in the United States of America, where white supremacy is so captivating for, unfortunately, many people, which is precisely the reason why I do not ever want to extend a lending hand, even if I am being critical. Even if I am being critical of them, I feel like having a conversation with someone like that ends up giving them a lot more, even if their arguments get thoroughly dismantled, right? Like this person says, you did debate Nick, though. Exactly. It was, I think, one of the worst moments of my fucking career in general was that he snuck into that conversation. It was me and Sex Pestany on one side, back when he wasn't like a fucking weird right-wing sociopath himself, and before we knew his sex pest ways in general. And he snuck into that conversation because it was supposed to be with Blair White. And it was a terrible idea. It's something that I have deep shame for. I think it was horrible. It doesn't matter if you fucking dunk on Nick Fuentes. You're still giving him a platform that he never, ever would have gotten. Do you regret the Andrew Tate convo? No, I don't regret the Andrew Tate convo, because Andrew Tate had already reached a level of prominence by the time I talked to him, with very little pushback up until that fucking point. Like, there was no, do you understand the difference? Like, of a guy who is, first of all, straightforwardly a neo-Nazi. Andrew Tate has said a lot of anti-Semitic Holocaust denial shit too. Now, he hadn't back then, but it doesn't even matter. Andrew Tate already had reached maximum level of popularity and had not gotten a single fucking ounce of pushback up until that very moment. It's ironic because I feel like that was the first domino that fell for him anyway, because since then, his, you know, after his skyrocketing to success, he kind of fell apart. Oh my God. Even down to the fucking shoes. That's crazy. Come show your Easter fit to the chat. Murad is wearing an Easter ass fit, dude. Show your shoes too.
I don't know how this works.
Oh, you touched the dude. That's crazy. Oh, you touched the door. It's gonna. Never mind. It's fine. It stayed. All right.
What are you watching?
Don't worry about it.
Dude, every time I come by you, you're watching something incredibly political or incredibly like.
Yeah, because I'm testosterone riddled.
If I expect it.
But Vera says hate isn't what the men she dated were really looking for.
One of these guys brought me to a political meeting.
And did they talk about politics?
Barely. They talked about, it was a bunch of men complaining about girlfriends and wives, regurgitating Andrew Tate type of advice about how to train your girlfriend, how to train your wife to be submissive. And so this group was supposed to be a political group, but they're talking about relationship problems. And the fact that that's what most of the time was spent on, you don't need to be a neo-Nazi. You need therapy.
The appeal of Jake's podcast speaks.
Also, Andrew Tate is kind of a dumbass when met with real pushback like you gave, whereas Nick is especially sinister because he's fairly eloquent and makes groyper converts from his appearances. Nick's just a cancer. You just need to just attention starve. Yeah.
To a need among young men in this country that Vera
is evidenced by the fact that regardless of being a fucking horrible monster, a genocide defender, and an overall sex pest and a huge Zionist, Destiny is a decent debater. And all of his back and forth with Nick Fuentes only benefited Nick Fuentes' career. And he knew that too, by the way. He talked about how he elevated Nick Fuentes' career famously, if you guys recall. Remember when he complained about how Nick was giving him too much pushback, despite the fact that he had actually put him on the map? His own words, by the way. Sex Pest in his own words, not mine. All of this, like all the way from Andrew Tate or any number of different like light right-wing accounts, all the way down to like the worst of the worst, the Jake Shields and the fucking Nick Fuentes of the world, like they all are on the same pipeline. Why are you so cruel towards broken men? I'm not. A broken man has the opportunity to fix himself and become a better person. I'm cruel to those who make it everybody else's problem. I'm cruel to broken men who, in their broken male status, turn around and attack everybody viciously.
Vera says can't be ignored.
You have to incentivize someone to want to be better. You can't just say, let's make men better. The thing about these guys is their biggest support system is online, but that also is very isolating, and isolation is what breeds hatred.
Groups like Patriot Front offer community, but community based on racism and hate.
People have to really think about, do you have the capacity to talk to people that you don't agree with? Because that one nice conversation you might have might change someone's day enough to not have to seek out help in an online support group, which is actually a bunch of white supremacists using political beliefs as an excuse for how they feel.
Tony O'Sullivan is here.
Asman is pretty isolated. Brother, I've tried to reach out to him many times, as you know. Don't act like I mean, people yelled at me so much. It'd be like, why are you so charitable to Asmund Gold?
With us now,
Oh,
Donny.
here
I'm
we
so
are.
glad you've done this special. There's so much intrigue around this issue of the manosphere. And in fact, Trump is going to the UFC tonight. How big of a role does the sport play in the manosphere?
Hey, Isabel. Yeah, and look, we should point out at the start here, there's tons of guys who are fans, and some women as well, who are fans of the UFC. I have many friends who are fans of the UFC. It certainly does not mean, you know, that if you are a fan of the UFC, you are falling sort of down this rabbit hole of hate and white supremacy and everything else. But what we are seeing is that there is this sort of, there is this crossover. The UFC is playing a greater and bigger role, really, in American life. Joe Rogan, who's the world's biggest podcaster, is a UFC commentator. Dana White, who is the founder of the UFC, is a prominent Trump supporter and was recently appointed to the board of Meta by Mark Zuckerberg himself, another big MMA and UFC fan. And actually fighting tonight in Miami, Trump is going to the event. We're not sure if he'll be there for the earlier fights, but fighting tonight in Miami at the UFC event is a fighter by the name of Bryce Mitchell, who recently set up a podcast of his own, and on his debut episode a few months ago, he said that Hitler was a quote-unquote good guy or a great guy. Dana White, the head of the UFC, was quick to condemn that, but you know, you can just kind of see there where folks who might be coming into this sport for one reason are a fan of fighting, and then they're getting exposed to views like Bryce Mitchell's.
Andrew Tate is currently living on borrowed time. The once self-proclaimed top G is looking more and more desperate with each passing day, scrambling to hold on to whatever influence he has left. From pump and dump crypto schemes to literal pyramid schemes. Over the past few years, he's used every scummy tactic he could think of to maintain his image of a successful man. Unfortunately for Andrew, the walls are closing in faster than he can react. Hi, I'm the Internet Anarchist. I create weekly YouTube documentaries and
Gen Z boys like the idea of being an appearing mask. The UFC MMA got some of the most yoked guys whose entire job is to appear hyper masculine. That's why it's so easy for them to just make a career saying the craziest shit. They have the excuse that they're only the true mask guys. Yeah, I had this conversation with fucking Steiny, ironically enough. I had this conversation with Steiny where, like, I said something that I've been saying quite a bit, but it's like, no matter how much you work out, no matter how much you fight and you know, put your body on the line, put your life on the line, like, only weak men, only insecure and weak men actively put the crosshairs on those who are vulnerable. That's it. That's it. Like, you can be the strongest dude of the UFC, but to me, the moment that I see you talking about people who have been ruthlessly shit on. Wait. You said Asmund. This guy said Asmund is way better than you. Okay, hold on. Here it is. I unbanned him. And the response from Sonny Adriano was this tweet. Is dried blood from when my teeth would bleed overnight. I just wipe it on the wall when I woke up so I didn't have to get out of bed. Hassan unbanned a triggered Asmund Tate fan. If anything, the more physically strong you are, the more you need to show that you are gentle and be aware of how you are. You have that natural intimidation and physical advantage. True masculinity is being a gentle, giant protector type. Yeah, that's why I think it's so funny whenever motherfuckers will like stress the fact that I dressed up in a maid outfit. Like whenever they're like, dude, I can't believe you did that. It's like, yeah. Did it change my stature. No. You know what I mean? I'm not afraid of doing shit like that because I'm not a baby. A lot of people mistake being alpha with confidence. Okay, what they think is when they say you got to be alpha, what they mean is you have to be confident. And it's ironic because, or when they say you have to be masculine, what they're talking about is being confident. And it's funny because these guys are the most insecure people. That's why they put on a farce. They put on a show. That's why they are so desperate to present themselves as something that they are not. They are lacking. They're lacking in this area. They are sexually insecure. They're insecure of their own sexuality. They're insecure about the way that they are perceived. That's why they try to fucking actively present themselves as like big, burly, macho men. That's why they also have this like crazy reaction when I wear fucking pearls or paint my fingernails. You know what I mean? They're like, "Oh, dude, you're so gay." My Gen Alpha kids say Sigma all the time. What does that mean? It's more so a meme in Gen Alpha at this point. What the Sigma? That's it. How can I be more confident? I'm extremely insecure and it shows all the time and I'm so tired. Well, first of all, it's because you're insecure that you think it shows that you're insecure to other people. It most likely doesn't. You're talking to someone who is too insecure to wear fucking glasses, both sunglasses and just regular glasses, for most of his life. Okay, when I was in high school, I literally couldn't even wear a hat or glasses. I've talked about this before. And the reason why I couldn't wear a hat or glasses was because I thought people would fucking look at me whenever I wore glasses outside, sunglasses. People would look at me and go, "Look at this fucking loser. Why is he wearing sunglasses?" That's how fucking insecure I was. That's how insecure I was. I couldn't even wear sunglasses, dude. I couldn't even wear a hat. I was worried that people would, people would fucking say, why is this guy wearing a hat? Now, what helped me get over that was, I guess I basically trained myself when I went outside. I looked at my own interaction with other people around the world. Okay? Because you weren't making money and it affected you more? What are you talking about? I'm talking about in high school, man. The fuck? What money making are we talking about? Some of y'all are so lost in the goddamn sauce. I can't even talk about fucking insecurities that I experienced growing up without people being like, "Nah, it's the money that saved you." No, I was fucking... I was a very confident person when I was dead fucking broke. It's just I grew up. And I'm going to explain to you how I worked through this. Okay? Let me tell you how. And you can take this home with you. Take it to the bank. When you go outside, do you notice other people wearing glasses? Do you notice other people wearing sunglasses? No, of course not. You don't. Because everyone's worried about their own shit. Why the fuck? It would be really weird if when you went outside, if you were looking at people and like what kind of glasses they were wearing and going, "Why is that guy wearing sunglasses?" No, you immediately go, "I don't give a shit." You don't even think about it. I trained myself into realizing that like it's in my mind. It's me. I think everyone is looking at me. No one is looking at me. Just like I'm not looking at them. Everyone's worried about their own shit. Even if I notice someone wearing glasses, I don't care. That's how it works. And as far as like gaining confidence goes, that's one way that you can. That's one way that you can figure out whether or not your insecurities are just like completely fucking. Your insecurities are just in your own mind, and that constant fear that other people are noticing your insecurities is unironically clouding your judgment and also shaping your interactions with other people, which is why those interactions are nowhere near as positive as they could be. That's number one. And also, the way that you develop confidence is by setting goals for yourself and achieving said goals. That's why I always talked about in every Chad Vice the importance of setting long-term goals, midterm goals, and short-term goals. Midterm goals that help you achieve those long-term goals, and short-term goals that help you achieve those midterm goals. It takes time. It doesn't happen overnight. But the more you achieve goals that you set for yourself, long-standing goals that you set for yourself, the more confidence you build. Because you recognize that you do have the power to change, to shape certain things that you have control over. That's it. That's what helped me become the person I am now. That's why I care so much about working out and training and always urge others to do so. Hassan Abi, you hurt my feelings. At least admit that. What is going on here? Why do you treat chatters like children? Why do you hurt me? It's not super important, but you did hurt my feelings. I know this is besides the point, but you made me feel poorly. I don't want to derail your train of thought, but you, sir, have slighted me, and I demand you say sorry. Say sorry for your transgressions. How bloody dare you? Why are you so mean to your chatters? Why do you treat chatters like children? Repent your transgressions towards your normal, lovely, dinky chatters. What the fuck are you saying? Why are you capitalizing every word? Wait, I want to see this. Dante goes off on XC on a stream. Hey, white boy.
Hey, white boy. Hey, white boy. You got something to say? Say it then, bruh. On my dead homies on the streets that I was raised from, my nigga.
Okay, he's fucking memeing. Oh my God.
You not gonna say nothing to me ever. So what's good? I really lived that life. You know what this means? You probably don't even know what this means because this is really hood shit from niggas that really came from struggle. So don't speak on shit that you don't know about, my nigga. We're repeating a cycle. You did it again. We're repeating a cycle. This shit here mean I'm a real demon. So watch who you talk to. Niggas die for this. Niggas die for this. So watch your mouth. Stick to reacting to videos and all that shit. Keep the culture out your mouth. Cause on me, nigga, it's up. It get like that. Real shit, nigga. Real shit. Look.
Bro, you can't do that in this administration, low key. You can't. Bro, you cannot do that in this administration. Okay, we are living in different times now. Okay, we are living in. I know he's memeing, but god damn, this is dangerous waters. Okay. I know he's not living that life. He's a fucking joke. Chatter, calm down. I know. I'm also making a joke. Yeah. Majin Buu. They tell me Majin Buu sounds Salvadoran. Sounds Salvadoran. Probably a gang, they said. Meanest criminal in MS-13. This guy is on Twitch. Nobody's ever heard of this website. It's on Twitch. Talking about how he is a part of MS-13. Majin Bukele.
Shit, nigga. Real shit. Look me up, nigga. Look up Majin. See what really come up, nigga. Stop fucking talking about me.
Huh.
On God, nigga.
Twitch is everything's computer. Everything's computer. What is this? Glorious leader declares backshots only summer. China moves to formally ban missionary activity. Dante's so funny. Yeah, I love him. He's hilarious. He's great. Hasanabe hotkey is wild. Oh, I think I saw this. Highly recommend adding a Hasanabe button to your stream deck. I'm gonna repost this. You and Dante, the only streamers I watch. W crossover episode. I'll be hanging out with him at DreamCon. What's up, bro? Random, but did chat ever send you this game to play? It's a political gaming law. Northernline played fallacy quiz. What
Normal
is this?
fallacies that are easy to spot because they're explicitly invalid. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion.
What? No spoil, play it. Where is this game? Is it on Steam? What's it called? What's it called? Fallacy quiz? Why haven't you streamed with a Canadian goat? Because I'm a bald fetishist. What is this?
Okay,
This back and forth is happening because XC responds to I'm Dante's tweet throwing shade towards him, calling Doji's song anxiety trash.
Okay, I get it.
Hi, XQC.
It's the director of Black Panther, and it's black people, right? And I made a comment about the bad song that has a black person singing it. So this guy says, I want to see Sinners, but I want to hear what it says first because he thinks that it's all about people being black and not about the song being dog shit. Is that right? Did I get it right?
I get it.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I disagree. But it's all good though. Hey, buddy. Now, I'm not gonna fall for the bait.
Shit.
Okay, I get it.
I get it, dude. And this song is a fucking dog shit, dude. XQC had a take about anxiety being trash. So I'm Dante made a joke about I want to see Sinners, but I have to hear what XQ thinks before I waste my time. I replied to that tweet as well, and I said I dropped some incredibly important knowledge in my reply to his tweet. I will pull it up now. Where the fuck is it? I want to see Sinners, but I have to hear what XQ thinks first before I waste my time. I said I do this, but with Hideo Kojima. Kojima was right, by the way. It was amazing. Anxiety was fucking ass. Unc, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. It's not my favorite. I like her. I like Doja a lot. But I think in comparison to some of her other hits, Anxiety is just like it's fine. It's not my favorite. I get why it will probably still play well. Like it'll get a lot of plays. I haven't seen the music video. I heard the music video is really cool, but I think the reason why, did you see Sinners? Yeah, I did. I saw it early too. Shouts out to RDC. They held a private screening of it. I watched it last Monday. It was amazing. The thing is, like, the OG song that it's sampling is an iconic song. It's become a bit of a meme, I think. But the OG song, when it first came out, was so like iconic and so recognizable that I think it was too close to the actual original for it to be sampled. I think if that song came out, if a song like Anxiety came out, nah, the OG is mid, I'm sorry. No, I'm not even saying. I'm saying that the original song was received as like a very, I mean, it was really, really famous. It was huge. The OG was a hit. Man who doesn't listen to music has opinions on it. White boy take is not shaking my head. Guys, I love Doechii. What the fuck? This song is from 2020. She only released it now because fans wanted it. Yeah, watching you comment on music is like watching Normie Jesus comment on politics. No, I'm not even like a fence sitter on this. I'm just giving you my take on a fucking totally inconsequential thing. Yeah, you can't just rap over existing iconic songs, slop. No, that's not even it. My point was, if she had done this song, or if anyone had done this song, if anyone had sampled this song like maybe fucking 10 years from now, I think it would be better received. That's all I'm saying. And there are plenty of examples of this. It's something that I'm not the biggest fan of regardless. And it's just my take. It's just one guy's take in general. When you take like an iconic song and you sample it, like what's the white boy with swag that did that as well? Fuck. The one with the ramen noodle hair. Oh my God. This is how little music I listen to. Fuck. Jack Harlow. Like he did that too. You know what I mean? It's just like, people do it all the time. It's just, you know, it's one of her weaker songs. Her album was amazing. That sounds just different from other songs she made. Yeah, exactly. Not the OG artist of the Doechii song wanted people to do that. Reason why Gautier never actually made any money from his hit song, Somebody That I Used to Know. There are three main reasons. It's been a whopping 13 years since the hit song. Since his song was first released, but more than a decade on, we are all still bumping Somebody That I Used to Know. If you care to admit it, Gautier's immensely catchy ballad is still a banger. Everyone from our mums, nans, and our next door neighbors all love the 2011 track. So just imagine how many people have typed it into YouTube over the years. I mean, that RC video where he and New Zealand born singer Kimbra, 34, are writing around in front of a canvas, are wreathing around in front of a canvas while different chunks of them are coloured in with different shades, really adds to the whole listening experience, don't you agree? It racked a whopping 2,349,000,000 views over the years, which would obviously equate to quite a lot of money, but bizarrely Gautier hasn't got millions to show for it. That's because the singer, real name Walter Andre Wally de Backer, is said to have made a few selfless decisions when it came to cashing in on the success of Somebody That I Used to Know. Gautier didn't monetize the music video. The Aussie artist opted against the pre-roll ads on his YouTube channel, so he didn't reap the potential rewards. It's not, I know Gautier is fucking Australian, but Lad Bible is not. I'm broomy. I'm fucking broomy, lads. For the sake of this voiceover, calm it. What are you mocking about? Calm it. Bunch of bollocks, if you ask me. Right. In an interview with news.com.au back in 2017, he explained, I'm not interested in selling my music. Do a Scouse accent, mate? It's too hard. too fucking hard. No, I can't do it. That's the reason I don't put ads on my YouTube channel, which seems strange to people in today's climate, but it's a decision you can make. Boris Johnson. I'm like that with all of my music. Ads are for our attention anywhere we turn in the world. I decided it made more sense to focus on creative things and not get hung up on money and lawyers and courts. Gautier often leads people to use the song for free. Your Boris is absolutely abysmal. Okay, it takes time to wind it up. What is this? David Arneson, lads. Fuck kneecap. Fuck your clients in their ass. If they love Palestine and Hamas so much, have them move there. They're a disgrace to the great Irish people. My greatest hopes would be the plane goes down while they're en route to one of their Palestine-loving concerts by mechanical failure. David Arneson. Why are these people so horny that they use their government names and their work emails to do this kind of stuff? In any case, my initial take on this was just like, you know, I really like Doechii. The anxiety song is fine. It's not my favorite.
Singing it. So this guy says, I want his sinners, but I want to hear what it says first, because he thinks that it's all about people being black and not about the song being dog shit. Is that right? Did I get it right?
What was her song from a couple years ago before she really banged, where it was like, I think her first hit? That's when I started following her. It was like, I've played it on stream before. Fuck. Was it Persuasive? It has a crazy... I don't even think it was... Was it Persuasive? No. No. It wasn't Persuasive. It wasn't Persuasive. It was a different one. It was like... It was the one where she's like... It was a really cool music video that was like otherwise low budget. It's one of those videos that you can make with like a small budget in general, but it was really sick. I think if she was in like a warehouse or something. Was it Crazy? Yeah, I think it was Crazy. Yeah, this is the one. This was when I was like, yo, she's fucking dope. It's so good.
Y'all calling me crazy when a bitch been ballin' all day like Brady. Long hair this wavy and a bitch been shopping all day. No.
I also love the music video as well. Like I thought this was fucking sick. It's not TOS chatters. What the fuck are you talking about?
Hop out first lady. You niggas can't date me. Look at your savings. You niggas still waiting. Still blowing out daisies. Counting on daydreams. Crazy, gotta go crazy. All of these hating ass bitches go crazy. Like Jay-Z. Crazy, gotta go crazy. All of these hating ass bitches go crazy. None of these bitches go crazy. Bitch, y'all gotta go crazy. Then I ball like Spalding. Can't call my bluff when the shit is my calling. Won't duck, bitch, I'm all in. It's a brand new day, new pace like jogging. Straight facts, no jargon. It's a whole lot of big blue checks, no login. Low stress, no.
I'm banning you for that. That's insane. It's giving This Is America. Yeah, like the fucking music video, maybe. Listen to the song, dude. What do you mean? It's giving the opposite of This Is America. Dude, I know I don't listen to music, but god damn. What a fucking statement, chatter. Holy shit. Oh, you see black people in a warehouse and you're like, it's giving This Is America.
See a whole lot of big folk gets when I ball in. I'm going crazy, yeah. Niggas can't date me, yeah. Look at your savings, yeah. Got 'em going crazy, yeah. Look at your savings, niggas can't date me. I'm going crazy, yeah. Niggas can't date me, yeah. Look at your savings, yeah. Got 'em going crazy, yeah. Look at your savings, niggas can't date me. Bitch, gas like a Mexico. I'm in a bitch so strong like a Mexico. And if a bitch so strong, I can let you know. I'm in a
was another one. There was another one as well. This might not. Was this the song? I think this was. I think this was a song, but maybe there was another song I'm thinking of as well. At her older videos.
We're officially run this shit.
So I think like this is. Maybe I don't know enough about music in general, but I feel like she's trying something here. You know what I mean? She's doing something very different. It's the exact opposite of anxiety. That's what it feels like to me. Maybe I'm wrong, and people are saying that she actually recorded Anxiety in 2020. And she just like reposted it because fans were demanding it or something. But like this here is very different than Anxiety. This is a great song. Also, have you guys ever seen her older videos, like from 10 years ago? It's very funny. Look. The time a female came for me about my selling of fried chicken van. 5 reasons why you can do it. Motivation Monday. Story time, my first flight. There's one that like... about my septum piercing, pain experience, and more. It's very cute. Story time, getting high. I broke my arm and vagina. TDE signing announcement trailer. Was it Girls? That I'm thinking of? No, it's not Girls.
Watch how I flip and rewind.
Doesn't it all seem a little planned out? Could she be an industry plant? Yeah, totally. That's what industry plant means when you're making fucking YouTube videos that 10,000 people watch 10 years ago. Where is it? Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Did I go back? What happened? Okay. But yeah, I think it was crazy that I played on the stream as well that made me think that she was poppin'. And her album is great. I mean, it's really incredible. So I think Anxiety in comparison to these other hits like Denial's a River is just nowhere near as good. I heard the automotive industry planted her. But the expectation is never that everything is going to be 10-10, you know? But that was my take. That was my white boy take.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. I disagree. But it's all good, though.
Also, I think I'm Dante is saying this not only because of XQC's take on anxiety, but it's just in general. He does have a... I mean, he does sometimes pop off with these sorts of takes, you know, quite frequently. And it makes people feel some type of way. And it ultimately doesn't matter because a lot of these kinds of accounts will fucking hype up this shit. You know? XC loves to chirp like the least racist Frenchman. Yeah. He just chirps. I said this as someone who's like, I mean, I don't know. I really like Sinners. It was great. And I don't even know if XC has a take on Sinners at all. Why are you ignoring chat telling you the song? No, that was the song. It was crazy. I live right across the bridge into Laval. I get why he's like that now. Okay, we have that on lock, the fallacy quiz. Don't worry, fear not. Kind of random, but did you see the Variety's trying to control Sinners' performance? Sinners has massed 61 million in his global debut. It's a great result for an original R-rated horror film, yet the Warner Bros. Release has 90 million price tag before global marketing expenses, so profitability remains a ways away. Why are y'all doing this? I mean, you know why, Van. Why are you sending me on this emotional roller coaster? What, by clicking on Northern Lion's face? Over and over again? Siz nereye gidiyorsunuz? Oh. Oh, you brought back my suit. Yeah, benim. Oh my god, dude. I know I haven't seen it in my closet and I was wondering where it went the other day when I was going to wear it. Ya bırak ben botla giyerim. Quentin Tarantino's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood had the same budget as Ryan Coogler's Sinners, 90 million. Sinners made 45 million in its first weekend, while Once Upon a Time made 41 million. Can you spot the difference? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is a box office hit for Tarantino. Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt helped the director score one of his biggest opening weekends of his career. Sinners is a box office success with a big asterisk. Huh. Interesting. Maybe, I mean, look, this is how do I describe it? It's not like overt, you know what I mean? I don't even know if the editors that sign off on these article headlines even are aware of what they're doing. Does that make sense? It's not the same author. Dog, what are you talking about? Authors don't fucking write the headlines. It's not only harder for this movie to reach this level of box office sales success, given that it's an R-rated scary movie, as opposed to a movie that has an incredible star-studded cast in comparison to, like, not to say Michael B. Jordan isn't a fucking star, right? But like You have Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt starring in this. Like, this is a far more impressive feat overall. It's a Tarantino film, and obviously Ryan Coogler is also, you know, an incredibly famous director at this point. Having said that, this is definitely a more impressive feat overall than this. You're saying Margot Robbie and Austin Butler? I wouldn't even say Austin Butler at that point was like that poppin', but Margot Robbie certainly. But neither of them have the universal recognition of Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt, guys. Like, what are we talking about? These are like the top 10 highest billing, the top 10 highest billing fucking celebrities in Hollywood. Also, I say this as someone who reluctantly must admit I love Quentin Tarantino despite his incredibly gross ways. Original tweet about that one. Yeah, this is the tweet. Quentin Tarantino, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, had the same budget as Ryan Coogler's Sinners, $90 million. Sinners made $45 million in its first weekend, while Once Upon a Time in Hollywood made $41 million. Can you spot the difference? Yeah, the difference is not the articles were written by different people, because articles are written by different people all the time. It's the editors and editorial direction that is dictated by the paper and the editors in general. Rare Nephew L. What is wrong with Quentin Tarantino? Okay, I feel like a lot of you don't know anything about Quentin Tarantino for asking such a silly question. Quentin Tarantino is Mr. Support the art, not the artist. Mr. Separate the art from the artist, okay? Not only is he obviously a fan of Israel, okay? Massive foot fetishist, fan of Israel, and possibly kind of racist too. Not even because like he makes white people say the N-word or whatever. That's not what I'm talking about at all. But there's one video that lives in the back of my mind permanently. And it's not even the foot fetish. It's the one where he fucking does he code switches. I'm sure there's someone in the chat that has seen this fucking video. It is one of the, I'm telling you right now, this is a warning. You will never see him as the same person ever again. When he does the black scent, but it's not even, it's like, it's so bad. We have to listen to it. Oh, here. Is this it?
I want to please my fans, and I want to please the critics that are my fans. The critics ain't my fans. I don't give a damn. Now, I'm not that computer savvy, so if he had sent me something that I plug into my computer, I don't know if I would have ever heard it. All right? Hey, download this. I don't know how to do that. All right?
I want to point something out here. You see Samuel Jackson's face here, okay? Samuel Jackson is unironically, and he plays in, he's a massive Quentin Tarantino artist. Like, he's in a lot of his iconic movies, and he's iconic himself. I want to mention something here while this is happening, okay? In the backdrop of this, I want you to remember Samuel Jackson was a Black Panther. Not only was Samuel L. Jackson a Black Panther, but as a radical revolutionary, Samuel L. Jackson engaged in direct action at Morehouse College as a Black Panther, where in protest, Samuel L. Jackson, alongside other revolutionary Black Panther Party militants, ended up taking hostages at Morehouse College. And one of the hostages was literally Martin Luther King Jr.'s father. Okay? So that's who this man is. just something to remember, just something to consider when you watch him have to go through this process.
I don't know how to do that. All right, you know, so he put it on a cassette tape. Then Jamie, my man, all right, goes to the BET Awards, comes back with Rick Ross. Rick Ross and the whole posse. We all got contact high on.
But he made Kill Bill, man. Come on. No. Quentin Tarantino, as an auteur, stands alone. I'm not speaking on that. Look, I think you got to be a little bit of a weird, creepy guy to be a really good director. Okay? That's you have to have a God complex like an architect. Architects and directors have God complexes famously and are weird little creepy guys. Okay? That's just what it is. It is what it is. There's something. There's something in the water. It has to be. You have to be a little bit weird. You have to be, you just have to be a weird little creepy guy. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. When Samuel L. Jackson took Martin Luther King Sr. hostage in college. Yeah. He's the man. Samuel Jackson is the fucking man.
On the set that day. Go over to Carrie with my little tape recorder, play it. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, that's in the movie. And Anthony Hamilton brought in a joint that was just fantastic. And I took it home and I played it and I go, this is the bomb. I want to please my family.
Yeah, he just keeps going. It's really fucked up. It's not even like white people saying the N-word in his movies or whatever the fuck people talk about. It's this. This is what made me go, oh God, he is so fucking, ugh. He is so yuck. What is wrong with liking women's feet? I mean, to each their own, I guess. I don't understand it. Tyler Perry isn't a creep. You're joking. Right? That's a joke, right? Okay, you are joking. Okay, got it. Samuel L. Jackson isn't a good person, though. I don't know why you're saying that. Anyway, what I was talking about here is obviously it's because this is a black movie. That's why. That's why they have this kind of attitude towards it, where they gotta find a way to disparage it. It's because of that clip of him during No Other Land's Oscar. What do you mean? He was stoked that No Other Land won. Samuel L. Jackson fucking freaked out. He was super stoked. Am I misremembering? Anyway. Speaking of, since we have opened up the door to black people's business by talking about Quentin Tarantino, let's continue with what I found online and had to bookmark the other day. As soon as I saw this, I, of course, immediately sent it to friends of the show, Brace Belden and Felix Biederman. We are not closing this door. We are continuing alongside this door. This is from African history lover, marine engineer, typical African, Joe__Bassi. He says, the original Chinese people were certainly dark-skinned. Only few exist today.
味儿可以吧？挺好，可以，挺好吧？哎呀，这我大爷啊，让你特别好钓鱼。
今儿真大风钓鱼了吗？
就因为钓鱼玩这么火的，
火了。
This person responds, ancient Chinese artwork with pale Chinese people. To which he responds with, a Chinese doctor investigates the origins of the Chinese people and traces their ancestry back to Africa.
I'm meeting Professor Jin Li, one of China's leading geneticists. Recently, he led a project that set out to prove that the Chinese evolved independently from everyone else.
Before the project started, I was hoping that I could identify or could be able to find evidence that support independent origin of Chinese. In China, everybody was a descendant of our ancestors from Africa.
Yeah, that's just all humans. Like, how far back are we talking about? Because I feel like if we're talking... Wait, why did they put this photo up? I just realized, oh my God. Dude. I thought, yeah, depending on how far back you go, yes, yes, that's what the origin is. But this is pretty funny.
The result couldn't have been any clearer.
How did that make you feel as a Chinese person?
That's crazy. I don't think that this was in the documentary. Who makes these documentaries? I guess it's at I Love Africa _media that made the compy.
After I saw the evidences that we generate in my laboratory, I think we should all be happy with that, because after all, modern humans from different part of the world are not so different from each other, and we are very close relatives.
Support the channel by liking.
Bro, thanks for the Blasian glaze, but please close the door. No. We already opened up the door. Why is this such a big revelation? All humans are descended from African stock. Studies in genealogy have determined all humans have determined that all humans living today descended from African woman, mitochondrial Eve, who lived between 150 to 200,000 years ago. Anne hala bağırıyorsun. This seems like something Kyrie Irving would teach me. Okay, first of all, this is the kind of video my mom will force me to watch on Facebook to prove she does like my K-pop boys. The real meta is actually tracing the origin of Dr. Yakub, that obviously famously, God damn him, invented white people. Okay, that's the real story. No, let's scroll down and click the next image. What is this? Scientist tries to prove that certain humans didn't descend from the first tetrapod to crawl on land. Yeah, Dr. Yakub, his tragic mistake has led to so much death and destruction. White people. What is this? Respectfully close the door. The Hoteps are going to come for your ass. A black and native Hasanabi head. Fiona, stop. Oh my God. You're so annoying. Here. Okay, come. That's crazy. She's like pawing at the gate to come inside. I am a strong proponent of the alternative, the Turkish evolution theory. Who the fuck is Dr. Yakub? He's responsible for all of you being alive. Many of you are white. Yes, the Turks failed. The Turks failed the world. Under NOI theory, which I am firmly committed to, of course. Dr. Jakob invented white people, and then the white slaves were initially shipped off to Turkey, what is known as Turkey, Anatolia. And the Turks at the time that lived there were supposed to safeguard white people to ensure that they don't escape. But because of their tricks, they were able to escape and breach containment and ruin the world. So yeah, that is real for those of you who don't know. What if Ottomans discovered America first? No genocide, no capitalism, just call to prayer echoing through the Rockies. New Gatsu vid features you? Okay, dude, we'll watch it. You got to be equal opportunity to open the door into crazy Jacobian business. The stars are aligning for President Trump. The transit sun conjunct Pluto in Aquarius, Trump's 7th house. The born of the great president. His natal Jupiter trinize. Natal Jupiter, his sun Uranus, North Node in harmonious alignment. What the fuck? Bad Empanada made Dr. Jakob lore?
Western Europe is where artists go when they say they're going on a Europe tour. And the line is strictly defined like this. On the west of Czechia, there is civilization, businessmen in suits, and Mercedes. And on the east, there are construction workers, plumbers, and Mercedes, but old. Western Europeans look at Eastern Europeans as a source of cheap immigrant labor who are also sort of white. Polish and Ukrainian people might look white to you, but Western European race science can get complicated at times. These are the big boys, the colonizers, the bike lane people. The real big boy here, and which many of you know from history, is Germany, better known to Eastern Europeans as, oh yeah, my cousin lives there. Everyone says Berlin is not a good representation of Germany, and this might be true. However, I've only been to Berlin and I fucking loved it. Germany usually looks like this, but Berlin is just gray because of the Soviet occupation. And whenever you're in Berlin, it literally feels like Stalin's ghost is looking at you from above. And you can literally see the Soviet divide because after a certain point, commie blocks just spawn in. Also, Berlin is the most lit place ever. I went there with 3 of my friends and we had so much fun. It was amazing. There were Diddy parties everywhere. I also went into a gay store, which we don't have in Georgia because it will get shelled by artillery, and saw a bunch of interesting things, and also got to talk with Elon Musk in there. And the Berlin Döner, oh my god, bro,
What?
it's so good. I swear they put crack in Berlin Döner.
Okay, it is good, but, you know, this man better not step out of line here.
Bro, I would not be surprised because there is certainly not a lack of drugs in Berlin, but it's so good. Going to Berlin and not trying a donor is like going to Berlin and not fucking a dude. And the funny fact is, if you removed Berlin from Germany, the country would get richer. Them having Berlin literally loses them money. Absolute cinema city. Then there is the rest of Germany, which has these extremely goofy outfits and dances, which I like. Like, look at them. You almost can't believe they declared war on the entire world twice. Of course, they lost every single one for now, but seeing as Rheinmetall is growing and the new chancellor is rearming Germany, let's see where that takes us. The new chancellor will rearm Germany just in time for the AfD, the fascist party, to win elections in 4 years, and then the fascists will have all these guns, and Poland is looking there so fertile and so unprotected, and they have their little brother down to the south named Austria. Vienna is like the most beautiful city ever. It's absolutely gorgeous, but it is also so boring, man. Oh my god, bro, ain't shit to do in Vienna. Literally, when I was there by 8 or 9 p.m, the streets were fucking empty. Like, god damn, bro, go outside. I don't get it, man. Is Diddy roaming the streets at night? Where the fuck are all the people at? And the thing is, the route I went was from Berlin, the latest place in Europe, to fucking Vienna, which is the most boring city probably in Europe for partying or something. But if you're into history and art, they have so much of that. First of all, every street in Vienna looks like it was crafted by an artist. I was looking down some random...
Yeah, Vienna is beautiful.
Some fucking alleyways and it looked gorgeous. Also, so much history. For example, there's Cafe Central in Vienna and...
Okay. part of its history is also deeply disrespectful because, you know, there are two great Ottoman conquerors that made their way to Europe. Joseph Stalin, okay, and also the Ottoman Empire. Joseph Stalin, of course, being Georgian, is Turkish spiritually, and also because he was 5'4", another Turkish trait, and also because he had a fat mustache, another Turkish trait. Yes, Joseph Stalin was actually a Turk. In both instances, if, yes, Georgians are Turks, stop. This is known, okay? Have you seen a Georgian man? Look at Gatsu. Gatsu probably got fucking yelled at in Turkish everywhere he went in Berlin because they were like, oh, this is one of ours. If I saw him walking down the street, I would speak to him in Turkish instinctively. Have you met a Georgian person? It's so funny that Georgians are Christian, so they literally think that they're a part of the European Union, except if they were to go to the European Union, or if they were ever to somehow be magically invited into the European Union, they would get hate crimed because everyone would assume they're Turkish. They would constantly hate crime them as Turks. They'd be like, no, you don't understand. I am Christian. They'd be like, shut the fuck up, Turk. We know who you are. Anyway. Having said that, Austria is the reason why you couldn't have the glorious Ottoman Caliphate rule over the entirety of Europe all the way to fucking the UK and basically liberate these Christians from their backwards ways, okay?
Nearby there, in 1913 to 14, used to live Stalin, Sigmund Freud, Hitler, Trotsky, and the Emperor of Austria. Insane lineup. Only in Vienna, bruh. The buildings in this city look amazing. They built these buildings to tell you and show you that they are better than you. Like the only reason for building this fancy
Lenin Türk diyorlar, Tatar diye karıştırdın. Yok, Lenin de Türk, evet. Oh, also, yes, Lenin also Turkish. Like, yeah. Classic. Yes, chatters, both Stalin and Lenin were Turkish. This is known.
Shit, it's just to flex on you. Like, yeah, we're better than you. What are you gonna do about it? But the thing is, Turks finally made it to Vienna, which is how you get Ferhat Doner, which is famous for being so good. And when I checked it out, there was literally a fucking line of Austrians waiting to get in, and it's so good, bro. I nearly busted under that table. But the Austrians are clearly not appreciating these nice Turkish men making this food, because why the fuck?
Yeah, look at this shit, bro. You
clearly
okay, here,
not
hold on.
appreciating these nice
You think motherfuckers are gonna think? I mean, everyone here is Turkish, okay? Armenians too, by the way. That's another fucking take. You could take that home to bank with you. Greeks, Armenians, they go to fucking Europe and everybody goes, oh, you must be Turkish. I'm serious. They literally think, Europeans think everyone is fucking, everyone that looks even a little dark, okay? Just a little bit, like dark hair. The left guy on the guy on the left literally looks like you. Dog, that is me. That's me. He put me in the video. That's so funny.
Turkish men making this food, because why the fuck are they voting for a Nazi party? Oh, just because they don't want immigrants, they're not Nazis. Motherfucker, the party was founded by an SS lieutenant. Look at this shit, bro. What are you on about? And the thing you will notice after being in Vienna is that Austrians like to follow rules and orders. Me and Leo literally had a security guard of a bar coming up to us when we were smoking outside to shush and not be too loud, because those are the rules. He was telling this to literally other people that were speaking in normal voices, not being loud. And he had that look. I'm just following orders. But I knew he was secretly enjoying it, which is a metaphor. And me personally, I don't like a German or an Austrian guy telling me to do something, telling me to follow orders, you know? I think they learned in World War II about talking to Georgians that way, you know? And Austria is generally very gorgeous because they have Vienna, which is probably the best looking city in Europe. And when you go outside, it's these beautiful mountains with nice water, just absolute cinema. This looks cartoonishly good. And a lot of famous people are actually from Austria, like Arnold Schwarzenegger, Mozart, Sigmund Freud, and a person who has been gaining a big following lately, especially in America. But I don't care what kind of war crimes they have committed. Have you tried schnitzel? It's so good. Going to Austria and not eating schnitzel daily is like going to America and not eating a burger. Belgium is a fictional country in Europe made up by the European Union bureaucrats with the intent of smuggling all of Europe's cocaine and headquartering the European Union. This is precisely why half the country speaks French and the other half speaks Dutch. This is also why they don't really care about Belgium. It looks like shit, and Brussels is so fucking ass that there's literally a term for it called Brusselization, which means making your city look like shit. The roads suck, and the border from Belgium to the Netherlands looks like this, where you can clearly see the divide between an actual country and the fictional entity known as Belgium. Belgium is where most of Europe's evil takes place, and this has been the case throughout history as well. Not to
literally, it's true.
To forget the shit they were doing in the Congo, Belgian chocolate, my fucking ass. Not a single cacao tree grows in Belgium. Man, I wonder how they became so famous for Belgian chocolate if they don't have cocoa in Belgium. And because the EU is headquartered there, the whole country got
some of the most ruthless monsters in general.
Used to hypocrisy. They say we are sanctioning.
This is why a lot of people. This is why a lot of people in like developing nations will be like, we'll talk about the, or not even developing nations, like academics have talked about this as well, in terms of like the otherization of the Holocaust in comparison to like prior Holocaust style ethnic cleansing campaigns that do not get the same level of attention, or people don't even know about it.
Russia and then keep buying gas and oil and everything from them, and of course exporting products as well. More things as well, such as when they honored the Congolese leader they helped overthrow. I hate to agree with Nigel Farage on something, but I do consider Belgium a fake country. Their colony of the Congo was fake. They didn't even colonize it themselves. It's a massive EU headquarters with cocaine and bad roads. They made Baldur's Gate 3 though. You know, they get very big points for that.
Now, despite the UK's kind of democratic decision to fucking nuke its economic and political ties to the EU 9 years ago, it's still an important player in Western Europe. I swear, bro. The UK has Europe's second largest economy, and assuming you're not counting Russia.
It's just London, by the way. This is so funny, where they're like, the UK has Europe's second largest economy, and it's just London. Just London.
Or Turkey. Great Britain also has Europe's second largest population, which is kind of insane because we don't even rank top 10 in Europe by actual size. Fucking Finland is bigger than the UK by area, which is why this country can feel like such a compacted cluster of fuckery sometimes. You could drive 1 hour down the motorway, or alternatively sit on a 50 quid significantly delayed, crammed, sweaty train full of angry geezers just like yourself, and you'll end up in a completely different world from where you started your journey. The accents, the scenery, the slang, the buildings, the people's looks. You can literally switch biomes in like half an hour in this country. I've never been anywhere quite like it. For example, let's say you started off in Wolverhampton, yeah, Wolvo, the far west of the West Midlands. We call this region of our county the Black Country, because from the Industrial Revolution until about 1970, there was enough coal being burned in these parts to cover everyone and everything in soot. It's industrial, it's rough, it's not very aesthetically pleasing, but at least the people sound funny.
This is a quick video message here to Donald Trump's Vladimir Putin, Vladimir Zelensky, and to Israel. Let me know you. Well, you all invade him everywhere. Israel's after Gaza, apparently. Russia's after Ukraine. Donald Trump wants Canada and Iceland. Well, look, we'll come to a compromise, because none of us want to see World War IV happen. None of us want that. I ain't getting involved with it unless I can do it remotely on the PlayStation with the drone.
Okay, first of all, this is the true thinker of our time. Give this guy a fucking New York Times column, dude. Why is it always, yeah, what does he know that we don't know? Did 3 happen? He's like, whoa, 3 is happening already. Already?
I'm not getting involved with it. Not with my back, right?
Not with my back.
So I've got a solution for you. You can all share this and we can call it peace. I'm willing to compromise and say to you all, you can all have London. Yeah? You can all have London, the capital of England. I tell you why you can have it, because it's full of total cunts like yourself.
Then about an hour down the road, you'll have driven through 3 different English counties, Hereford, Staffordshire, Shropshire. Then you'll cross the border and arrive in Wrexham.
Bro, England is the perfect representation that if you leave white people isolated on an island, they will inevitably fight amongst themselves. Okay? They love sectarianism. Like from zip code to zip code, the accent changes. It's like, yo, you're one country. Like how did this happen? You put Americans on this landmass that is so vast, and the southern accent is basically getting eroded at this point. And it didn't even take that many years. You put white people, however, in an island like this, and holy shit, dude.
Per Welsh small rural city. Here they have thick Welsh accents because they speak the fucking mythical language of Welsh, not English. They got castles, rolling hills, sheep farms, you know, everything you could expect in Wales. And bro, Gigi, please put a photo of some Welsh words on the screen right now so they can see how insanely foreign this shit is. Nah bro, I should have never trusted this Welsh plug, bro. Fuck you mean I gotta go meet you round the back of Lanfair Gwyn Glgogorfree Trywyn Dobry Williants Silo Go Goch train station. I'm not doing that, bro. Anyway, so from there you drive 30 minutes down the road, you're back in England, and God forbid you're in Chester, known for being genuinely like the poshest, most upper class city in all of North England. People here have posh English accents, you know, fetch me my cream tea, woman. Yeah, Chester looks insane. It's like all Tudor buildings. It's one of the few English cities that have these famous horse races, the Chester races, that are attended solely by inbred posh drunk wankers. They got wine bars, upper class nightclubs with insane dress codes and shit. You know, type of places that me and Gatsu would immediately be kicked out of for looking too hood, which has happened before, only in Vienna. So yeah, that should paint a good picture of Chester for you all. Then, an approximately 40-minute drive later, you've made it to Merseyside, Liverpool, where even
I'm a Scouser lad, not a fucking Tory.
Lifelong Brummy struggles to understand the accent.
I'm Sam, you know, Paul, I'm fucking buzzing. 3-1 win against Arsenal, only team to win the first 3 games. Is right? Come, mate!
This city is industrial, rough, not much of a looker. Like 29% of children in Liverpool live in poverty, and just like where I'm from, Liverpool is in the top 10 UK cities on the crime index. So yeah, hopefully aside from absolutely making the day of anyone who's a relevant British city I just mentioned, that has given you a good example of how condensed this damn island is. We're really fitting the entire population of France into the land area of Kyrgyzstan, or like 2 Guatemalas, okay? All I'm saying. I mean, if you have a look at the metro areas of like Manchester or Birmingham or Glasgow or obviously London, you can kind of see how the word city is just an abstract concept on this island. We live more like splatters of baked beans on a long toasty soldier. Real ones know, man. Real ones know. But yeah, I've probably recorded enough now for Gigi to edit for another 2 weeks, and also to preserve my mental health a bit. And instead of delving too deep into the politics of this land I call home, I will give you a single stock image to represent how me and every single other Brit, apart from the occasional billionaire, feels right now.
Getting ready to go babysit. Women are cruel mistresses who wear shit like this to excite little boys and they don't even have the decency to miss them. I have never been less surprised to see a French flag in my life than attached to this post. France is a country that gets a lot of hate. I think like 90% of it is deserved, mostly because of their colonies in Africa and their neo-colonialism they're still doing, literally having the word France-Afrique to describe their African colonialism in today's age. And even though their president is pretty handsome in my opinion, I kind of don't like that he went to Africa out of his fucking mind and started telling the locals that they should be grateful for France. When I'm out, I start posting about how bad the Armenian genocide was. We are not the same.
What?
Out, I start posting about how bad the Armenian.
I know I have a lot of Turkish viewers. I hope you guys understand this happened and not deny this because it's real.
Genocide was. We are not the same, Macron. You should be grateful we give you diapers even though we take away gold. Get a load of this cracker. I hate to say it, man, but I still kinda like France. No, don't unsubscribe, no. I fuck with their policies and their work laws and how much they love to protest. Game recognizes game, you know? Every worker can unionize and they are protected by the state. Employers can't fire you on some bullshit. They have a 35-hour work week compared to the standard of...
Yeah, look. I hate to say it, but Gatsu's right. He's right. He's right. I think I'm not even kidding when I say this. It's entirely because of Squeezy. Lucas is the reason why I have totally reversed my decision on France.
40, and if you work overtime, they pay you 125% of the money for the first 8 hours and 150% for the rest. Also, a lot of companies include the 13th month salary, which is just one full month salary they give you at the end of the year as a bonus. Just go to labor laws, bro. I can't lie. Paris gets a lot of shit, you know. I've seen La Haine. I love that movie, and I don't know why, but I still think
I just watched La Haine. Is France really that bad? Listen. As an American, it would be really, really hypocritical of me to criticize France for policies that we implement here on a daily basis. La Haine is also an amazing movie. I highly recommend you watch it.
Paris is pretty nice. I can't believe that other parts of France are much nicer and look better, but come on, man. Paris is really not that bad. Y'all are just hating. Go to Prague, bro, and tell me Paris is worse. Get the fuck out of here. Also, the fact that they got 70% of their power from nuclear power, what do you want me to say, man? They're a rich first world European country with good labor laws. It's pretty good. But in my opinion, they need to stop voting for parties that are named things like La Pédophile Raciste, you know? Are you ever planning to go to Switzerland? I googled and saw Georgians get 90 days visa free. Trust me, it's worth it. Bro, I don't know how much money you think I make off YouTube, but it isn't that much. Switzerland is
I've been to Zurich. It's crazy.
A fictional country in Europe invented by Germans, French, and the Italians in order to have a place where they can put all of their looted gold.
And also a place where all of the pedophilic billionaire elite can escape once like the nukes come dropping, okay? Switzerland, what do they know? A question I ask myself all the time. Number one, lots of gold there. Very strange. Where did that gold come from? Oh, that's right. It might be Nazi gold. Number two, why do they have more bunkers than Enver Hoxha? How is this a country that has so many bunkers upon bunkers upon bunkers in the mountains? Very strange. Switzerland, fun fact for those of you who don't know, have enough bunkers for every single Swiss citizen plus 13% extra. It's interesting that they have bunkers for every single citizen, every single national, but then also just a little bit off the top. Is it because it's adjusted for population size and its potential increase? Or is it because of, the wealthy people that might fly there when shit pops off?
Such as when Switzerland helped launder 91 tons of Nazi gold, and when the war ended, they only returned 3 tons. What happened to the rest? They don't know where it went, because, you can easily lose 90 tons of gold. It's just like...
Yeah, highest gun ownership in Europe, on the European continent as well. Highest per capita gun ownership in the European continent. Every Swiss learns how to fucking shoot guns. If you've ever seen like any, gun ownership in Europe videos or whatever, they'll talk about how like children at an early age learn how to shoot guns and things like that. Interesting stuff. I don't know. What do they know? What do the Swiss know? I don't know. It's, a question I ask myself all the time.
Like pocket change. Them being evil and helping every rich person in the world launder money aside, Switzerland is goated, man. The only issue is whenever you say you're Swiss and you try to talk about life problems, everyone in the world will tell you to shut the fuck up. Nobody in Switzerland has ever gone through 100th of bullshit that anyone in Eastern Europe has ever gone through, plus Turkey, honorable mention. But that's only because they're ruled by a Georgian, so what do you expect? My country is ruled by Georgians as well, and it's the complete opposite of Switzerland. The only thing we have in common are the gorgeous mountains. Flying over Switzerland reminded me of flying over the Caucasus. That is a very big compliment because the shit was gorgeous, man. And where the Swiss win is their amazing protection of their environment and these cool ass trains. How did they even do this, man? Swiss trains are literally made for dates. Swiss train views are gorgeous. This shit looks like a Studio Ghibli film. Oh my god, Gatsu, thank you for telling me. I want to go there now. Yeah, about that. Unless you make a bunch of money or have your trip covered by a Belgian billionaire making money off mines in the Congo and laundering his money through Switzerland, good luck visiting there, man. You cannot even get a hotel in Switzerland with a private bathroom for less than $1,000 a week. Let me say this in American. 20 chicken McNuggets in American McDonald's cost $8. Swiss McDonald's cost $21 for 20 chicken McNuggets. So yeah, it's pretty expensive, but it is so beautiful. It is on my visit list and I will definitely go there. But if you want a cheaper version, come to my country. We have taller mountains than the Swiss and it's not as expensive. Every single person who has been to Spain will not stop talking to me about it. They keep saying, oh, it's the best place ever. It's so nice. It's so sunny and everything is so cheap. The thing you gotta realize about Spain is that they were running shit. Spain and Portugal were so powerful at one point that they made a treaty splitting the entire world between them. Some people might call this treaty a little too ambitious, but aim for the stars, so if you fall, you end up serving British tourists. But their ambition failed them because they were simply too lazy to do all this. They discovered the native pussy and getting free gold from South America and never wanted to go back to grinding. So when all their colonies eventually fell apart, they became much poorer than they used to be. Spain is absolutely gorgeous. Barcelona looks like it was designed by good artists, and for the most part it was. And the south of Spain is probably one of the most beautiful places on earth. Canary Islands look insane and everyone who goes there says it's the most beautiful place ever, aside from when they see old British tourists walking with their dicks out. I'm not trying to see that, man.
Got the whole fish and chips dangling.
Andalusia looks amazing because it was also heavily influenced by Moroccan architecture, who were ruling for 800 years. Also, by kicking the Moroccans out during Reconquista, the Spanish also...
Highest gun ownership in Europe is actually Serbia. Oh shit, you're right. That is true. My mistake. I don't think it's highest gun ownership per capita. Highest number of guns per capita is in Serbia.
Learned how to kick ball straight into their enemy's goalpost. They've been so dominant in winning the Euros, it just makes me mad. We literally beat Portugal just to get defeated by Spain, and then they won the World Cup. They harvest souls. These people are cracked at football. If your country has to play against Spain, good luck, because you'd have to be a moron to even bet on your team against Spain. Just like you would have to be a moron to bet against Ilia Topuria. That's right, this Georgian man who lives in Spain is a UFC champion and the best best fighter in the UFC. Some people would like you to think that Islam is better, but just you wait until that match. I had a taxi driver in Poland telling me, oh, I think Max Holloway is going to beat Topuria, and I'm like, brother, that is not going to happen. Boom! So Ilia Topuria is the pride of both Spain and Georgia, which I'm very happy to see. He's Georgian, lives in Spain. Either way, he's from Iberia. Literally, what can I say, man? Their economy is good, it looks gorgeous. It is widely believed by many people to be the best country in Europe just because of the weather, its beauty, and its cheapness. Literally, just go to Google Maps and look at everything. I really want to visit, but I've heard they're a bit iffy with tourists. But me being ethnically ambiguous, I think I will be fine and blend in with the Spaniards. Portugal is a fictional country created by the British to counteract the Spanish Empire, which is
I don't know if the Spanish economy is good.
Exactly why they've had the longest alliance between two countries of all time, literally running since 1373. That's insane. Portugal is pretty famous for going literally anywhere for gold, which is why they had a bunch of colonies. They were running shit for hundreds of years until they lost Brazil and their African colonies, and they were like, what do you mean there's no free money anymore? I gotta
Someone is just, I mean, he's Georgian. Okay, bro. Yeah, from his perspective, if you're matching up Georgia's economy to any country, yeah, it's not gonna look great for. You're gonna think everything looks amazing if you're from Georgia, and adjusting your expectation to the Georgian economy. No shit.
Industrialized now? Come on, man. Just ship shit from Brazil, man. I can't be asked. And then on top of that, they got a fascist in power, and he was like, no, we do not need to industrialize. I want my lazy colony money from Africa, and then proceeded to lose all of their wars in Africa, losing them 3 colonies. He spent all of Portugal's money trying to keep their colonies in Africa instead of investing in infrastructure back home, and then lost the wars. Then he had a stroke and got removed from power. But the funniest thing is, when he recovered, nobody told him they removed him from power. He literally believed he was still ruling the country until he died like a year later. By the time he left, Portugal was cooked. It was one of the poorest and least developed countries in Western Europe. But have you seen Lisbon though? It looks very nice, very gorgeous city. I've almost fell down Lisbon stairs many times, but once you go down them and go outside, it's a gorgeous city. But the thing is, Portugal does not have heating. But this is Europe. White people, how do they not have heating? I don't fucking know. That's what I was thinking when I was freezing my balls off stepping out the shower in Lisbon. With only 6.7% of homes
investing in wars rather than domestic infrastructure, who does that sound like? China, right? I think.
Having central heating, and with most people using electric heaters. The main issue with electric heaters is that they don't warm your home up, and a lot of times they burn it down. So why Portugal refuses to use central heating like the rest of the world remains a mystery. You can just imagine Ronaldo freezing his balls off using an electric heater. But it is a very beautiful country, also very cheap.
Well, he lives in Saudi Arabia now, so
I'd highly recommend a visit there. They have cool buildings, and you feel like you're in that one American city because of the cool bridge.
You're Northern Irelander.
Huh?
As in, like, you're not in the Republic of Ireland.
What do you mean?
Oh, no, I'm not. Sorry.
What is she talking about? We're in Ireland.
Yeah! My fucking goat! Let's go! You mean north of Ireland?
The nation of Ireland is responsible for most of the terror attacks in Europe and most of the hardest pictures ever taken in Europe, and for paying me my salary and secretly ruling the world. A lot of anti-Semites think that the Jews run the world, which is just not true. It is merely a ploy.
True! The Iberian conspiracy
By the Irish and Georgians to not realize that despite our small populations, we control the masses.
Okay, bro. I don't know why you had to sneak the Georgians in there. This guy, bro. I mean, again, Georgians are Turks, so obviously he just means Turks are ruling the world secretly. But
call IRA's actions terror attacks. I call it diplomacy. After diplomatically regaining their independence from Britain, they essentially became a tax haven for American companies in Europe, which is why they had a massive GDP growth, such as Apple and Google, which is why every YouTuber in Europe gets paid by Google Ireland, and why the UK declined my tourist visa application because they didn't recognize Google Ireland as an actual company. The Irish have mastered beer. I might personally find Guinness an ass beer that tastes like bad chocolate, but a lot of people love it, and Guinness is a whole separate culture of beer. Talking about
I mean, it's very good. What the fuck?
Splitting the G and the debates on how Guinness is actually supposed to be poured. Also, for some reason, Irish pubs are literally everywhere in the world. Would you believe me if I told you I was in an Irish pub in Uzbekistan? I was. And they're found everywhere in the world, and my friend Leo is not a big fan.
It's true. That's also partially why it's so funny when you hear Irish people be like, oh, I fucking hate immigrants. It's like, what are you saying, big dog? You're Irish. Like, what do you mean you fucking hate immigrants? What are you talking about?
Fan of them. Mostly because they play shit music usually, but I...
Also, this is not... Most Irish people are not like that. I'm just saying that the reactionary Irish people say that.
I think it's because he's British. Dublin does look cool though, but here's the thing. My white pass only extends to the Schengen area, and despite Ireland being in the EU, they're not in Schengen. Why the fuck not? I want to visit Ireland, but I don't want to ship my fucking passport off to Bulgaria, which is where the nearest embassy is, to get it approved. Hell nah, man. Ireland looks nice though. Very plain, very green, a lot of castles. It must definitely be a vibe. Just go to the Schengen so I can visit, man. Come on. Up the rock. I also like the IRA songs. They're dope. Italy is a gorgeous place, and Italians are inventors.
I like the IRA because it's like one of those groups that I can just openly be like, their terror designation doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Especially in the United States of America, where you're like, oh really? Oh, you have an issue with offering material support to a terror cell? Yeah. Well, Americans did that. It was one of the coolest things that Americans have ever done, as a matter of fact. So, IRA unequivocally correct, except for the brief moment where they were like, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my, not like full-throated friend, but conditional friend for a brief moment in time that we won't talk about. Anyway,
they saw Greeks having sex with men, and they realized they could also do it with women. Since then, they haven't stopped inventing things. They've got probably the best culture export in the world besides the US, such as pizza, the ultimate stoner food, clothing. Literally, France and Italy have the fashion world in a chokehold because they both make the best clothing. And it's beautiful. I can't even make many jokes about Italy because what the fuck am I gonna say? Oh, Italy looks bad. No, it doesn't. Only thing I can say is that much like many fascists, they're not white. And hanging Mussolini upside down and then turning that place into a McDonald's was pretty funny. Also, Bella Ciao, the anti-fascist Italian song, is pretty good. What am I supposed to say? The people are hot too. I just wish they were smart, because why else would Italians move from this beautiful place to fucking New Jersey? Yeah, I know the economy and whatever, but come on, bro, look at this shit. Also, Italians faced a lot of discrimination when they first started migrating to America, being on the same level in American hierarchy as black people, which is how you got the movie Green Book. And Americans discriminating against Italians is crazy to me because, bro, you guys were colonizing Africa together, bro. What are you talking about, man? Also, the British Empire was much more interesting than the Roman Empire. I said what I fucking said. And if anybody got a problem with that, go fight Geopold about it. It is one of the most toured places in the world. They love Georgians because of Quartzchelia. A lot of Georgian flags in Naples. But yeah, it is very nice, and believe me, I will definitely be visiting. You are literally Dutch. Originally, yes. That matters how? A ridiculous, fake language and culture. Send me your cranial measurements, you old Jacobian ape. I must study you for science. Jakub, while experimenting, accidentally created the Dutch. His experimental project,
which then accidentally created capitalism, which then I mean, the Dutch are, goddamn, so much of the Western Europe. This YouTube video reveals something that obviously we all know, especially this community, but it's like so much of Western Europe is just straightforward being carried by doing unimaginable amounts of fucking violence to countries that they had the luck of progressing technologically before. So much of it is just straight up going to a place and being like, oh, we should kill all of these people and enslave them.
Project got out of hand. They started building bike lanes, making land out of nothing.
Not Switzerland? Okay, bro. Okay, my bad. Switzerland went and fucking stole all the Nazi gold. They stole from the Nazis who had stolen all the gold initially.
They had grown too powerful, like when Stalin created Azerbaijan, or when he gave Poles toilets, or when a Swede created Russia. They didn't know what this would lead to. The Dutch grew powerful enough and put Yakub in a human zoo, countries that exhibited people in zoos. I'm amazed and frankly skeptical that the Dutch resisted this particular temptation. They didn't, by the way, they had people in zoos too. The Netherlands is the flattest country in Europe which is constantly at war, where their most dangerous neighbor is the sea. Also, Amsterdam is very, very badly located. As you can see, it is close to the UK, and they made weed legal and flights cheap there. A bunch of drugs and being gay aside, which I like, mind you. I'm not saying this in a bad way. This just means the clubs are going.
When has Europe created violence? Okay, man, be serious. How did Europe get technology first before everyone else? First of all, they didn't get technology first before everyone else. They simply, through war and through conquest, were able to develop technologically more so than any other, like more so than the places that they went to. It begins with China. Okay? If you want to know the truth, and this is not me being fucking, China dick rider, it begins with China, and by way of the Ottoman Empire, moves in gunpowder, and its mass utilization in the form of cannons, moves into the entirety of the European continent, which then turns warfare, or rather allows the European monarchs to consolidate power and eradicate any kind of naysayers amongst their ranks, because now you can actually destroy castles with ease. So then through that consolidation of power, they were able to go out and carry over that violence that initially was within everywhere else. Bro thought he was going to just slip the Ottomans in there with China. Excuse me, 1453, best year of my life. The conquest of Constantinople that turned it into Istanbul. Hello, have you heard of it? That's right. It was one of the first practical applications of cannon warfare that on the European continent, okay? Excuse me. The fuck? Yeah, navies were OP. Gunpowder plus navigation equals empire. Capitalism was the jet fuel that really made it go burr. That's why Spain and Portugal were too early. Bunlar hiç karadan yürüyen gemi görmüş mü? Görmemiş oğlum bunlar işte. Bunlar Angloid ameleleri, bilmiyorlar böyle şeyleri. Load up the cannons, Mehmet. In Europe, at least Italy and Greece have a rich history. Germanic people, i.e. Dutch, Germans, English, etc., discovered how to wipe their asses like only a century ago, and they still don't know how to clean it properly. Yeah. There's an old Turkish... there's an old, like, quirky Turkish history about where the embassies are located in Istanbul, far away. The European embassies that are located in Istanbul, far away from the rest of civilized society, because apparently they just did not know how to utilize working sewage. Like, they didn't know how to wash up. it's ironic because, like, I mean, England was straight up carried by the infrastructure that was there. They just didn't. It's such a wild thing to consider where you're just like standing on top of a previous empire, and it's and the skeleton that they just they left there in the aftermath, and you literally are just backwards now. All of a sudden, you are functionally a fucking savage. It's like putting cavemen in the middle of New York City.
To be fire, they have probably the best public transport in Europe. Like, their bike lanes are famously amazing, their trains are amazing, their cities are amazing. I don't know, man, they're just winning in life. Malta is a fictional country invented by the British to keep better control of the Mediterranean Sea. This is why it is like the UK in many cases. The people all drive on the wrong side, the public transport sucks, and it is actually the first EU country I ever went to.
I would like to thank the population of Malta for saying goodbye to me in such a nice way. They even brought in a whole festival. As you can clearly see, thank you. I love Malta. Bye-bye.
And I can't lie, man, this shit looked good. Malta is very, very aesthetically pleasing, and the weather is nearly always amazing there. It genuinely looks like some cool Middle Eastern game, like Prince of Persia or something. Malta is gorgeous, and especially the views with the sea are amazing, really. One slight issue is that they have no gas, just generally. They don't have a gas distribution network, so everyone has to keep fucking gas canisters at home, and a lot of times they keep it on their balconies. I don't know how this shit just doesn't explode in the Maltese heat, because bro, this shit is nearly in Africa, you know? Also, my video game grown-up mind kept wanting to shoot these gas canisters so they would explode. But this is Europe, motherfucker. Keep those guns away. And if you make fun of Europeans for not having guns, they will surely remind you that the US is the only country where school shootings are a problem. What I also like is that they offer a very good digital nomad visa with pretty low taxes, which is why Anomaly lives there. The Swedish man strives for hot weather and low taxes. Malta is beautiful. I suggest everyone visit there. You will have an amazing time. Luxembourg is a very beautiful and a very small country with big colonial ambitions. Luxembourg has a population of the devil's number K people, but despite this, they still wanted to colonize like other European powers. Luxembourg actively helped out Belgium in their colonization of the Congo, and they barely gained anything from helping Belgium out in this. They were mostly doing colonialism for the love of the game. They also tried to give their hand in colonizing Argentina. Bro, you're not like these other people. You don't have the fire like that to be colonizing shit. So they were just helping other Europeans for the love of the game. Also, Luxembourg has the highest GDP per capita in the world, basically because of banking, and its good location helps with that. Also, I was hating on them, but they have free public transport, and I know, man, like, I know they did horrible things, but free public transport is nice. Now, all the microstates here are literally smaller than my district in...
Not to be Europhobic, but the reason the plague didn't affect the Muslim world is because Muslims wash 5 times a day, even if they didn't know germ theory. But the Europeans had their poop cesspools mere feet away from their clean water supplies and didn't shower. They literally got so lucky with naval warfare in the 17th century, bro. Oh, 100%. 100%. Also, so wrong, lol. You can't wash away the plague. No, got lucky. Fuck off, mate. They thought Jews were witches because they didn't get sick, and it's just because they bathed. What do they know? The magic men. Also, I mean, it wasn't... There's more to it. Wait, hold on. I'm getting a very serious text message. One second. It's about a very special guest that I might have on the broadcast eventually. perhaps this week. Who knows? Jewish people were forced into separate villages where Christians were cleaner, so they didn't get the plague.
Tbilisi, but they're technically.
It's cool. You will see the depths of the Angloid mind soon with not believing in germ theory becoming quite. Not believing germ theory is coming back in a very fashionable way, for the record. So. Yeah, maybe Mélenchon. Oui, oui.
Considered countries, so I'm gonna run through them quickly because all of them are a tax haven. Vatican City, smallest country in the world but beautiful. I mostly know it from Eurotrip because I'm Orthodox. Andorra definitely exists. It definitely has a flag of itself and everything. It's basically a glorified ski resort plus a tax haven. Glorified Formula 1 track, also a tax haven, but it looks nice and is famous for just rich people going there, which sounds like hell, honestly. Liechtenstein is insane because it's so small. You can rent the entire country for only 70k a night. And 70k is a lot, bro, but that's like a Mr. Beast gift, you know? Also, it's an absolute monarchy. Nothing in life is guaranteed except death. But I guarantee you laughed at least once in this video. So for making you laugh, please like and subscribe to my channel.
Yeah, average colonial Englishman being asked to bathe.
I can assist you in preparation for your bath.
Thank you, but I've already bathed.
Oh, in the prison?
No, in the village.
But that was some time ago.
What, two baths in a week? What, do you want me to catch the flux?
Yeah. What? Hassan throwing up the Grey Wolf sign, a terrorist organization? Yeah, that's what I was doing and not rock and roll. It's a sign that I throw up in virtually every photo, by the way. These people have lost their fucking minds, dude. Amazing. Yes, I, a Turk who recognizes the Armenian genocide, a Turk who has had, a Turk who believes in the Kurdish emancipatory movement, is famously, in secret, a Grey Wolf. Do they even know the Grey Wolf sign is? I mean, this person probably is like a fucking DGGer. The Grey Wolves are a Turkish nationalist organization who promote pan-Turkism. This is an incredibly controversial gesture. The Grey Wolves are a right-wing neo-fascist and racist. They're anti-Jew and anti-Armenian, along with an incredibly long list of other antis. Some countries deem the Grey Wolves in this gesture as a terrorist organization and terrorism. Average Turks like Hassan use it as a nationalist gesture towards their perceived enemies, i.e. in 2023, there was a blockade of Artsakh ethnic Armenians by Azerbaijani Turks, and they frequently use that gesture to intimidate Armenians. He really is not doing so any favor by using this gesture. Secondly, I know he would say this is a gesture that goes back to old Turkic mythology. Wait, what? No. No, I would not fucking say that. As a matter of fact, I've yelled at people who have tried to defend throwing up the fucking... Sen Bozkurt'un ırkçı olduğunu söylediğin için linç yedin. Şimdi yine yiyorsun amına koyayım. Aynen. Turks, for those, the Turks in the chat are joking because I famously went viral in Turkey before because I fucking extensively talked about throwing up the fucking Grey Wolf sign, and they got really mad at me for saying it was an ultra-nationalist fascist symbol. I think it's literally on my YouTube page, as a matter of fact. It's like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. Let's search Hasanabi Grey Wolves to find out. Why do Turks subscribe to racial exceptionalism? Is it different from a perspective other than Aryan? What the fuck? I don't get it. Dude. This is the first thing that came up when I Googled Hasanabi Grey Wolves. This is okay, this video is not linking, but Take accountability for the false information you've shared. Damn, this communist with a Gucci bag is straight yapping. Bro has a Gucci bag. He literally financed an ultra-capitalist company that flies Chinese workers to pay them below minimum wage. Says he's a communist. What a joke. Wait, what is this? Take accountability. Turkish ultranationalism, Grey Wolves, Hasan Abi reacts. Where is the Turkish ultranationalism? Merih Demiral yapmıştı. Sen de mitolojiyle ilgisi olmadığını anlatmıştın. Yeah. I think this was the one. If a Turkish man wearing the Turkish colors on the international stage is throwing that shit up, that is pretty significant. I can't even be proud of my country for like 2.5 days before some asshole ruins it, you know? Hey, yo, this dude is crazy. This motherfucker, what did he do, bro? Are you serious? Yeah, this one pissed off a lot of Turks. Yeah, when I covered this, it pissed off a lot of Turks. They were mad at me. What is this? Don't ask Hasan about the Armenian genocide or Google what the Young Turks are either. Wait, what? Hasan had an entire show with Ethan for years, knowing that Ethan was an Israeli citizen married to an Israeli woman. Wait, what? Hasan's uncle? What is he talking about, dude? What? I've never... Why are these people... This has 1.3 thousand upvotes, bro. Hasan denies... Don't ask Hasan about the Armenian genocide. Bro, what planet are these fuckers living on? I feel like it's so funny that anytime like a group decides like, fuck Hasan, we hate this guy, they run the same fucking route every time where they just like hallucinate positions that I don't have, and 0 people even fucking check if this is correct or not. And they just keep going, yep, that's right. Like how many, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny that we just like go through the same cycle, the same spiral over and over again. Everyone who hates you only does for things you don't believe. Yeah. And you just showed it 24K more people. Hasan is not worth it, I promise. I mean, it's just still funny to me. The comments actually reference the video, but say because you're now trying to rage bait and dog whistle. Wait, what? Didn't you talk about on Leftovers how education in Turkey downplayed the Armenian genocide? Yeah, not downplayed, deny it. Outright denial. What the fuck? It's always funny because like everything that people have developed about me over the past like couple of years is just entirely made up. Ethan learned the term crazy make from Sex Pestiny and accuses Hasan Abi heads of doing crazy make, but the reality is DDG is literally doing it with other co-opting of HP. What? It just doesn't even make sense. Oh my God. Shangun playing right now. The Turks are not watching. Yeah. I mean, it's annoying because like they just fucking make shit up, you know? That's what's annoying. Like they just make stuff up to get mad about. But because it's been relitigated over and over again, and your first interaction with eFans was about the Armenian genocide because Alex Jones mentioned it's in the content nuke. Yeah. The same sub is blowing up because someone posted a thread asking not to post Sex Pestiny on the sub. God damn. Anyway. Did you throw out your Nazi bleach sword yet? No. Because it's not a fucking Nazi sword. The fuck? Anyway. We're here to remind everyone once again, I almost bought into the hate campaign, but then rewatched unclipped streams, and now I'm a regular. Be free, liberals. Yeah. Ian the crew are aware, don't care. That's why Ethan is still crashing out. They keep egging him on all the time on that sub. The subreddit is completely brigaded with Epstein's community. No, I know. When the Bloomberg article came out about their brigading, Sex Pestany's brigading, and active targeting campaign where they try to do like a Gamergate style harassment campaign on Twitch in general, specifically about me. They basically had to delete all this stuff, so they just migrated over to the H3HG community. It's crazy. Is the sword your Obama doesn't wear a flag pin moment? Yeah. I bought into the hate campaign because you didn't pull off the stream with Phineas. I hate you. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Phineas is a busy dude, man. Where's the shirt from? I don't know what it's from. Over on our Gaming Tonight King, it's too late now. I'm sorry, chatters. Maybe tomorrow. The stereotypical poor bathing hygiene of Europeans started post-plague. Bathhouses were very common in pre-plague Europe. The plague was ironically often blamed on bathhouses and associated with prostitution. Yalan just finished it. I know. I'm a liar. I'm a freaking liar. That's all. That's going to be all for me for today.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day.
All right, everybody.
All the chatters trick the
Gaming did not turn out to be back.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun.
All right, everybody. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord active prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, a sun and street.